As far as I know, in shooting, each athlete typically focuses on training for only one event. However, you've simultaneously excelled in 3 events: the 25-meter pistol, skeet shooting, and multiple skeet shooting, achieving excellent results in all of them. How did you manage that? This question was a bit difficult to answer, and Yunxi paused for a moment, quickly organizing her thoughts. After a while, she began to answer. Actually, although different shooting events have certain differences, there are still many commonalities and shared techniques. An excellent athlete, even with a different gun, can still accurately hit the target as long as they master the core points and key techniques. No one did this before because focusing on training for one event can maximize an athlete's potential and benefit the team's performance. But now I can do it, and perhaps others will be able to do it in the future. Throughout the interview, and Yunxi's confidence, poise, and generosity left a deep impression on the staff, including the reporter. After the interview video aired, the topic of Yunxi gained renewed popularity. And Yunxi also took this opportunity to enjoy another surge in her reputation. After a series of events, Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan went to take wedding photos before finally finding some time to handle company matters. At the Jinxiu Hotel Group, over 20 hotels were already officially open in China, with over 30 more under construction and soon to open. With the group generating revenue and the company's cash flow no longer strained, Qin Lian's idea was to develop overseas markets. And Yunxi had an in-depth discussion with him and ultimately decided not to take too big a step initially. According to their plan, the first batch of overseas hotels were located in 6 cities: New York, USA, Tokyo, Japan, Paris, France, London, UK, Berlin, Germany, and Milan, Italy. These were all locations where Yunxi owned land. Construction would begin early next year, with completion and opening expected within 2 years. Then, in the second half of the year, locations would be selected to begin construction on the second batch of overseas chain hotels. And Yunxi's goal was to be able to stay at her own hotel no matter which city she visited. President Qin, should we build a headquarters building? The Jinxiu Hotel Group has been established for several years, but it still operates from the office building in the back garden of its main branch. And Yunxi thought about it and felt it wasn't quite appropriate. She wanted to develop this company into a global hotel chain. It needed its own independent building. Upon hearing her boss's suggestion, Qin Lian was momentarily taken aback. But Qin Lian was no fool. He quickly grasped his boss's intention. According to the company's planned development pace, this building was inevitable sooner or later, and building it sooner meant sooner use, which was good. Boss, for the company's future development, a headquarters building is indeed necessary, but should we build it ourselves or buy an existing one? This question immediately stumped Yunxi. She thought for a moment. Yunzhou didn't seem to have any particularly good office buildings right now, so she decided to buy a plot of land and build it herself. That way, she could design it according to her own preferences. Well, build it ourselves. Keep an eye out for suitable land. Well, buy one. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to look right away. The myopia treatment project had successfully developed the physical therapy equipment and all the patents and certificates had been obtained. It was ready for production at any time. However, after completing Phase 3 clinical trials, the new drug approval process would still take more than a year. There was no other way but to wait for the drug to be approved before launching it together. Several large projects rewarded by the system were progressing smoothly, especially the aero engine technology, which was nearing completion, and results were expected within 3 months. Besides these large projects, the Research Institute had also produced many smaller technological achievements. In the past few years, the Research Institute had obtained over 100 patents. Many of these technologies were already generating economic benefits for the Research Institute, and Yunxi was finally relieved that she no longer needed to invest money in it. Since its opening, Dongliyuan Resort has been bustling with visitors. The marketing department has been quite effective, launching a constant stream of themed events, including Hanfu Week, Health and Wellness Month, Carnival Night, and Lantern Festival. Dongliyuan's dedicated new media department has also invested heavily in promotion, keeping Dongliyuan's popularity consistently high. Tickets need to be booked at least a month in advance, demonstrating just how popular the place is. Besides individual tourists, Dongliyuan has also begun collaborating with travel agencies. In fact, travel agencies had approached Dongliyuan about collaborations from the very beginning. However, at that time, Dongliyuan was not yet open and had no brand recognition, so Chen Weihua declined. Back then, Dongliyuan had no leverage when negotiating cooperation. Now, however, Dongliyuan has much more leverage. The Nanshan Ecological Park under construction in Yunzhou is progressing very smoothly. However, it's a massive project and will take time to complete. The fresh produce from the ecological park is very popular in Yunzhou. Even in Yunxi's Baiweiju restaurant chain has seen its business take off thanks to the high-quality raw materials from the Nanshan Ecological Park. Huang Yuan proposed expanding stores in surrounding cities next year, and Yunxi agreed. Xingtian Entertainment's development is also visibly smooth. The various talent lists, scripts, and musical works rewarded by the system have propelled Xingtian Entertainment onto a fast track of development. These continuous major moves have caused quite a stir in the industry. Fortunately, most of Yunxi's businesses are developing steadily, and she only needs to worry about a few. Otherwise, she doesn't know how busy she would be. By the time Yunxi finally finished dealing with her work, there was only 1 week left until the wedding. Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan's wedding was set for October 1st, National Day. After discussions between both sets of parents, the wedding was decided to be held in Beijing. They arranged private jets to pick up relatives and friends in Yunzhou. Yunxi had 2 private jets, plus 1 from the Zhou family, which could seat over 100 people. Therefore, Zhou Shiyan also contacted Dongling Airlines to arrange 2 large charter planes, bringing the total to over 1,000 people. Yunxi. Wait, do they have that many relatives in Yunzhou? How come there are over 1,000 people? You're only having 1 wedding in Beijing. The number of people in Yunzhou has already been streamlined. If you had a wedding in Yunzhou, there would be far more people. And Jianhua and Fang Mingxia didn't think 1,000 people was a lot. With so many relatives and friends, business partners, and their daughters' classmates and friends, it would easily add up. Well, she probably didn't even know many of them. Initially, both sets of parents proposed having 1 wedding in Yunzhou and 1 in Beijing. But Yunxi rejected this plan. Holding a wedding is exhausting. Once is fine, but twice is too much trouble. It's one thing for them to be tired. Young people can handle it. But it's really not right to make their elders go through 2 weddings as well. It's better to have 1 in Beijing. The date quickly arrived, September 30th. The day before Yunxi's wedding, all the guests who had come from out of town to attend the wedding, including Yunxi's relatives and friends from Yunzhou, had arrived in Beijing and checked into the wedding venue Huayan Villa in Beijing. Huayan Villa is a comprehensive garden-style resort, which Yunxi only later learned was owned by the Zhou family. Before the wedding, Zhou Shiyan took her to have a prenuptial agreement notarized and signed a prenuptial property agreement. According to the agreement after the marriage, he would gradually transfer his personal assets to Yunxi. If their relationship breaks down and they divorce in the future, Yunxi's assets will belong to her, but all of Zhou Shiyan's personal assets, except for those in the Zhongxing group, will belong to Yunxi. Moreover, Zhou Shiyan specifically explained to her that the shares in the Zhongxing group are still in his father's hands, and a portion is actually controlled by the state, so these cannot be easily given to her. Yunxi, if you could give them to her, would you really give them all to me? Brother Shiyan, you don't have to do this. This is what I wanted to give you. I hope to give you more security. These were the words Zhou Shiyan had said to her at the time. To be honest, she was truly touched. Seeing her reluctance, Zhou Shiyan continued. Anyway, I'm going to rely on you for the rest of my life. It doesn't matter whether they're in your hands or mine, since they'll all be transferred to our child eventually, right? Yunxi. Fine. It's something that benefits me anyway. Only a fool wouldn't accept it. If it really comes to that, we'll see. It was at this time that Yunxi learned that Zhou Shiyan owned so many businesses. He had investment companies overseas and numerous companies in China spanning design technology, energy, information technology, hotels, and real estate, as well as properties across the country. Apart from ZTE Corporation, which was closely related to the military and the nation, almost all of the Zhou family's other businesses were under Zhou Shiyan's control. The Huayan Mountain Villa, the venue for their wedding, was one of them. Therefore, for 3 days before and after the wedding, Huayan Mountain Villa was closed to the public, specifically for hosting and accommodating the boss's wedding. And Yunxi also learned more about the villa in detail. This villa, covering an area of over 2,000 acres, is located in Xiatangshan Town, Chongqing District, Beijing. Xiatangshan is a renowned hometown of hot springs in China, a place frequented by literati and scholars since the northern and southern dynasties. During the Yuan dynasty, it was developed into a royal garden. In the 5th year of the Kangxi Emperor's reign, a hot spring palace was built here. Huayan Mountain Villa was built in this location, boasting a superior geographical position. It is adjacent to the North 6th Ring Road, situated at the intersection of Beijing's Central Axis and the North 6th Ring Road, and connected to the Beijing LV and Beijing-Qingda expressways. It is only a 15-minute drive from the Olympic Village. Huayan Mountain Villa offers over 2,300 uniquely styled rooms, including classical garden-style hotels, villa suites, courtyard houses, and standard rooms. Every room has access to hot springs, allowing guests to enjoy authentic Xiatangshan hot springs without leaving their rooms. Located in a prime location in Beijing, it possesses one of the country's leading geothermal freshwater hot springs. In addition, it offers a wide variety of hot spring, health, entertainment, and sports activities. After Zhou Shiyan took over, he further developed tourism and leisure projects based on the existing infrastructure. Today, Huayan Mountain Villa has a completely new look. The resort boasts an open-air hot spring theme park, an indoor hot spring amusement park, a hot spring swimming pool, various spas and health and wellness facilities, a large indoor carnival, an arcade, a 32-lane bowling alley, indoor tennis courts, badminton courts, various sports rooms, a gym, a chess and card room, a nightclub, KTV rooms, an ebb cinema, and other exciting programs, offering tourists endless enjoyment and relaxation. And Yunxi looked at the information Zhou Shiyan had compiled for her. Huayan Mountain Villa's profit last year was 278 million yuan, and its profit for the first 3 quarters of this year had already reached 269 million yuan, with breaking 300 million yuan just around the corner. Clearly, Zhou Shiyan is quite capable. Huayan Mountain Villa's capacity is more than sufficient to host their wedding. After all, most of the Zhou family's guests are from Beijing and don't need accommodation. On the eve of the wedding, Yunxi tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. The system had just sent her a wedding gift package, which contained 1 billion in personal funds, 1 diamond mine, and 1 gold mine in South Africa, and 10 top-quality gemstones. Each gemstone, with its carat weight and quality, was estimated to be worth hundreds of millions. In addition, she received various system-generated cards as rewards. The system was always very generous with its gift packages. It seemed the system was quite satisfied with her husband. Giving him a perfect 100 in ability rating was one thing, but to give him such a grand wedding gift was another. Scenes from when she met Zhou Shiyan flashed through in Yunxi's mind. Yes, not only was the system satisfied, but she herself was extremely satisfied with Zhou Shiyan. He was handsome, intelligent, capable, and most importantly, unconditionally doted on her and respected her in every way. Having a husband like this seemed very good. Lost in thought, Yunxi drifted off to sleep. October 1st, 2020, a sunny day with a gentle breeze. Yunxi was dragged out of bed early by Fangmingxia. Checking the time, for in the morning. She thought she'd set her alarm for 5. Getting out of bed, Yunxi yawned and went to the bathroom to wash up. Going downstairs, she found breakfast already laid out on the table. Seeing her daughter come downstairs, Fangmingxia quickly waved. "Xiaoxi, come and have breakfast. The styling team is already waiting." "Dad, Mom, Xiaoza, why are you up so early?" "It's your wedding today. We have to get ready properly, right?" Yunxi, "But it doesn't have to be this early." Since she was already up, Yunxi didn't say anything more. After breakfast, Yunxi began the long makeup and styling process. The makeup and styling team used her usual methods, but today's work was for a bride, which was more complex and time-consuming than makeup for a regular event. Before the makeup, and Yunxi first enjoyed a thorough head-to-toe skincare treatment, so meticulous that not a single hair was overlooked. After the skincare, the makeup process began. Today, she would be changing into 3 different dresses, from the wedding ceremony to the toasts, so the makeup and styling would naturally change accordingly. During the wedding ceremony, Fang Mingxia requested to wear red, so Yunxi chose a red xiuhe dress. The dress featured a red brocade base, embroidered with exquisite patterns in gold and colored threads, and further adorned with beads and tassels. Lifelike dragons and phoenixes symbolized good fortune, the dragon's power and the phoenix's grace intertwining to showcase an ancient and mysterious oriental charm. The traditional Chinese knotted buttons added a touch of classical beauty and a strong Chinese style. The fitted cut accentuated Yunxi's slender figure. The loose sleeves and skirt hem exuded a sense of both grandeur and elegance. The flowing tassels swayed gently with every movement of Yunxi, like dancing musical notes, playing a melody of happiness. Combined with her classical makeup, updo, and phoenix crown, Yunxi presented a completely different, classically gentle and graceful beauty. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the wedding procession arrived at Yunshui residence by Cuaming Lake on time. After a series of rituals including blocking the gates, playing games, and bidding farewell to relatives, it was already 8 o'clock when they picked up Yunxi and set off. After a drive of over an hour, upon arriving at Huayan Villa, the first step was the tea ceremony and the formal address-changing ritual. The Zhou family was already waiting in a prearranged room. The Zhou family, including Grandpa and Grandma Zhou, were all dressed in tang suits and cheongsams, matching the attire of the groom and bride. Grandpa, Grandma, please have some tea. Zhou Yanfeng and Chen Huamei, beaming, accepted the tea from their grandson and granddaughter-in-law. After taking a sip, they handed them prepared red envelopes, saying, "You two must be good to each other, support each other, be tolerant and understanding. Grandpa and Grandma wish you a long and happy life together." Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma. After the grandparents, it was Zhou Shenhua and Fang Mingxia's turn. The same procedure was followed, receiving red envelopes and blessings from Zhou's parents. The other members of the Zhou family didn't need to be served tea. They simply addressed each other and received red envelopes. After the ceremony, they went outside for a quick set of outdoor photos before returning to the hotel to change. For the wedding ceremony, Yunxi chose a white wedding dress. It was a completely different style from her previous traditional Chinese wedding dress, requiring a change of makeup and hairstyle. The wedding officially began at 11:30 a.m. The largest banquet hall at Huayan Villa was decorated like a dream, resembling a sacred hall from a fairy tale where a princess and prince would hold their wedding. Intricately woven rose vines climbed the white marble pillars, the deep green leaves contrasting beautifully with the vibrant red roses, each bloom so full it seemed to drip with moisture. The rich fragrance of flowers filled the air, as if whispering the vows of love to be witnessed there. Beneath the dome of the banquet hall, countless crystal chandeliers cascaded down, like a dazzling galaxy fallen to earth. Each crystal was meticulously polished, refracting a myriad of colors, intertwining to illuminate the entire banquet hall in a golden brilliance. The hall was already filled with guests, all dressed in their finest attire. The men, impeccably tailored in suits, and the women, in dazzling gowns, their jewelry shimmering under the lights, all wore congratulatory smiles, their gazes frequently drifting towards the sacred stage. In the center of the banquet hall, a long red carpet stretched from the stage to the entrance. On either side were aisles enclosed by silver railings, adorned with pale blue silk ribbons that swayed gently in the breeze. Flanking the red carpet was a sea of flowers, white lilies, pink tulips, purple irises. A variety of rare flowers vied for attention, creating exquisite patterns. After an opening song and dance performance by celebrities, and with the MC's introduction, all eyes were drawn to the 2 slowly opening doors of the banquet hall. First to enter were the bridesmaids, dressed in light pink off-the-shoulder gowns that swayed gently with their steps, like a group of elegant fairies descending to earth. Holding small bouquets and smiling, They entered the banquet hall one by one. And Yunxi's bridesmaids consisted of her 3 roommates and Gulanxin, a total of 4 people. Next, the groomsmen appeared in everyone's view. The lead groomsman, dressed in a sharp black suit with a white shirt collar and an elegant bow tie, possessed striking features and a confident stride, exuding an aura of arrogance. This groomsman was none other than Zhou Shiyan's cousin, Yunjin. The groomsmen behind him were equally impressive, each possessing a commanding presence. Some had deep-set eyes, others had clean-cut features. Their impeccably tailored suits accentuated their handsomeness under the bright lights. The groomsmen marched in unison, their shoes clicking rhythmically on the polished floor, like a unique prelude to the upcoming romantic celebration, drawing admiring glances from the guests. After a short wedding video was played, the groom appeared in front of everyone, guided by the MC. He was tall and imposing, dressed in a tailor-made black suit, the fitted cut perfectly accentuating his broad shoulders and muscular waist. A delicate black bow tie, adorned with a sparkling diamond, cinched the collar of his white shirt, echoing the depths of his eyes. In this attire, Zhou Shiyan exuded an aura of noble confidence. He strode confidently and steadily towards the main stage of the wedding, each step seeming to resonate deeply with everyone present. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the bride, and Yunxi, finally appeared. And Yunxi wore a white wedding gown meticulously crafted by a top designer. The train of the gown flowed like layers of clouds, trailing several meters behind her, embroidered with delicate pearls and dazzling crystals, shimmering with light with every step. The wedding dress features a V-neck design, perfectly showcasing Yunxi's alluring collarbone and elegant neck. The long lace sleeves, as light as cicada wings, extend from the shoulders to the elbows, adorned with delicate floral patterns, adding a touch of vintage and mysterious charm. And Yunxi wore a crown studded with countless diamonds and pearls, a long veil cascading down her back, gently veiling her face except for a pair of bright, deeply expressive eyes. She held a bouquet of white roses and blue baby's breath, the flowers perfectly complementing her beautiful features, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene, like an angel stepping out of a painting. To the accompaniment of romantic background music, and Yunxi, arm in arm with her father and Jianhua, walked down a flower-adorned aisle towards her beloved. Behind them followed a group of adorable flower girls. The flower girls, dressed in white dresses, carried baskets filled with flower petals. As they walked, they scattered petals into the air, pink petals fluttering down like snowflakes, creating a romantic flower-lined path for the newlyweds. Guests on both sides of the red carpet rose to their feet, phones and cameras in hand, capturing this beautiful moment. The banquet hall, capable of holding thousands, was vast, and thus the aisle was long. Zhou Shiyan watched his beloved walk towards him step by step, a strange tension rising within him. His gaze remained fixed on her, his eyes filled with deep affection and love. Finally, Yunxi reached the main stage and stood before Zhou Shiyan. And Jianhua, with great reluctance, solemnly placed his daughter's hand in Zhou Shiyan's. Yunxi is in your hands now. I hope you can make her happy. Holding Yunxi's hand, he solemnly promised, Dad, rest assured, I will love her and take care of her for the rest of my life. And Jianhua nodded, patted his shoulder, and stepped aside. Zhou Shiyan took Yunxi's hand and placed it in the crook of his arm. Then, he lowered his head slightly and whispered in her ear, You look beautiful today, my bride. And Yunxi's cheeks flushed slightly, her smile impossible to hide. She truly hadn't expected the man to do something like this in front of all the guests. Glancing at the man beside her, whose eyes were full of love for her, Yunxi nodded gently and replied, You too, my groom. After the bride and groom took their places, the MC began the traditional wedding ceremony. The couple recited their vows and then exchanged rings. Now, please let the groom place the ring on the bride's finger. Zhou Shiyan received an exquisite platinum ring from the best man, set with a large diamond that sparkled brilliantly under the lights. He gently lifted Yunxi's left hand and slowly slipped the ring onto her ring finger, then bent down and gently kissed the back of her hand. Next, and Yunxi received a ring from the bridesmaid, its design simple yet elegant, echoing the ring on her hand. She gently placed the ring on Zhou Shiyan's finger, then looked up into his eyes, a sweet and happy smile on her face. The MC smiled at the newlyweds and said, "Now I declare Mr. Zhou Shiyan and MS, and Yunxi officially husband and wife. Groom, you may kiss your bride now." Zhou Shiyan slowly approached his bride, gently lifting her veil to reveal her beautiful face. His gaze lingered on the bride's face for a moment, as if trying to etch every feature of her into his heart. Then, he slowly lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. And Yunxi closed her eyes slightly, responding to his kiss. When their lips met, time seemed to stand still. The entire banquet hall erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, as guests offered their sincerest blessings to the newlyweds. Finally, it was time for the bride to toss her bouquet. And Yunxi, with her back to everyone, tossed her bouquet behind her. Turning back afterward, she saw that Tong Yao had caught it. Seeing this, and Yunxi couldn't help but smile. It seemed that this little girl's wedding day wasn't far off. After the ceremony, amidst the blessings of the crowd, Zhou Shiyan and the bride walked hand in hand down the red carpet out of the banquet hall. Guests were guided to the manor's open-air viewing area. Outside the banquet hall, a spectacular fireworks display suddenly erupted in the sky, adorning the entire heavens with vibrant colors, as if celebrating the newlyweds' love. Guests inside the banquet hall watched the grand fireworks show through a floor-to-ceiling window. Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi, the bride and groom, also stood at the banquet hall in trance to watch the dazzling daytime fireworks display. The autumn sunlight of Beijing shone on Yunxi, who wore a gorgeous wedding dress. The diamonds and pearls adorning the dress sparkled like stars in the night sky, dazzlingly beautiful. The groom, Zhou Shiyan, stood beside her, his tailored suit perfectly accentuating his tall figure and handsome face. His deep eyes were filled only with Yunxi's image. Seeing this scene, the guests couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What a perfect couple. After the fireworks display, a breathtaking drone show began. Guests heard a soft buzzing sound from the sky. Looking up, they saw hundreds of drones, like well-trained birds, rising in perfect unison from all directions of the estate. The drones first formed a giant heart shape, with the initials of the bride and groom, ZSY and X, flashing in the center. The colorful lights shimmered in the sky, as if their vows of love were etched into the vast expanse of heaven. Normally, such a drone show would be even more visually appealing at night. But thanks to some unknown technology, even during the day, the drone's dazzling lights were incredibly captivating, creating a dreamlike effect. As the audience pondered the lighting, the drone swarm rapidly changed formation. Soon, it transformed into a giant swan, its enormous wings gently flapping, as if carrying the newlyweds to the shores of happiness. Around the swans, countless tiny drones, twinkling with colorful lights, swirled and danced, like spirits summoned by the magic of love, blessing the newlyweds' future. And Yunxi gazed up at the sky, her eyes filled with surprise and emotion. Her hand unconsciously tightened around Zhou Shiyan's arm. "This is the surprise you prepared?" Zhou Shiyan hadn't told her about the drone performance beforehand. Even during the pre-wedding procedures, not a single word was revealed. And Yunxi thought the banquet would begin after the fireworks. Zhou Shiyan turned to look at her, a doting smile playing on his lips, and whispered in her ear, "Yes, do you like it?" "I like it." As soon as she finished speaking, a happy and radiant smile bloomed on Yunxi's face. Zhou Shiyan was completely captivated, staring at her beautiful, smiling face, not wanting to miss even a second of this change. Then, the drones formed an exquisite castle pattern, its spires gleaming, its walls sturdy and majestic, symbolizing the unbreakable fortress of their love. As the castle pattern faded, the drones dispersed, weaving a magnificent tapestry in the sky. The tapestry depicted scenes from Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan's journey from meeting to falling in love, their figures strolling hand in hand, a heartwarming moment reading together at home, a tender gaze exchanged during a candlelight dinner. Each scene was lifelike, as if their love story was being reenacted in the sky. When the last scene disappeared, the drones converged, forming a line of shimmering words, forever and ever, never to be separated. At this moment, fireworks burst once more in the sky, their colorful lights reflecting off the drone lights, illuminating the entire manor in a vibrant and dazzling display. While everyone was still captivated by the drone show, the performance inside the banquet hall had already begun. This was no ordinary performance. All the singers and dancers on stage were celebrities with a certain level of fame. As the owner of Xingtian Entertainment, she had countless celebrities willing to perform at her wedding. Those selected to go on stage today were all chosen after multiple rounds of screening. The guests were completely surprised by the treatment they received. These were big stars they only saw on television. They never imagined they'd get to see them perform live at their wedding. The various media outlets invited to the wedding were also as surprised as they had imagined. They already anticipated how viral their footage would be. Actually, Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan had discussed the media situation beforehand. They both agreed that it was better to be selective in their coverage than to let everyone speculate. Besides, Yunxi was a public figure. Her wedding would definitely attract a lot of attention. Choosing reliable media outlets to report was better than letting everyone spread rumors. When Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi came down after changing into their third outfit, both sets of parents and the bride and groom thanked and toasted the wedding guests on stage. It wasn't that they didn't want to toast each table individually. There were simply too many guests, and toasting like that would take forever. There was no other way but to hold a unified toast on stage, and then select a few important guests to toast at the dinner tables. Even with this arrangement, everyone was exhausted. After the performances ended and most of the guests had left, a custom-made, extended Rolls-Royce limousine decorated with flowers was already waiting at the entrance. The driver opened the car door for the newlyweds. Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi got in, and the car slowly drove away from Huayan Villa, heading towards their happy future. This grand and luxurious wedding, like a beautiful dream, was deeply etched in the hearts of every guest. And the love story of Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi will continue to be written in this bustling city, becoming an eternal tale. As soon as the wedding ended, clips from the ceremony began circulating online. These were clips taken by guests with their phones, the angles and clarity of which were less than ideal. Finally, netizens flooded the internet with requests for a clearer, full-length video. The invited media outlets quickly compiled and uploaded high-definition footage. Soon, a lively online discussion erupted about whose video had the best angle, clarity, and aesthetic appeal. Only after Yunfeng and Zhongxing released the full wedding video did the discussion shift to the comment section. Some even went directly to Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan's social media accounts to leave comments. Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi were completely unaware of all this. At this moment, they were arriving in their wedding car at the bridal chamber setup in the Zhou family's old house. According to the arrangements, they would stay here for 3 days until their return visit to the bride's parents' home. Back at the old house, the two removed their makeup and changed clothes. Dinner was already prepared. Neither of them had eaten a proper meal since morning, and they were truly hungry. After eating, Yunxi opened her phone and checked some online news. Brother Shiyan, where did you find this photographer? He's really good. Yunxi, watching the wedding video, was very satisfied with its quality. The camera angles, camera movements, lighting, transitions, everything was to her liking. He seemed to understand her preferences perfectly. Zhou Shiyan also watched a short clip, nodded, and said, "I'm glad you like it." It was worth finding the best photography team and communicating with them carefully several times. Wow, Brother Shiyan, our wedding seems to be trending. Trending meant she would gain a lot of reputation points, and Yunxi thought happily, her eyes glued to her phone screen. Seeing his wife's attention glued to her phone, Zhou Shiyan pursed his lips in displeasure and snatched the phone away. "Wife, this isn't the time to look at your phone," his slightly husky voice sounded in her ear. And Yunxi looked up and met his slightly aggressive gaze. That gaze, how to put it, explicit and wild, carrying an air of domineering assertiveness. And Yunxi felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. Although they had shared a bed countless times, Zhou Shiyan always managed to stop himself at the last minute, which Yunxi admired. Several times she had considered taking the initiative and seduce him. After all, women have desires too, okay? Being left unsatisfied by his advances was also frustrating, wasn't it? This man had been holding back for so long, so tonight. Thinking of this, Yunxi's face began to burn. Uncomfortably pushing the man away, Yunxi stood up and said, forcing a calm expression, "I'm going to take a shower first." With that, she grabbed her pajamas and went into the bathroom. Zhou Shiyan, who had been pushed down and was now leaning against the sofa, watched her movements without moving, but the lust in his eyes grew stronger. Anyway, she couldn't escape tonight no matter what. He had plenty of patience. When Yunxi came out of the shower and changed into her red pajamas, she was met by a man lounging lazily on the sofa, watching her. Zhou Shiyan smiled at her as she came out, then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. As he passed her, he leaned down and whispered in her ear, "Wait for me." By the time Yunxi came to her senses, the man had already disappeared behind the closed bathroom door. And Yunxi, "Oh my God, this man has charmed me again." In this respect, she seems to be no match for Zhou Shiyan. The room was filled with a light steam, and warm yellow light spilled into every corner, creating a cozy yet ambiguous atmosphere. And Yunxi, having finished applying her skincare products, sat on the sofa, absent-mindedly flipping through a magazine, her thoughts involuntarily drifting to the man in the bathroom. Zhou Shiyan. Zhou Shiyan, a name that resonates throughout the business world, is known for his cold, intelligent, and highly controlling nature, making him an object of awe for countless people. However, in front of Yunxi, he reveals a tenderness and deep affection unknown to most. With a click, the bathroom door slowly opened, releasing a puff of steam. Zhou Shiyan's tall and imposing figure appeared in the doorway. He wore only a white bath towel, loosely tied around his waist, revealing his strong and broad chest. A few drops of water still clung to his bronze skin, sliding slowly down his well-defined abs and disappearing into the towel. His hair was slightly damp, with a few strands of bangs casually falling across his forehead, adding to his languid and sexy appearance. And Yunxi's gaze inadvertently swept over him, instantly captivated by the sight before her. She wanted to look away, but as if under a spell, she couldn't. Damn, why is this man pulling this stunt on her again? Although she's already experienced Zhou Shiyan's seduction many times, and Yunxi still can't help but be attracted to him. Zhou Shiyan's lips curled up slightly, seemingly quite satisfied with her reaction. He strode slowly towards Yunxi, his long legs carrying him with each step, making her heart race. He stopped in front of her, bent down slightly, and placed his hands on the back of the sofa beside her, trapping her in his embrace. And Yunxi could clearly smell the fresh scent of his shower gel, mixed with his unique masculine aroma, making her mind go blank. At that moment, Yunxi suddenly realized they were married. Unlike before, this time Zhou Shiyan was serious. A thought made Yunxi's heart pound with nervousness. "What are you thinking about?" Zhou Shiyan's voice was deep and magnetic, slightly hoarse from a recent shower, his warm breath brushing against Yunxi's face. Yunxi's throat tightened, as if something was stuck in it. After a long pause, she whispered, "And nothing?" Zhou Shiyan chuckled softly, raising a hand to gently brush a strand of hair from Yunxi's forehead. His fingers then traced her cheek, the movements gentle and full of affection. Yunxi's face flushed even more. She dared not look directly into Zhou Shiyan's eyes, only able to fix her gaze on his chin. "Are you tired today?" Zhou Shiyan continued to ask, his gaze never leaving Yunxi's face. Yunxi shook her head and said, "Not tired. This level of exertion was nothing compared to her years of martial arts training." Zhou Shiyan straightened up and sat down beside Yunxi, his arm naturally wrapping around her shoulder, pulling her closer. Having been together for so many years, Yunxi was long accustomed to a man's embrace. She quickly relaxed, leaning against Zhou Shiyan's chest. She could clearly feel his strong heartbeat. Zhou Shiyan's embrace was so warm and firm, like the safest harbor in the world. Soon, and Yunxi's hands unconsciously wrapped around his waist, resting her head against his chest. They embraced quietly like this, time seemingly standing still, only the sound of their breaths mingling together. After a while, Zhou Shiyan suddenly said, "Yunxi, my wife, I've finally married you. I love you." And Yunxi's heart skipped a beat, and she buried her face in the man's chest, whispering, "I love you too." After a long while, Zhou Shiyan slightly released her, his eyes burning with a fiery passion. He gently lifted her chin and lowered his head to kiss her. At first, it was just a gentle touch, like a test, or perhaps a tender embrace. And Yunxi closed her eyes, responding to him with a slight tremor. Gradually the kiss became passionate and deep. Zhou Shiyan's tongue gently pried open her teeth, exploring her mouth, entwining and playing with her tongue. And Yunxi felt a wave of dizziness, her body going limp. Only Zhou Shiyan's tight embrace kept her from collapsing. After the kiss, Zhou Shiyan looked at the blushing and Yunxi in his arms, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. He swept her up in his arms and carried her to the bridal bed covered in brocade. And Yunxi gasped, her hands instinctively wrapping around his neck. Zhou Shiyan gently placed her on the bed, then lay down beside her, his fingers lightly tracing her hair, tracing the contours of her cheek, and finally resting on her slightly pouting red lips. "Wife, you're so beautiful," he murmured, his eyes filled with infatuation. And Yunxi turned her head away, unable to meet his burning gaze. Zhou Shiyan, however, was relentless. He turned her face and kissed her again, this time with greater urgency and a touch of domineering. His hands began to wander, tracing down her neck, past her delicate collarbone, and stopping at the neckline of her nightgown. And Yunxi's heart suddenly raced. She could feel Zhou Shiyan's hands trembling slightly, a testament to his struggle to control his desire. Zhou Shiyan slowly unbuttoned her nightgown, one button at a time, revealing her alabaster-like skin beneath. His gaze roamed over her body, every inch of her skin seeming to ignite under his eyes. And Yunxi felt her whole body burning, wanting to find a place to hide. She reached out to cover herself, but Zhou Shiyan took her hands, placed them to his lips, and gently kissed them. "Yunxi, don't be afraid. Leave it to me." His voice seemed to possess a magical power, gradually calming and Yunxi down. He continued his actions, removing her clothes, revealing her completely to him. The man's throat bobbed as he gazed at the beautiful sight before him. He gently covered her body, warming her with his own body heat. Then his kisses rained down on her forehead, eyes, cheeks, neck, each kiss filled with his boundless love. And Yunxi gradually relaxed under his kisses, beginning to respond to his love, her hands gently stroking his back. As passion intensified, their breathing became increasingly rapid. When the two finally came together, and Yunxi winced uncomfortably from the pain. Fortunately, the pain was brief, quickly replaced by a wonderful sensation. Zhou Shiyan paused, observing the expression on her face. "Yunxi, does it hurt?" he asked softly, his voice filled with concern and tenderness. And Yunxi shook her head slightly, a faint blush rising on her cheeks, like a ripe apple. The shyness and sweetness intertwined, making her even more captivating. Seeing this, Zhou Shiyan's heart fluttered. He gently leaned closer to her face and lightly kissed the corner of her eye, as if soothing a frightened fawn, saying, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Then, a tender yet passionate lovemaking began. The two of them were swept away by the waves of passion on their wedding night. Their intertwined breaths and whispered sweet nothings echoed in the room until late into the night, their love still lingering in the air. The next morning, and Yunxi woke up in Zhou Shiyan's arms. When she slowly opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was the slightly unfamiliar ceiling above her. For a moment, and Yunxi was stunned, her mind still seemingly immersed in a dream, unsure of where she was. After a while, and Yunxi gradually came to her senses, memories flooding back. She remembered the grand and romantic wedding of the previous day and the blissful moment of walking hand in hand with Zhou Shiyan into the marriage hall. Yesterday, she had become his wife. Last night, They stayed in their marital home at the Zhou family's old house. It was also on their wedding night that she and Zhou Shiyan had shared an intimate relationship. She had completed her transformation from an innocent girl to a mature woman. Thinking back now, and Yunxi blushed, a wave of indescribable shyness washing over her. And Yunxi gently shifted her body, feeling the strange sensation spreading through her. She felt a slight ache in her lower back, but otherwise, there seemed to be no other major discomfort. Just as she was pondering this, Zhou Shiyan, who had already been awake for some time, keenly noticed the movement of the beauty in his arms. He immediately realized that his beloved was awake, so he softly asked, "Yunxi, you're awake?" Thinking of the sweet and passionate scenes between them last night, her cheeks instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple, her shyness evident. Seeing this, Zhou Shiyan's lips curled into a slightly indulgent smile. He held Yunxi tighter in his arms, then gently placed a deep kiss on her smooth forehead, asking in an incredibly tender tone, "Is anything bothering you, Yunxi?" How was she supposed to answer that? After a while, Yunxi shook her head and replied softly, "No." Yunxi reached for her phone on the bedside table to check the time, but halfway there, a warm and strong hand firmly grasped hers. She was slightly startled and turned her head to see the man beside her looking at her lazily. Yunxi couldn't help but feel a little helpless and asked softly, "Brother Shiyan, what time is it?" The man's deep and magnetic voice sounded softly above her head. "It's still early, wife. Sleep a little longer." With that, Zhou Shiyan gently pressed Yunxi's head against his broad chest. Yunxi, she was completely awake. How could she possibly fall back asleep? So, she began to fidget restlessly, struggling to sit up, muttering under her breath, "I can't sleep." At that moment, all she wanted was to escape this heart-pounding embrace, completely oblivious to the fact that the man's deep, still eyes darkened even further after she said she couldn't sleep. "Really can't sleep?" As Zhou Shiyan spoke, he kept his eyes fixed on the charming and adorable woman before him. Yunxi, having finally managed to break free of the man's embrace with great effort, quickly looked up to meet Zhou Shiyan's gaze and nodded repeatedly, indicating that the two of them should get up. However, the man didn't understand her meaning at all. Instead, he looked at her with amusement. "Since you can't sleep, let's do something else." Yunxi keenly understood the meaning behind his words. But before she could react, Zhou Shiyan forcefully pulled her into his arms and kissed her lips. The kiss was filled with intense possessiveness. Soon, Zhou Shiyan's tongue forcefully explored Yunxi's mouth, wantonly stealing her scent. Yunxi's mind went blank for a moment, and she could only passively endure it, her hands unconsciously gripping his pajamas tightly. After a long while, Zhou Shiyan released her, looking at her dazed eyes and slightly swollen lips, feeling a surge of heat spreading throughout his body. Soon, Yunxi's pajamas were completely removed by the man. Seeing her alluring figure after her clothes were removed, the fire of desire in Zhou Shiyan's eyes burned even brighter. He quickly removed his pajamas, revealing his muscular chest and abs. Zhou Shiyan rolled over, trapping Yunxi beneath him. His lips traced a trail of hot kisses down her neck. Yunxi's body gradually responded, her hands involuntarily wrapped around Zhou Shiyan's head, her fingers weaving through his hair. The man's hands began to roam over her body, igniting a burning heat wherever they touched. With her sensitive spots under his control, Yunxi's body arched involuntarily, letting out suppressed moans. When she awoke again, the man was no longer beside her. Yunxi rubbed her slightly aching lower back, inwardly cursing, this lecherous man. She really couldn't handle a man so early in the morning. But in the end, she was the one who suffered. Although she enjoyed it during the process, too much of it wasn't good. She picked up her phone from the bedside table and checked the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. Yunxi felt a wave of dizziness. They were staying in the old house after all. On the second day of their marriage, she was sleeping until late morning. Didn't she have any pride? After mentally cursing the man several times, Yunxi got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. She wasn't planning on going out today, so she chose a comfortable set of loungewear to change into. Just as she sat down at the vanity to apply her skincare products, Zhou Shiyan opened the door and came in. And Yunxi knew he was here, but she didn't want to acknowledge him for the time being, so she didn't even turn her head or say a word. However, Zhou Shiyan was thick-skinned. He bent down and pulled her into his arms, resting his chin on Yunxi's shoulder, and said, "Good morning, wife." And Yunxi glared at him in the mirror, annoyed, and said, "Don't you even know what time it is?" "Good morning." Zhou Shiyan turned and kissed her on the cheek, saying, "Don't worry, they're all very perceptive. They won't bother us." And Yunxi looked at him in surprise. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Shiyan pulled her up, sat down first, and then let Yunxi sit on his lap. "It means it's just the two of us at home, so you don't need to feel embarrassed. Regardless," and Yunxi did feel relieved to hear this. Gurgle gurgle, and Yunxi wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by her stomach's protest. "Let's go, let's have breakfast first." And Yunxi, blushing, was led by Zhou Shiyan out of the room to the dining room, where she enjoyed a nutritious and delicious breakfast. Grandpa and Grandma Zhou didn't return until the afternoon. Zhou Shimhua and Yunxi also went back to their old house after get-off work. At dinner, and Yunxi noticed that her uncle's family wasn't there. Did Uncle and Aunt go back to their unit? They went back yesterday after attending the wedding. Yunxi, don't worry about them. You've worked hard preparing for the wedding. Eat more to nourish yourself. Grandma Zhou smiled lovingly as she served Yunxi a bowl of soup. Her grandson had unexpectedly gotten married, putting an end to a major concern for her. Many of her old friends in Beijing envied her and her husband. Her grandson was so outstanding at such a young age, successful in his career, and had found a suitable and excellent wife so early. She wondered when her eldest grandson would bring a girlfriend home. "Thank you, Grandma." And Yunxi took the soup, scooped up a spoonful, and tasted it. It was a free-range chicken soup with Chinese medicinal herbs. She didn't know how the chef had prepared it, but the herbal flavor wasn't strong. It tasted very delicious, and Yunxi quite liked it. The couple stayed at the old house for 3 days straight, and during those 3 days, Zhou Shiyan was glued to Yunxi every single moment. Zhou Shimhua and Yunxi found their son's behavior almost unbearable to watch. He was just too clingy. A man who had been pent up for years and had finally tasted the sweetness of love was truly not to be trifled with. And Yunxi was thoroughly exhausted by this guy. She even suspected that if it weren't for her years of martial arts training and the various elixirs she had taken, she wouldn't have been able to withstand it at all. Once Zhou Shiyan discovered this, he wouldn't let her off the hook even more. After the bride's return visit, the Yin family went back to Yinzhou, and Zhou Shimhua and Yunxi also returned to their courtyard house. As for the newlyweds, Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan moved into Yunxi residence. And Yunxi had actually discussed with Zhou Shiyan whether they should move to Qingshan next door. Zhou Shiyan casually indicated that it didn't matter. He knew Yunxi was used to living at Yunxi residence and suggested they continue living there. To this, Yunxi teased, "Aren't you afraid people will say you're a kept man?" Zhou Shiyan slightly raised his sword-like eyebrows, his gaze fixed on Yunxi, his eyes revealing an undeniable domineering aura, as if silently replying, "Who dares?" "I wouldn't dare say it to your face, but I'm sure there's a lot of talk about it behind her back." And Yunxi smiled and said. She considered herself to have some understanding of human nature. Zhou Shiyan's lips curled slightly, and he retorted dismissively, "Those people are definitely jealous of me. They want to be kept women but can't get one." With that, he pulled Yunxi into his arms and gently kissed her forehead. And Yunxi looked at the man before her with a curious expression and said with a smile, "Brother Shiyan, why do you seem not only not ashamed, but actually proud of it?" "Call me husband, Yunxi." Zhou Shiyan's unpredictable behavior momentarily caught Yunxi off guard. However, Yunxi quickly recovered. She composed herself, her gaze falling on Zhou Shiyan's handsome face, wanting to see if he was joking. Zhou Shiyan looked serious, focused and earnest, without the slightest hint of teasing. So, Yunxi couldn't help but reach out and gently tug at Zhou Shiyan's cheek, saying coquettishly, Don't you think your skin is getting thicker and thicker? Zhou Shiyan reacted quickly, catching in Yunxi's hands that were playing with his face. Then he slowly brought it to his lips, gently kissed it, and responded with a smile. Those shameless people don't have wives, but I do. This made Yunxi laugh. Her clear, melodious laughter echoed in the room, as if even the air was filled with a sweet scent. Brother Shiyanyu. And Yunxi was laughing so hard she could hardly breathe, and was about to say something when Zhou Shiyan interrupted her again. Wife, you haven't called me husband yet. Zhou Shiyan gazed tenderly at Yunxi, his eyes full of expectation and doting affection. And Yunxi's cheeks flushed, as alluring as a ripe apple. She lowered her head shyly and whispered, Husband. Zhou Shiyan nodded in satisfaction. However, Yunxi seemed unwilling to give up. She raised her head, gazing tenderly at Zhou Shiyan, and sweetly called out, Husband, I'm here. Husbandom this time. Zhou Shiyan could no longer suppress the surging emotions within him. He leaned forward abruptly, sealing Yunxi's luscious lips with his own. Instantly, the temperature in the room rose sharply, as if a raging fire had been ignited. As time passed, their passion grew stronger, their bodies intertwined like glue. Their breathing quickened, their heartbeats pounding like drums. In this endless embrace, all words seemed pale and powerless. Only their burning bodies could convey their deep love. A night of passionate love raged, and finally, both of them fell into a deep, satisfied sleep, embracing each other. Outside the window, moonlight bathed the earth like water. Inside, a warm and peaceful atmosphere prevailed. After the wedding, the couple returned to their ordinary yet fulfilling daily life. Zhou Shenghua only gave his son 7 days of wedding leave. Zhou Shiyan, on the other hand, wanted to spend more time with his wife, ideally on a honeymoon. However, Yunxi's schedule didn't allow it. She had the shooting World Cup finals to participate in at the end of October. Finally, the competition ended, and before they could even catch their breath, the Zhou family patriarch's 80th birthday arrived. Normal birthdays weren't celebrated much, but this 80th birthday was going to be a grand affair. Given the Zhou family's influence, there would certainly be many people coming to offer their congratulations. Thus, many in Beijing's upper circles received invitations to the old man's birthday banquet and began scrambling to find the perfect birthday gift. It's important to understand that someone of old Master Zhou's status cannot accept many gifts. The chosen present must be neither too expensive nor too meager. This makes striking the right balance in gift-giving quite difficult. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi. They were their own grandson and granddaughter-in-law, not outsiders, so no one could say anything about what they gave. Both gifts were prepared well in advance. Zhou Shiyan prepared an antique porcelain Vasia large Qianlong-era Dotsai vase with a design of 10,000 blessings and longevity and double dragon handles. He had bought it at an auction, a thoughtful touch. 10,000 blessings and longevity is also particularly suitable for a birthday celebration. And Yunxi, on the other hand, prepared a warm, smooth jade paperweight carved with a pine and crane motif symbolizing longevity and good fortune. In addition, Yunxi specially painted a pine and crane painting symbolizing longevity and good fortune. Giving this painting to the elderly not only expressed her blessings for their health and longevity, but also reflected her admiration for their character. On the day of the birthday banquet, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a warm and bright glow on the courtyard of Yunshui residence, adding to the tranquility of the house. Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi's styling team visited Yunshui residence again. Having collaborated countless times, they had a very good grasp of Yunxi's preferences. Yunxi also felt that the collaboration was becoming increasingly smooth and enjoyable. For this banquet, Yunxi prepared a cream-colored embroidered pearl cheongsam. The fabric of the cheongsam was like flowing moonlight, cool and silky to the touch. Embroidered on the cream-colored satin were delicate pink cherry blossoms. The petals are layered upon layered, seemingly trembling gently in the breeze. Each flower is embroidered so vividly that you can almost smell its faint fragrance. The collar and cuffs of the cheongsam were adorned with delicate pearls strung together. These pearls, scattered like glittering stars, shimmered subtly yet brilliantly with every movement of a Yunxi, enhancing the Chongsam's luxurious and elegant appearance. After a brief discussion with the styling team, everyone began working. Some did makeup, some styled hair, some did manicures. The finished Yunxi left everyone on the styling team in awe. The Chongsam hugged her curves, perfectly outlining her slender waist and long legs. She exuded a unique charm, possessing both the graceful beauty of a classic Eastern woman and the confident independence of a modern woman. A pearl necklace adorned her neck, with a pink gemstone at its center, complemented the cherry blossoms on the Chongsam, becoming the perfect finishing touch. When Yunxi finished her hair and makeup, Zhou Shiyan was already waiting in the living room. Today, he wore a sharp black suit with a white shirt collar and an elegant bow tie, making him even more handsome and dashing. The moment he saw Yunxi, a hint of amazement and infatuation flashed in his deep eyes. "Wife, you look so beautiful today." Zhou Shiyan stepped forward, took Yunxi's hand, and gently kissed the back of it. Yunxi smiled slightly and playfully scolded, "You're so sweet-talking." The two, now ready, got into Chengdu's car and drove to the Zhou family's old mansion. Tonight's birthday banquet was being held at the old mansion. As night quietly fell and the lights came on, the old mansion was brightly lit and beautifully decorated. Hand in hand, the two walked slowly into the banquet hall like a golden couple. In an instant, the entire banquet hall seemed to fall silent, all eyes fixed on them like spotlights. To everyone's eyes, the two moved with light steps, their figures graceful, every gesture exuding elegance. Inside the banquet hall, guests chatted and laughed, their elegant attire and swaying in the breeze. A huge crystal chandelier cast a dazzling light, illuminating everyone's faces. The tables were laden with delicacies, the aroma of wine filling the air. This was Yunxi's first appearance in Beijing's high society since their marriage. Therefore, from the moment she stepped into the banquet hall, everyone's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, fell upon her, silently commenting on the new bride. At this moment, Grandpa Zhou sat regally in the main seat, though advanced in years, still vigorous and radiant. When he saw Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan walk in together, a kind smile immediately bloomed on his face, etched with the marks of time. Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan stepped forward and gave Grandpa Zhou a respectful bow, saying, "Grandpa, happy birthday. May you have boundless happiness and longevity. This is a small gift we prepared for you. We hope you like it." They handed him the brocade box. Grandpa Zhou accepted the gifts with a broad smile, opening each one and examining them with delight in his eyes. "Excellent. This vase is from the Qianlong era, isn't it? And this jade paperweight is exquisitely carved, with a beautiful meaning. You've been very thoughtful. Grandpa, I also painted a picture for you. I hope you won't find it offensive." "Oh, let me see it quickly." The old man's interest was piqued. He had long heard that his granddaughter-in-law, Yunxi, was quite accomplished in calligraphy and painting. Even old Yun often boasted to him that Yunxi had given him and his mother-in-law many exquisite works of art, but he had never seen them with his own eyes and couldn't help but feel curious. Now, hearing that Yunxi had specially painted one for him, he was even more eager to feast his eyes on it. Yunxi opened the long, rectangular brocade box containing the painting, took out the scroll, and handed it to him. The old man quickly took it and gently unfurled the scroll. In an instant, a lifelike painting of pine trees and cranes appeared before his eyes. The pine tree in the painting was tall and vigorous, its branches and leaves lush, seemingly standing proudly in the cold wind. And several cranes, some soaring high, others strolling leisurely, each with a different posture, lively and expressive. The painting's composition is ingenious, its brushwork delicate, drawing admiration from all. The pine and crane painting is wonderful. The pine tree, evergreen and defying frost and snow, is considered a symbol of longevity and nobility. The crane, with its elegant and graceful posture, symbolizes longevity, peace, and refined wealth. Zhou Yanfeng is delighted with this painting his granddaughter-in-law gave him. Old Yun, Lining, come and see. Yunxi's painting is truly excellent. While he wasn't a professional in appreciating calligraphy and painting, he was certain his granddaughter-in-law's work was quite good. She's a talent that calligraphy and art associations are vying for. Thinking of this, the old man's gaze towards Yunxi grew even more loving and proud. Yun Guoping and Huang Lining, hearing this, quickly stepped forward to examine it. After examining the painting, Huang Lining spoke first. Excellent. Excellent. This pine and crane painting has a grand layout, exquisite structure, harmonious naturalness, and flowing brushwork, conveying the spirit of the subject. It's a masterpiece. Mr. Zhou, Master Huang, may we also take a look? Everyone turned to look at the voice and was surprised to find that the speaker was none other than the renowned Master Wang Yunjin. Behind him followed a group of people who shared his passion and fascination with calligraphy and painting. Without exception, they all stared intently at the group of people before them with expectant eyes. The other calligraphy and painting enthusiasts behind him also looked at the group with anticipation. Yun Guoping and Huang Lining simultaneously turned their gazes to Zhou Yanfeng, who stood to the side. After all, this painting was a gift specially presented by Yun 11 to old Master Zhou, and whether it could be shown to others naturally required his permission first. Seeing this, Zhou Yanfeng chuckled and said, of course, he secretly felt pleased with himself. His granddaughter-in-law was truly making him proud. Look at these so-called masters, acting like they've never seen anything like it before. Seeing that he agreed, Yun Guoping and Huang Lining moved the painting aside for everyone to see. Led by Wang Yunjin, the figures from the calligraphy and painting circles gathered around, admiring and commenting as they looked at the painting. Oh my, this ancient pine is so vigorous, standing tall and upright, perfectly embodying the evergreen spirit of the pine and cypress. One of them exclaimed excitedly, pointing to the ancient pine in the painting. Another quickly chimed in, and these cranes are also beautifully painted, so lifelike. Even the feathers are clearly visible. This level of skill takes at least 8 or 10 years to achieve. I especially like the perfectly balanced use of blank space in the painting. It makes the scene seem vast and gives the viewer room for imagination. The others in the banquet hall appeared to be conversing amongst themselves, but their attention was actually focused on this scene. They had naturally noticed the master's comments as well. After all, those present were all leading figures from various fields, and they were exceptionally sensitive to any subtle changes in the painting. Especially when they heard those highly respected masters give such high praise to the painting before them, they couldn't possibly remain unmoved. This young Master Yan's new wife can paint. Someone couldn't help but mutter softly. Looks like she paints quite well. Even Master Wang said it's good. However, a discordant voice suddenly arose from the crowd. Humph, how could that be? I think she's probably just using someone else's painting to impersonate him and gain fame. The speaker's tone was sharp and sarcastic, his face full of disdain. Immediately, someone nearby whispered a reprimand. Keep your voice down. Don't drag us down with you, if you want to die. Rumor had it that young Master Yan was extremely protective of his wife. Did I say something wrong? How could an Yunxi, so young, possibly know everything? Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you see the video online? And Yunxi personally wrote and painted in the video, and Master Wang Yunjin invited her to join the Calligraphy and Art Association after seeing it. Upon hearing this, the person who had just made the sarcastic remark was suddenly speechless, as if a fishbone was stuck in their throat. She was simply unconvinced. Young Master Yan was the ideal son-in-law she had chosen, and she had originally intended to play matchmaker for her daughter. Who would have thought that this unexpected and Yunxi would beat her to it? Thinking about this, she grew increasingly resentful, her jealousy burning fiercely. This was the Zhou family. If her daughter married the young master of the Zhou family, their status in Beijing would undoubtedly rise even higher. But now, all of that had been ruined by an Yunxi. Seeing the indignant expression on her face, the people around her quickly stepped aside, keeping a safe distance. They had to stay away from people like her who weren't thinking clearly. they didn't want to drag them down with them. And Yunxi was unaware of this little incident in the corner, and even if she had, she wouldn't have cared much. At her level, these people were no longer of any influence over her. After presenting the congratulatory gifts, Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi greeted the other relatives and friends. And Yunxi's elegant demeanor and appropriate words won praise from the elders. She smiled gently, occasionally brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, causing her pearl earrings to sway and radiate a captivating luster. Wherever she went, Yunxi effortlessly attracted everyone's attention, becoming the center of attention. Yunxi also saw Uncle Zhou's family again. It was truly not easy to meet this family of 3 soldiers. This was only the 3rd time Yunxi had met them, one of which was at her wedding to Zhou Shiyan. In a corner of the banquet hall, a young woman in a light purple dress watched the couple chatting and laughing with ease, her eyes filled with complex emotions. At this moment, she gripped her wine glass tightly, her fingers turning slightly white from the pressure, seemingly trying to suppress the surging emotions within her. If Yunxi saw this person, she would definitely recognize her as Zhang Yuran, who had liked Zhou Shiyan for many years. Brother Yan's sister-in-law. Yunxi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young man walking briskly towards them. It turned out to be Zhou Shiran, the son of Zhou Shiyan's second uncle. "It's Xian. What have you been up to lately?" Yunxi asked with a smile. "Sister-in-law, I'm almost finished with the project, and my supervisor is making us work overtime." Zhou Xian scratched his head, looking slightly troubled, yet full of energy. Yunxi thought for a moment. This guy seemed to be studying computer science at a University of Post and Telecommunications, making him her cousin's junior. "So," Yunxi continued, "I remember you studied computer science, right? You're a graduate student now. Are you graduating soon?" "Sister-in-law, I'll graduate next year." Hearing this, Yunxi couldn't help but drift into memories. She suddenly remembered the first time she met Zhou Xian 3 years ago. That time they went out together, and Zhou Xian was still a naive teenager. He followed Zhou Shiyan around all day, calling him Brother Yan this and Brother Yan that, acting like a typical immature teenager. Time flies, and before he knew it, he was about to graduate with his master's degree and embark on a new chapter in his life. "What are your plans for the future?" "Sister-in-law, He hesitated to say what he was about to say. Seeing this, Yunxi understood what was going on. This guy probably wanted something from her. "Is there something you need my help with?" Zhou Shiyan didn't answer immediately, instead turning his gaze to Zhou Shiyan beside him. "Zhou Shiyan, just say it. What's with all this hesitation?" Encouraged by his brother, Zhou Shiyan finally mustered his courage and said to Yunxi, "Sister-in-law, I heard that your research institute has set up a cybersecurity department, and everyone in it is an expert. You want to intern there?" Zhou Shiyan nodded vigorously. "Why did you suddenly have this idea?" "The cybersecurity department at Yunnan Research Institute is indeed full of experts, but not many outside know this. Sister-in-law, do you know Tangji?" "Tangji?" It seems she recruited him using a custom top-tier hacker mission summoning card, and now he's the head of the cybersecurity department at Yunnan Research Institute. Among this group of hacker talents, Tangji is one of the best, and he also has some management skills. "Yes, I know him." Zhou Shiyan continued enthusiastically. "Sister-in-law, it's like this. He held a challenge event before, and many of the world's top hacker masters went, but none of them could beat him." At this point, Zhou Shiyan's face turned red with excitement, as if he had witnessed that thrilling competition firsthand. Later, our school invited him to give a lecture, and he said that everyone there was about his level, so. And Yunxi knew about this. You see, hackers also have their own unique circles. Not long ago, someone attempted to attack the Yunnan Research Institute's security network, but these malicious individuals were quickly and decisively defeated by Tangji's team. Since then, they have been openly provoking others on various hacker websites. Faced with this situation, after reporting to his superiors and obtaining Yunxi's approval, Tangji resolutely accepted the challenge. After Tangji successfully defeated and thoroughly suppressed his challengers, his abilities were revealed. Only then did people realize with astonishment that this Chinese Canadian had already been recruited by the Yunnan Research Institute without their knowledge. This led to Tang Ji's invitation to give a lecture at Kyoto University of Posts and Telecommunications. So, you want to do an internship there? Zhou Shuren nodded vigorously, his gaze fixed on Yunxi, and explained eagerly, "Sister-in-law, it's not just an internship. If you don't mind, I can work there long-term." His eyes shone with anticipation, as if it were a place where dreams could come true. Hearing this, Yunxi couldn't help but exchange a glance with her husband, Zhou Shuren, beside her. After a moment's thought, she slowly asked, "Is this your own idea, or your second uncle and aunt's?" Zhou Shuren quickly waved his hand in denial. "Of course it's my own idea. I told my parents, and they agreed. As for how he got his parents' consent, that's a matter for another. In that case, I can recommend you to the higher-ups. Whether you pass the assessment depends on you. Taking on another person isn't a problem. The key is whether Tang Ji is willing to teach." And Yunxi knew Tang Ji's temperament a bit. He was extremely arrogant. If he couldn't be chosen by Tang Ji to take on someone, Zhou Shuren wouldn't learn anything even if he went. "Really? That's great." Zhou Shuren's face flushed with excitement, and he excitedly grabbed Yunxi's arm. "Would I lie to you? Sister-in-law, thank you, The words were on the tip of Zhou Shuren's tongue when he suddenly stopped, because he keenly sensed that his elder brother, Zhou Shuren, seemed to have a strange expression on his face. He followed Yunxi's gaze and gasped in shock, realizing his hand was gripping his sister-in-law's arm tightly. Awakening to this, Zhou Shuren's heart tightened. He jerked his grip away as if electrocuted and quickly took a step back. He didn't mean it. It was just a moment of excitement. Yunxi should. Probably. Maybe he won't be upset. Zhou Shuren stole a glance at Zhou Shuren's expression. Seeing his furrowed brows relax, he let out a long sigh of relief, his heart finally settling back into his stomach. And Yunxi, seeing this, took Zhou Shuren's arm to comfort him and said with a smile, "Prepare a resume and send it to me." "Okay, sister-in-law, I'll prepare it and send it to you tomorrow." "No, I'll prepare it tonight." Zhou Shuren nodded hastily, afraid that even a second's delay would make his sister-in-law think he wasn't proactive enough. When no one was around, Yunxi patted Zhou Shuren's hand and said, "Why are you angry again?" "I'm not angry." "Not angry? Then your brows are all furrowed. That's your brother. Is it really necessary? He shouldn't have grabbed your hand." And Yunxi, "Forget it. There's no need to argue about this. Yes, you're not angry." In the end, Yunxi's jealous behavior ended with her coaxing him when she got home. However, Yunxi didn't get up early again the next day. Since the beginning of November, the weather has been getting colder day by day. As the year draws to a close, Yunxi is also very busy. Various company matters require Yunxi's attention. Although she doesn't need to manage the specific execution, many decisions still need to be made by her. After Qin Lian from the Jinxiu Hotel Group came to Beijing to attend Yunxi's wedding, the two met and discussed the matter. The main focus was on the construction and future development plans for the group's headquarters, the Jinxiu International Building. Qin Shuren had already found the land for the headquarters building, very close to the Jinxiu Xiangjiang Hotel in Yunzhou, less than a kilometer away. And Yunxi had seen it. The location was excellent. This land was situated in the core business district of Yunzhou Yunhai New Area, adjacent to the scenic central axis and bordering the main urban road to the west, boasting a superior geographical location and extremely convenient transportation. More importantly, this land faced Lanying Lake in Yunzhou across the road, with a very beautiful surrounding environment. This perfectly aligned with Yunxi's preferences. Jinxiu Xiangjiang International purchased the 20,000 square meter site for 680 million yuan. And Yunxi had also reviewed the design plans. Construction was expected to begin in January next year. Keeping the project within the family, Yunxi directly awarded it to the construction engineering company under the Yunnan Group. With Qin Lian and her father overseeing it, she felt completely at ease. The Jinxiu International Tower was designed with one main tower and two auxiliary towers, consisting of 3 grade office buildings and a 4-story podium connecting them. Landscaped gardens and above-ground parking are also included around the building. The main tower has 62 floors and a total height of 318 meters, while the two auxiliary towers are each 50 floors. Due to limited above-ground parking, a 3-level underground parking garage was also designed. The building's overall design is themed around mountains and water, while the interior design uses stone as a basic element, utilizing floor plans, space, and decorations to highlight a high-end business office concept. The exterior features a full glass curtain wall and lighting design, creating a dazzling effect. The top-floor reception hall offers panoramic views of Lanying Lake and even the entire modern cityscape of Yunzhou. The total investment is 4 billion yuan, with an estimated construction period of 2 to 3 years. Fortunately, the company currently has office space and is not in a hurry to relocate. 2 or 3 years is manageable. President Qin, how are you feeling these busy days? And Yunxi asked her subordinate with a smile. Qin Lian nodded slightly, his face radiating confidence and satisfaction. It's busy, but this kind of life gives me a sense of purpose. These past few years, because Jinxiu Group has been constantly expanding its market, Qin Lian has indeed been very busy. But while busy, he felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment welling up inside him. Previously, he managed only a 5-star hotel. Now, he manages a powerful hotel group with over 25-star hotels under its umbrella, more than 30 under construction, and plans to expand into overseas markets. This dramatic transformation has reborn Qin Lian, radiating boundless energy. And Yunxi quietly gazed at the spirited man before her, keenly sensing the profound change in Qin Lian compared to the composed and reserved figure she first encountered. Back then, he was like a still pond, undisturbed. But now, he was like a drawn sword, its edge gleaming, exuding a fearless, pioneering spirit. Especially his deep eyes, like brilliant stars in the night sky, shone with a unique determination and sharp light, as if no hardship could hinder his progress. That's good. Construction on 6 hotels overseas is about to begin. Have the people assigned to oversee the construction been arranged? They're all arranged. The company has sent these people abroad on assignment, with increased salaries and subsidies. Many people are vying for the positions. Hearing this, and Yunxi smiled and said, there will be many more opportunities like this in the future. You see, these 6 hotels are just the beginning of her and Qin Lian's overseas market expansion plan. And Yunxi also has dozens of plots of land around the world waiting to be developed. How's my cousin doing at the company? Her third brother, An Yunshin, has been with the Jinxiu Hotel Group for over a year since graduation, but An Yunxi really doesn't know the specifics of his situation. Excellent. No wonder he graduated from a prestigious university. His professional skills and abilities are impeccable. The finance manager is very satisfied with him and hopes to recruit more talents like him. Hearing this, An Yunxi nodded and continued, have the HR department prepare. Starting next year, we'll contact some good universities to hold campus recruitment fairs. This is a very good way to acquire outstanding talent. Especially since Yunzhou isn't a first-tier city. It barely qualifies as a new first-tier city. To attract top talent from renowned universities, they have to take the initiative. This is also one of the important reasons why An Yunxi has placed many of her businesses in Beijing. Previously, Jinxiu Group didn't adopt this approach because its resources didn't allow it. Now that the company has grown stronger, it's allowed them to take this step. Yes, boss. I'll have the HR department come up with a concrete implementation plan as soon as possible. Qin Lian also attaches great importance to the talent sector. There's really no other way. Jinxiu Hotel Group is currently in a phase of rapid expansion, and its demand for all kinds of talent can only be described as insatiable. Regarding personal investments, An Yunxi previously invested in films and television series, 2 of which were officially released during the National Day holiday this year. So far, both films have performed exceptionally well. First, the animated film adapted from the story of Neza achieved a staggering box office of 5 billion yuan, a feat that has undoubtedly attracted widespread attention. Even more astonishing is the war film about the Korean War, which has swept the box office, surpassing 6 billion yuan. It's safe to say that everyone who invested in these 2 films has made a fortune and is beaming with joy. In addition, there is another highly anticipated sci-fi blockbuster, Interstellar Conquest. Due to the complexity of set design, filming, and post-production, it is expected to be released next year. In the past 2 years, not only has Yunxi herself been investing in the film and television industry, but Shengtian Entertainment has also invested in and produced numerous film and television works and variety shows. This year, Shengtian Entertainment's profits have more than doubled compared to before, and Yunxi took over. Even Hawaii Film and Television, which Yunxi controls, has seen a significant increase in profits. Looking at Nanshan Fresh Food, after more than a year of rapid development, its number of stores has expanded rapidly from the initial 8 to the current 36. Of these 36 stores, 20 are located in Yunzhou, and the remaining 16 are in 2 other cities relatively close to Nanshan Ecological Park. At the Yunnan Research Institute, there are technological achievements almost every month. The aero engine technology previously awarded by the system has also yielded results after a year. After some investigation, Yunxi discovered that the performance of their independently developed aero engine surpasses the world's currently recognized most advanced level. However, the only drawback is that, limited by current processing technology, achieving large-scale mass production still faces certain challenges and requires a gradual process. Fortunately, the research on CNC machine tool technology and ultra-precision machining tool technology at the Research Institute is nearing completion. Yunxi decided to wait a little longer until this problem is solved before releasing everything together. It will definitely cause another sensation. Once these 2 key technologies are successfully mastered and applied to production, the challenge of mass-producing aero engines will be readily solved. After careful consideration, Yunxi decided to wait until all related issues were properly resolved before publicly announcing these significant achievements. At that time, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir and once again shake the entire industry. Furthermore, the monthly reward the system had previously given her drone technology had also yielded results after a year of research. However, Yunxi was still hesitant about whether to announce their mastery of the world's most advanced aero engine and drone technologies this year. In addition, another monthly reward the system had previously given in Yunxi drone technology had also achieved a major breakthrough after a year of dedicated research. Now, her team not only successfully mastered this technology, but their technical capabilities were also among the world's top levels. However, Yunxi remained hesitant about whether to announce their world-leading aero engine and drone technologies this year. After all, the value of these technological achievements was immeasurable, and any decision could have far-reaching consequences. A whole week passed, and Yunxi pondered the matter day and night, weighing the pros and cons repeatedly before finally making a decision. So, Yunxi approached her husband, Zhou Shiyan. "You mean you have new technology you want to collaborate with the military on?" "Yes, quite important technology, related to drones and aero engines." Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Zhou Shiyan immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. After a moment's thought, he said, "I'll contact my uncle." Zhou Shiyan immediately made a call to his uncle, Zhou Shengjing. It was late at night, and Zhou Shengjing was resting at home. The sudden ringing of his phone made him frown slightly. When Zhou Shengjing saw his nephew Zhou Shiyan's name appear on the screen, he was genuinely surprised. A call at this hour, what had happened? Filled with questions, Zhou Shengjing answered, "Shiyan, calling me so late. Is something urgent?" Zhou Shiyan didn't waste any time and directly recounted the whole story to his uncle. At first, Zhou Shengjing thought it was just a routine matter, but as Zhou Shiyan spoke, the relaxed expression on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. He knew about his nephew's wife's research institute. Although it had only been established for a few years, it had already achieved considerable technological breakthroughs. Their previous solar power generation and energy storage technologies had been widely used in the military. The fact that they could directly contact him meant they were very confident in their ability to succeed. "Uncle, it's not convenient to discuss the specific details over the phone. What do you think we should do?" Zhou Shengjing thought for a moment and replied, "I'll report it to my superiors first and call you back later."
Okay.
Less than half an hour later, Zhou Shengjing called back. Have Yunxi bring the documents and the technical lead. I'll send a car to pick you up at the military region tomorrow. So, the next day, and Yunxi, along with Xi Yulin and the two project managers, Yuan Liang and Zheng Ziming, boarded the car sent by the military region to pick them up, along with Zhou Shiyan. After passing through several security checks, the group finally arrived at a conference room. Uncle, I and Yunxi, come, let me introduce you. Hearing the calls, Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi quickened their pace to approach. At this moment, Zhou Shenghua pointed to three distinguished-looking middle-aged men standing beside him and said, "This is Director Wang Jingyan of our Military Regions Research Institute. This is Academician Zhang Bojian, and this is Academician Du Quan." And Yunxi and the others quickly greeted them one by one. "This is my nephew Zhou Shiyan and his wife Yunxi." Then the uncle turned to Yunxi and said, "Yunxi, could you please introduce these gentlemen?" And Yunxi then introduced Xi Yulin and the other two. After everyone introduced themselves, they took their seats. As soon as they were seated, Dean Wang Jingyan eagerly spoke first, asking, "MS, and I heard you've mastered the latest technology?" As the director of the Military Research Institute, Wang Jingyan had long been engaged in scientific research, having spent many years working in the institute, and had developed a straightforward and frank style. Therefore, he went straight to the point without beating around the bush. Faced with Dean Wang's direct question, and Yunxi calmly replied, "Dean Wang, that's right. Our Yunnan Research Institute has developed the latest aero engine and drone technology, and after testing, its performance is even superior to the most advanced technologies currently published in the world." As she spoke, Yunxi took the documents handed to her by Xi Yulin and continued, "These are the relevant technical documents. Please take a look." Wang Jingyan did not hesitate, quickly taking the heavy document and eagerly turning to the first page to examine it carefully. Sitting to the side, Yunxi's gaze remained fixed on Wang Jingyan, who was intently reading the documents. As time passed, the relaxed expression on Wang Jingyan's face gradually turned serious and solemn, as if every word in the documents carried immense weight. After finishing, he said nothing, simply handing the documents to the two academicians for review. The two academicians also quickly took the documents and began to devour them with great eagerness. After reading the documents, the two academicians could no longer contain their excitement. One of them, an academician named Zhang Bojian, was so excited that he became somewhat incoherent. "Dean, this?" At this moment, Wang Jingyan, who had been silent all along, finally spoke, asking, "Have all these data been tested?" Even though he knew it was certain, Wang Jingyan couldn't help but want to confirm it again. And Yunxi didn't speak, but gestured for Xi Yulin to answer. Xi Yulin understood immediately and replied, "These are the data we obtained after repeated testing. This is just the standard data. The extreme data is even better." As soon as he finished speaking, Yunxi noticed a simultaneous gleam in the eyes of the three people opposite her. Then, Wang Jingyan and the two academicians asked several key questions, which Xi Yulin, along with Yuan Liang and Zheng Ziming, answered one by one. After a round of back-and-forth communication, the excitement on the faces of the three was barely concealed. "Can we see the sample?" Wang Jingyan looked at them expectantly, his eyes shining with eagerness, and asked impatiently. Hearing this, Xi Yulin was slightly taken aback at first, then subconsciously turned to look at Yunxi standing to the side, seemingly waiting for her instructions. After a moment's thought, Yunxi nodded slightly in agreement. Only after receiving permission did Xi Yulin breathe a sigh of relief and reply with a smile, "Okay, but you have to go to our research institute." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now." Zhou Shengjing, standing to the side, shook his head and immediately went to arrange vehicles and security personnel. And so, on this seemingly ordinary day, the Yunnan Research Institute ushered in its moment of glory. A group of dashing soldiers surrounded the entire institute. Especially the floors involving engine and drone research and development were heavily guarded, so secure that almost not even a fly could get in. And Yunxi. This was completely unnecessary. The Yunnan Research Institute's security and secrecy are top-notch, okay? Such a grand display, everyone would know that some earth-shattering technological breakthrough had been achieved here. Seemingly sensing the meaning behind Yunxi's expression, Zhou Xingjing explained, "Yunxi, don't worry. The troop movements in our unit are all done secretly. Very few people know about these transfers." And Yunxi nodded, thinking to herself. She didn't know if people outside knew, but at least the people in the research institute knew. However, even the cafeteria ladies in the institute were carefully selected, and since others didn't know the specifics of the projects, there shouldn't be a big problem. The group visited the laboratories of the two projects to observe the on-site testing. Wang Jingyan was secretly amazed by the environment and equipment in the laboratories as they walked. He had originally thought this was just an ordinary private research institute, but what he saw completely overturned his expectations. The equipment here was not only diverse and powerful, but also among the most advanced in the world today. Such sophisticated equipment was probably beyond the reach of even some national-level research institutions. He never expected a private research institute to have such advanced and complete equipment. No wonder it could attract so many research talents and produce so many results. At the same time, he was incredibly surprised by Yunxi's personal wealth. The laboratories here were all built to the most advanced international standards, and the equipment inside was top of the line. None of these were cheap. Miss N, at such a young age, already manages such a laboratory, truly impressive. After observing the testing process, General Xian Yulin led the military delegation to the Research Institute's conference room. Tang Guiming from Yunchuang Technology, along with his assistant, was already waiting in the conference room. Next, they would discuss the cooperation details, and it was his turn to speak. And Yunxi had already discussed the basic conditions for negotiation with him. This gave him some confidence in dealing with the complex situation to come. His current task was to secure greater benefits for his boss while adhering to the basic conditions. After in-depth discussions, both sides finally reached an agreement on key issues such as technology research and development, market promotion, profit distribution, and risk sharing. The two technologies from Yunnan Research Institute could be provided to the military free of charge. Regarding the mass production of the engine, the advanced CNC machine tools they subsequently produced would also be prioritized for supply to the military. And Yunxi was willing to do this, naturally hoping that China could become stronger and further enhance its international standing. Meanwhile, ZTE Corporation, representing the military, will collaborate with Yunchuang Technology on the development and promotion of related civilian products. Zhou Shiyan, as the head of ZTE Corporation, participated in finalizing this cooperation framework. Specific details will be discussed in detail after both teams are involved. Furthermore, both parties agreed to postpone the public release of the two technologies. The specific date will depend on notification from the military. And Yunxi understood why this arrangement was made and readily agreed. As for the Research Institute, they will continue to receive their share of the profits through profit sharing. This was the rule Yunxi set for the Research Institute: focus on scientific research and ignore commercial aspects. After the cooperation was finalized, the atmosphere in the meeting room shifted from tense confrontation to a relaxed cooperative atmosphere. Everyone shook hands and looked forward to the smooth launch of the cooperative project. Finally, when the military left, they packed up and took a copy of the materials and samples from both projects. Yunxi, the Yunnan Research Institute can apply for national and military protection. If needed, your uncle can arrange it for you? Zhou Xingjing looked at Yunxi with a deep gaze. He had already sensed something amiss. This research institute, led by Yunxi, would likely be involved in some earth-shattering events from time to time. The outside world had always paid close attention to this institute. It seemed this place would never be peaceful again. Sure. Thank you, uncle. And Yunxi thought for a moment and then agreed. Deep down, she understood that no matter how powerful an individual was, they could never contend with the entire nation. Leaving aside other factors, even if her security personnel were incredibly skilled, they were absolutely not allowed to carry guns in China. However, if they could obtain the support of the military, the security level of the Yunnan Research Institute would undoubtedly be raised to a whole new level. In any case, she had no intention of harming the country. As for the scientific data, Only she and Xi and Yulin knew its source. Furthermore, most of the researchers in the institute were her own people with 100% loyalty, recruited by the summoning card. It was still possible to keep the data secret. Even if it couldn't be hidden any longer, there was always the overseas Zhang family as a fallback. If she wasn't mistaken, her so-called master actually existed. The Zhang family created for her by the system was also real. In fact, her master was very likely the system's previous owner. And the system's previous owner was an ancestor of the Zhang family. The reason it ultimately came into her hands was because her master had no descendants, so the system chose her as its successor. In that era, the Zhang family's evacuation from China to overseas likely stemmed from their knowledge of China's future development. Capitalists like the Zhang family couldn't survive in China at that time. Retreating overseas to develop their businesses while waiting for an opportunity was indeed a very good choice. Unexpectedly, she'd already secured a strong connection with the country so quickly. Yunxi, thank you. Back home, Zhou Shiyan said, holding in Yunxi's hand. Zhou Shiyan knew very well that Yunxi must have invested a great deal of manpower, resources, and money to research these world-leading technologies. Now she was willing to provide them to the military for free and prioritize the military in business cooperation. Even he admired her boldness and vision. Brother Shiyan, I'm also Chinese, and naturally I hope China will be better. The girl's voice was soft, but the firmness and confidence in her tone made it believable. Besides, this is a win-win situation, isn't it? Zhou Shiyan smiled upon hearing this, hugging her and saying, yes, my wife is right. The major business owners finalized the framework, and the subsequent details were discussed quickly. However, because there were so many details involved, it was already half a month later when the formal contract was signed. By then, it was late January. This year's New Year's gift package was slightly different from previous years. Besides the usual funds, skill upgrade cards, and consumption and investment cashback cards, the variety and quantity of character summoning cards had increased, and the last asset had become a reputation point boosting card, a one-time boost of 1 million. It seems the system also knows she urgently needs reputation points to exchange for advanced technological data. After spending 5 million reputation points to exchange for 1 nanometer lithography machine technology data last time, and Yunxi spent about 10 months accumulating another 5 million reputation points. And Yunxi reviewed the technological data that could be exchanged for 5 million reputation points and ultimately chose to exchange for a cancer treatment technology. After receiving the data, Yunxi looked at it and found that the technology involved was quite complex. Although she had the data, it would probably be difficult to research and develop it. In addition, there were the experimental verification process and approval procedures handled by the medical and pharmaceutical departments, so it would probably take a long time before the formal interview. Just like the myopia treatment technology that Yunxi had presented a long time ago, it still hadn't been launched on the market. After using the reputation boost card, Yunxi discovered that she could exchange her reputation points for another 5 million worth of technical data. This time, she chose to exchange for stealth fighter technology. To this end, she specifically researched related knowledge. Stealth fighters are generally defined as aircraft that are difficult to detect or track using electromagnetic, visible light, infrared, and acoustic methods, with electromagnetic stealth being the most important. The principle behind this technology is to minimize radar reflection signals through specific fuselage shape and aerodynamic layout design, combined with special outer coatings or fuselage materials. The primary design mission of stealth fighters is to act as door kickers and stealth assassins in warfare, eliminating high-value aerial targets such as enemy early warning aircraft and seizing air superiority. The renowned scientist Qian Shueson once said that the advent of stealth technology was as significant as the atomic bomb. China already possessed stealth fighter technology and was the second country in the world, after the United States, to simultaneously equip itself with 2 types of stealth fighters. However, Yunxi believed that the technology provided by the system was definitely more advanced than what she currently had. Therefore, she redeemed it without hesitation. However, she didn't choose to study the data herself, but instead gave it directly to the military. Even if she developed it herself, she wouldn't be able to use it, so it was better to let the military handle it. As for the source of the data, she simply said that the Zhang family obtained it for matters beneficial to the country. She believed they wouldn't be bothered with the details. She was even too lazy to participate herself, handing the data over to Zhou Shiyan and leaving it to him. Zhou Shiyan. Regardless, he had to handle the matter his wife entrusted to him properly, especially such an important one. Thus, the Military Research Institute once again received a big surprise from Yunxi. The new year began, and Yunxi, amidst her busy schedule, embarked on another journey of competitions. Although she didn't participate in the national championships or the national games, Yunxi's competition schedule was still packed. There were World Cup shooting events in March, April, May, and June, and the World University Games were about to begin in early July. This was Yunxi's third time participating in the World University Games, a familiar experience for her. Furthermore, the 14th National Games were held in Xi'an in September, and the World Cup shooting finals were held again in New Delhi, India, in October. While competing everywhere, Yunxi's career also expanded further. It's worth mentioning that over the past few years, Yunxi had gradually shared the shooting athlete training program provided by the system with her. Now, this complete training program has become the winning formula for the Chinese shooting team. The competition in domestic competitions was becoming increasingly fierce, and her performance in international competitions was becoming increasingly impressive, much to Yang Kaiwang's delight. To recognize Yunxi's contributions to the national shooting cause, the China Design Association awarded her the title of Honorary Lifetime President. In addition, several other significant events occurred for Yunxi this year. In April 2021, research and development achievements in CNC machine tool technology and ultra-precision machining machine tool technology were released, completely resolving the precision and mass production issues of many precision machine parts. Problems such as those related to aero engines, which had long been solved in research but couldn't be mass-produced due to machining limitations, were resolved. Yunxi directly chose to entrust the production of this technological achievement to her own company, Zhongbei Huafeng CNC Machine Tool Company, Limited. Even before its official announcement, orders for CNC machine tools were received from the military and aerospace sectors. After the official release in May, orders poured in from all over the world. Huafeng CNC quickly became a leading company in the domestic industry. At the same time, significant progress was also made in industrial robot and intelligent robot technologies. Especially in the field of industrial robots, mass production is basically imminent. For this technological aspect, Yunxi chose to collaborate directly with Xinhua Robotics, a subsidiary of the Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Leveraging Xinhua's existing production capacity and sales channels, development proceeded very rapidly. As for the production of the intelligent robots, it was handled by Lifeng Intelligent Technology Company, Limited, a company under Yunxi's umbrella. This Shenzhen-based company was a prize she received through a lottery system. Upon acquiring it, Yunxi immediately connected it with the Research Institute's Intelligent Robot Project. Under Yunxi's arrangement and planning, everything was prepared. As soon as the Research Institute's results were available, work immediately commenced on the other side. In September 2021, the Nanshan Ecological Park in Yinzhou was completed and opened. Yunxi specially flew back to Yinzhou to attend the opening ceremony. This project is considered a large-scale project locally, significantly contributing to local employment and tax revenue, thus receiving strong support from the government. The Yunzhou municipal government also sent its vice mayor in charge of economic affairs to attend the opening ceremony. Given Yunxi's current fame and influence, anything associated with her is likely to attract widespread attention and trend on social media. Nanshan Ecological Park is no exception. A live broadcast of its opening ceremony introduced Nanshan Ecological Park to the public. It's a high-quality rural ecotourism area integrating leisure and vacation, sightseeing, recreational dining, and science education. Visitors can tour the 4 exhibition halls, pick fruits and vegetables themselves, and taste authentic farm-fresh organic cuisine. Before the live broadcast even ended, reservations were already booked a month in advance. At the same time, the brand awareness of Nanshan Fresh Food has also greatly increased. It's worth mentioning that Nanshan Fresh Food now has over 50 chain stores and has already established a certain influence in Nanling Province. This opening ceremony introduced Nanshan Ecological Park and Nanshan Fresh Produce to the entire nation. Taking this opportunity, Yunxi and Huang Yuan formulated a new plan. They would integrate surrounding farmers, providing them with seedlings, poultry chicks, and comprehensive technical guidance, enabling them to cultivate and raise livestock according to standardized methods. Nanshan Ecological Park would then handle the unified sales. And Yunxi's plan was to make Nanshan Fresh Produce a nationwide brand. To this end, Nanshan Fresh Produce also launched online live streaming sales, allowing customers from other regions to purchase online. Once the model in Nanling Province matures, it can be replicated in other regions, and the chain stores can be expanded nationwide. As for whether competitors would imitate it, and Yunxi said there was no need to worry at all. The market is so large, she can't do it all by herself. Besides, agriculture is an industry with large investments, long payback periods, and relatively low profit margins. There aren't many people who can truly do it like she does. Furthermore, Yunxi had an absolute advantage in terms of funding. In October 2021, the highly anticipated Interstellar Wars was finally released. This was a film exclusively invested in by Xingtian Entertainment, a large-scale science fiction film produced in China with a total investment of 2.5 billion yuan. This alone was enough to attract attention. Many people were eagerly waiting to see the film in theaters. The first batch of ticket buyers were captivated by the film's grand and magnificent sets, its thrilling plot, its spectacular interstellar war scenes, and its vivid and realistic special effects. Especially when watching with 3D glasses, the audience felt as if they were actually participating in the war scenes. The actors' performances were equally commendable, with even the supporting roles delivering their own shining moments. Everyone leaving the theater felt unsatisfied, as if still immersed in the film's story. This resulted in rave reviews, soaring box office returns, and a surge in online buzz. After breaking records in the domestic market with 6.9 billion yuan, it was subsequently released in over 30 countries and regions worldwide. Ultimately, it achieved a global box office of $2.76 billion, or 20 billion yuan. To put this in perspective, the current record for the highest-grossing film worldwide is only $2.92 billion. Star Trek jumped to third place in the global box office record. This was a major triumph for Chinese cinema. Mech Warrior. Wow. Chinese cinema is on fire, and it's sci-fi. It's you, not me. Let's see who says China can't make good movies. Smug, forever little potato. Xingtian Entertainment has won big this time. Exclusive investment. Misty Rain. You mean my sister Xingtian Entertainment is the exclusive investor? At forever little potato. Yes, it's been announced online at Misty Rain. Wow, my sister Xi's eye is as sharp as ever. Looking at the mountain as you. I admit this scene is stunning, smoking a cigarette fish head. I have to say the special effects are really good. Those years. Fun fact, the special effects for Star Wars were actually done by Xingtian Entertainment's own team. No interference, really? This level is absolutely world-class. Blade and sword. I want to ask if there's a Star Trek 2 and a Star Trek 3. Looking forward to it. Those years. Very likely, after all, the first one was a huge hit. Mountain with Su. It has to be the original cast. Shimin Chuexiu. Agreed. Years like a song, wah. Finally, Chinese movies can make money overseas. Yesterday, once more. I'm not saying anything more. I'm buying tickets to rewatch it to support it. Cool. Xiaogong. Support. Must support. Star Trek remained at the top of the trending topics list for half a month. Xingtian Entertainment also firmly established its position in the film and television industry through this movie. Furthermore, Xingtian Entertainment's successive launches of a series of variety shows, including music variety shows, travel variety shows, family variety shows, and comedy variety shows, have dazzled everyone. Many exclaimed in amazement, "So variety shows can be done like this?" So variety shows can be this popular? Xingtian Entertainment not only boosted its brand awareness and influence through these variety shows, but also made a fortune, while simultaneously launching the careers of its artists. Other entertainment companies were stunned by Xingtian Entertainment's series of interconnected and sophisticated moves. It wasn't that they weren't envious. It wasn't that no one wanted to imitate them, but without the talent and creative ideas, they couldn't replicate it. Some even harbored ulterior motives, but Xingtian Entertainment countered every single one of their schemes. If you cause trouble for Xingtian Entertainment today, scandalous news about you and your artists will surface tomorrow. Many of their own secrets were unknown to them, and they didn't know how Xingtian Entertainment knew them. Furthermore, they knew that the boss behind Xingtian Entertainment was Yunxi. And Yunxi's identity is now common knowledge. There are very few people who dare to directly offend her and cause her trouble. Gradually, everyone realized that Xingtian Entertainment was not to be trifled with, and fewer people resorted to underhanded tactics. Li Haowen breathed a huge sigh of relief. Although these underhanded tactics hadn't caused any real damage to Xingtian Entertainment, spending every day dealing with these petty people was exhausting. As the head of Xingtian Entertainment, he really didn't want to waste his time and energy on these matters. If it weren't for the support of his boss and her hacker team, he wouldn't have been able to handle things so smoothly. A year passed just like that. And Yunxi had saved up for a year and used 10 million reputation points in the system shop to exchange for 0.5 nanometers lithography machine technology. The research on 1 nanometer technology was already more than halfway complete. Once the 1 nanometer breakthrough was achieved, the existing project team could rest for a while and immediately begin research on 0.5 nanometers. Exchanging for it now would allow her to catch up. And Yunxi's idea was that since she was already ahead, she should stay ahead. Fortunately, the previous research achievements in CNC machine tools and precision machining tools laid the foundation. Otherwise, many parts of the lithography machine would have been impossible to manufacture. The first stop of the new year was the Shooting World Cup, held in Chengdu, China. The second stop was Fort Benning, USA. On May 23rd, after finishing the competition in Fort Benning, and Yunxi arrived in Las Vegas, USA. Located in the southeastern corner of Nevada, Las Vegas is the largest city in Nevada. It is famous for its massive tourism, shopping, and resort industry, centered around gambling. There's a saying that 9 of the world's 10 largest resort hotels are located here. This demonstrates the thriving leisure and entertainment industry in this place. It is one of the world's most famous resort destinations, known as the entertainment capital of the world and the wedding capital of the world. The Jinxiu Hotel Group's overseas market expansion naturally didn't miss this opportunity. One of the 10 new hotels planned for construction this year is located here. Of course, and Yunxi came here not for tourism or gambling. Instead, she came to attend an auction, because she had received word that a private island would be up for auction. Back on her first trip to the United States, the system had given Yunxi several properties. One of them was a manor in New Yorkian Manor. A manor in the United States with a Chinese name was strange in itself. And Yunxi guessed that this must have been the asset of the system's previous owner. That is, the so-called master, fabricated using character background cards. Although her master was a man, perhaps the system wasn't originally called the Rich and Beautiful Girl Development System. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how this large manor could be given away so easily, becoming the property of a Chinese person like her. After all, this manor was enormous, covering a total area of 1,800 acres. 1 acre is equivalent to 4,046 square meters, or what we call 6 mu. This manor was a whopping 10,000 mu. This wasn't just a manor, it was practically a large park. The Sea Rhythm Estate is located in the town of Sleepy Hollow, over 100 kilometers north of New York City, built along the Hudson River. The estate comprises 42 buildings, a private road, sculpture gardens, an underground art gallery, a playground, a golf course, a farm, a wildlife park, and a lake. The main villa is a 3-story house with a basement, storage room, and garage, its courtyard filled with flowers and art sculptures. The basement houses masterpieces by artists such as Van Gogh and Leonardo da Vinci. The main building sits atop a hill overlooking the Hudson River and offering distant views of New York City. To be honest, Yunxi really likes this estate. She stays here for a few days every time she visits the United States. The landscaping at Sea Rhythm Estate is exquisite, featuring fountains, pavilions, sculptures, and various garden flower displays. The farm area has been developed into an agricultural demonstration site, housing various animals, including a mill, planting areas, and an artificial swan lake. In addition, Sea Rhythm Estate has its own vineyards and wineries, which visitors can tour, taste, and purchase. This vast estate comes with its own dedicated company, employing over 1,800 people to manage it. And Yunxi received the invitation to this auction precisely because of her status as the owner of Haiyun Estate. On the day of the auction, Yunxi, dressed in a stunning black evening gown, gracefully walked out of the estate's gates. Accompanied by her were the estate's butler, Elvis, in a sharp suit, and the dashing Lin Yi, among others. The five of them boarded a luxury car arranged by the butler and sped towards the auction venue, the Bellagio Hotel in Las Vegas. Upon arriving in the United States, Yunxi equipped her 4 bodyguards with firearms and ammunition. These were rewards from the system, which hadn't been used back in China, but were now put to good use in the US. When Yunxi handed the 4 men brand new pistols and heavy magazines of ammunition, aside from a brief moment of surprise, none of them uttered a word. Perhaps due to their long-standing trust in Yunxi, they tacitly accepted the weapons and quickly and skillfully checked their performance. Shortly afterward, the vehicle came to a smooth stop in front of the Bellagio Hotel in Las Vegas. This magnificent building, like a shimmering golden dream castle, attracted countless eyes. The artificial lake at the entrance was the finishing touch, drawing the gaze of passers-by. Yunxi and her group calmly alighted from the car and presented the invitation, a symbol of their distinguished status, to the security guard at the entrance. Yunxi led Elvis, Lin Yi, and Hai Rong into the auction venue, while Wu Yuan and Yan Hua remained outside to provide backup. Stepping inside the venue, the luxurious decor was breathtaking. Dazzling crystal chandeliers emitted a mesmerizing glow, and the soft carpets made it feel like walking on clouds. The 3 followed the guide through the bustling crowd and finally settled into a spacious and comfortable private room. After settling in, Yunxi opened the auction catalog and browsed through it. The catalog meticulously listed all sorts of rare treasures to be auctioned, each item priceless. Before the auction even began, Ives left the room to gather information. As the agent for Haiyun Manor, Ives, the butler who had operated in the United States for many years, possessed his own connections and sources of information. After flipping through the catalog from beginning to end, Yunxi didn't find any information about a private island. However, 2 antiques from China caught Yunxi's attention. Just because something wasn't on the catalog didn't mean it wouldn't be auctioned. It's common for auctions to feature items not listed in the catalog or as the grand finale. It's nothing new. Shortly after, Elvis returned to the private room and quietly reported the situation to Yunxi. "Miss, there are 3 grand finale items at this auction: an antique, an oil field, and a private island. Many wealthy families are here. All the private rooms are open, mostly for these 3 grand finale items." Upon hearing Elvis's words, Yunxi couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. An oil field? A private island? She had to admit, she was tempted. Whether it's an oil field that could bring enormous wealth or a private island that offers a peaceful and luxurious lifestyle, both are undoubtedly extremely alluring to anyone, and Yunxi was no exception. And this antiquity, if it's from China, she'll bid on it. If not, then forget it. She wasn't particularly interested in antiques from other countries. "Do you know exactly what kind of artifact it is?" Elvis bowed slightly, replying with utmost respect, "I'm sorry, miss. The auction organizers are keeping this confidential. We haven't been able to find out the specifics." Hearing this, Yunxi remained expressionless and continued to press. "And what about the oil field?" Elvis quickly replied, "From what I understand, this is an oil field located in Syria." However, the situation there has been quite chaotic. Even if we manage to acquire this oil field, the subsequent extraction work will likely face many difficulties. Oh, I see. If that's the case, then there's no need for her to participate in the auction. She wouldn't do anything that would bring her security risks and significant trouble. Just as the two were talking, the auction officially began. The items initially presented for auction were all exquisite works of art, but Yunxi, sitting in the audience, remained unmoved, not making a single bid. Even masterpieces by world-renowned artists like Van Gogh and Picasso didn't move her. She showed no intention of bidding. For Yunxi, the most important thing when buying things is first impression, what she calls love at first sight. Even if something doesn't appeal to her, no matter how valuable it is, she won't buy it. Time ticked by, and finally, it was the turn of the antique from China to be presented. The audience saw a bronze tripod with intertwined dragons and 3 sacrificial animals, dating from the late spring and autumn period. Its design simple yet elegant, its craftsmanship exquisite, carefully presented to them by the staff. The moment Yunxi saw this antique, a glint of light flashed in her previously calm eyes, and she immediately began bidding. It was just a late spring and autumn period bronze tripod with intertwined dragons and 3 sacrificial animals, and Yunxi bid up to $1.3 million, yet others continued to raise the price. At that moment, alarm bells rang in Yunxi's mind. She keenly sensed that something was amiss. She knew that the highest price ever achieved for a tripod of this type at auction was only a little over 1 million RMB. She found it hard to believe that anyone would spend so much money to buy it. Although she wasn't short of money, she didn't want to be ripped off. She frowned and instructed, "Elvis, go and find out who's in box 21. Also, find out who sold this cauldron." "Yes, miss, I'll go right away." Elvis nodded respectfully and quickly left. After Elvis left, Yunxi decisively stopped bidding, deciding to remain inactive and quietly observe the situation. As soon as she stopped, the cauldron was ultimately sold to the person in box 21 for $1.5 million. Sensing that something was amiss, and believing that the current situation seemed to conceal some unknown secret, Yunxi did not bid on the next Chinese artifact. However, she did buy several pieces of antique jewelry that caught her eye. Elvis was gone for quite a while. When he returned, almost all the items on the auction list had been sold. "Miss, the seller of that cauldron is Japanese, and so is the person in VIP room 21. It's confirmed they are representatives of the Kyoto family, but their exact identity is still unknown." At this point, Elvis leaned closer and lowered his voice, saying, "And the final antique, it's said the seller also has some connections to Japan, but this hasn't been confirmed." Hearing this, Yunxi's heart skipped a beat. This is interesting. The current situation is indeed quite intriguing. She simply couldn't believe that this mysterious seller had no connection to the Kyoto family in VIP room 21. After all the signs pointed to this being a carefully orchestrated conspiracy by the Kyoto family. These despicable fellows, despite it being Chinese artifacts, shamelessly and unscrupulously tried to resell them to Chinese people by inflating the price. Yunxi had a feeling that the 2 Chinese antiques presented earlier were merely bait thrown out by the Kyoto family. Their purpose was simply to test the waters, to better understand which Chinese buyers were present, their backgrounds, and their expected prices. The real main event, without a doubt, would be the final, grand finale. Thinking this, Yunxi sneered inwardly, thinking, I'll see just how many other unscrupulous individuals besides the Kyoto family are stirring up trouble and causing trouble here. "Elvis, are there any other Chinese people in the private room?" Elvis had already inquired about this beforehand and answered directly. "Besides you, there are no other Chinese, but room number 9 is occupied by the Ming family, a Chinese American." After Elvis's introduction, Yunxi learned about the Ming family. This Ming family had also come to America during the war years. Moreover, their family migrated overseas much earlier than the Zhang families. Time flies, and nearly a century has passed in the blink of an eye. The Ming family has taken root, grown, and gradually prospered in this foreign land. Surprisingly, even after so many years, The Ming family has steadfastly maintained its traditional culture and ethnic characteristics, remaining completely unassimilated by Western culture. Every generation in their family highly values the inheritance of Chinese culture. Several generations of family heads married Chinese women, and the children received a pure Chinese cultural education from a young age. Therefore, even the youngest members of the Ming family still hold extremely deep feelings for and a strong sense of identity with China. After listening to Elvis's introduction, and Yunxi nodded thoughtfully, some initial ideas already forming in her mind. So, she looked at Elvis and instructed, "I want to meet someone from the Ming family. Go and arrange it." Elvis respectfully nodded in agreement and quickly turned and left. And Yunxi leaned back on the sofa, her right hand rhythmically tapping lightly on the armrest. This seemingly unintentional little gesture was actually a habitual action and Yunxi made whenever she was deep in thought or pondering important matters. A knock sounded at the door shortly after. Lin Yi, who was sitting by the door, moved at the sound. He quickly stepped forward, grasped the doorknob, and slowly opened the door. Immediately afterward, Elvis's deep and steady voice reached everyone's ears. "Miss, the head of the Ming family has come to visit. Please come in quickly," as she spoke, and Yunxi stood up to greet him. And Yunxi was quite surprised. She hadn't expected that the person in the private room was actually the head of the Ming family, and that he had come to visit in person. Elvis ushered them in, and Yunxi saw 3 people who had come to visit, followed by 3 people who looked like his subordinates. 3? Carefully examining the 3 members of the Ming family before her, and Yunxi was secretly astonished. One of them was an elderly man over 70 years old, with a wrinkled face, but a vigorous spirit. The other was a middle-aged man around 50 years old, with a serious and dignified expression. The last person to arrive was a handsome young man, barely 30 years old. Good heavens, this is 3 generations of the Ming family are all here. Elvis had said that the direct line of the Ming family had only 1 son per generation for 3 generations. Now it seems that the visitors are the entire ruling family of 3 generations gathered together. After everyone was seated, Elvis, with a smile, began to introduce them. "Patriarch Ming, this is Miss Yunxi, the owner of Haiyun Manor. This is the former patriarch of the Ming family, Old Master Ming Fan, the current patriarch Ming Wenjing, and the young master Ming Jiaxing." Upon hearing Elvis's introduction, and Yunxi's face immediately blossomed into a radiant smile. She rose slightly, nodded to everyone present, and warmly greeted them. "Old Master Ming, Patriarch Ming, young Master Ming. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Hearing Yunxi's warm and polite greeting, Old Master Ming Fan couldn't help but carefully examine the young woman before him, whose appearance and demeanor were both exceptional. After a moment, he nodded with satisfaction, his eyes revealing undisguised admiration, and slowly said, "Missin is truly young and promising," faced with Old Master Ming's praise, and Yunxi smiled modestly and replied softly, "Old Master Ming, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise. If you don't mind, you can simply call me Yunxi." And Yunxi had a very good impression of the Ming family, because she knew that since China's reform and opening up, the Ming family had begun investing in the country. While investing, they had also participated in various charitable activities, showing that the old man still had a deep affection for China. Hearing this, Old Master Ming laughed heartily and said repeatedly, "Good, good, good. Then I'll call you Yunxi." "Mr. Ming, you knew me before?" Judging from this, the old man definitely knew her. "Yunxi, every Chinese person knows your name, right?" Ming Fan leisurely picked up the exquisite teacup on the table, took a small sip, and then spoke cheerfully, with a kind smile. "I didn't expect you to pay so much attention to me. It's Yunxi's honor." "Ha ha ha, Jiaxing, listen to this, how well Yunxi speaks. You should learn a lot from her." The young man beside him smiled and nodded in agreement, saying, "Grandpa's right. Yunxi, this is my good-for-nothing grandson. You young people should interact more in the future." Hearing this, and Yunxi quickly turned her gaze to Ming Jiaxing. "Mr. Ming, you're too modest. I see that young Master Ming has an extraordinary presence and is very handsome. I will definitely learn from him. As she spoke, Yunxi gave Ming Jiaxing a friendly look and nodded slightly as a sign of politeness. Ming Jiaxing returned the smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Their eyes met for only a moment before they tacitly looked away. Old Master Ming Fan was overjoyed by Yunxi's words and laughed heartily. He, of his status, had heard countless compliments, but for some reason, Yunxi's words sounded sincere and not overly exaggerated, making them particularly pleasing to the ear and filling him with immense comfort and pleasure. He himself was somewhat surprised by this, but upon reflection, he figured it was probably because of Yunxi herself. He already liked such an outstanding young woman, and he especially loved hearing what she said. He laughed heartily. Haha, this old man is very pleased to hear what Yunxi has to say. After exchanging pleasantries, old Master Mingfan asked, Yunxi, is there something you need to see us about? And Yunxi didn't try to hide anything, directly revealing her inner thoughts. Upon hearing this, the old man's previously amiable face instantly became solemn and serious. He frowned, his voice low as he pressed, You mean the Kyoto family is setting a trap, trying to get us to buy back Chinese antiques at exorbitant prices? That's right. I've already had someone investigate this matter thoroughly. That dragon pattern tripod would normally fetch around 1 million RMB at an auction, but the Kyoto family in box 21 kept bidding against me, pushing the price up to over 1 million US dollars. It's obvious they're driving up the price. And the seller of that tripod is also Japanese. And Yunxi didn't finish her sentence, but the Ming family members understood. The porcelain vase I bid on? The seller is also Japanese, and Yunxi nodded slightly, giving a definitive answer. Of the antiques auctioned earlier, there were only 2 Chinese antiques, and both were sold by Japanese sellers. Such a coincidence couldn't help but raise suspicion. Upon hearing this, the old man's already gloomy face instantly turned even more ashen. He couldn't help but recall that when he was bidding for the porcelain vase, the people in box 21 had indeed been bidding against him the whole time, driving up the final price considerably. Although the amount wasn't much to him, anyone who knew they'd been tricked would probably be unhappy. In truth, given the old man's experience, he should have noticed something amiss. However, his initial excitement at seeing a Chinese antique, coupled with his ignorance of the seller's identity, prevented him from giving it much thought. A $2 million antique, isn't it a bit much trouble? The old man, true to his reputation, quickly discerned a deeper conspiracy at play. Mr. Ming, you are truly wise, and Yunxi praised, then continued. According to reliable sources, one of the 3 final items in this auction is an antique. We haven't found out exactly what it is, but the seller seems to have some connection to Japan. As Yunxi finished speaking, the relaxed expressions on everyone's faces vanished instantly, replaced by intense seriousness. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yunxi, as if trying to glean more crucial information from her next words. And Yunxi continued sharing the information she had received. If this artifact belongs to China, and considering the Kyoto family's meddling here, I'm afraid. At this point, Yunxi frowned slightly, revealing deep worry. At this moment, the previously silent old Master Ming Fan's face was as dark as the sky before a storm. He clenched his teeth, his cheeks puffed out with anger, and his cloudy, yet still sharp eyes burned with raging fury. Humph. He won't get away with it. These wolves in sheep's clothing still haven't shown any restraint. The old man roared furiously, his voice so loud that everyone present trembled. Dad, please don't be angry. Yunxi asked us to come here to discuss a solution. Ming Wenjing quickly comforted him. He looked at the old man with concern, afraid that the old man would upset him. Grandpa Ming glared fiercely into the distance, as if a vengeful enemy stood there. Then, he took several deep breaths, trying to calm the surging anger within him. After a while, the old man finally regained some composure. Yunxi, do you have a solution? The old man turned to look at Yunxi, his eyes filled with expectation and trust. And Yunxi put down her juice, her bright and deep eyes fixed on the distance, and said softly, It's simple. If neither of us participates in the bidding, we can prevent them from achieving their goal. Seeing the old man frown in thought, and Yunxi continued, I've looked into it. am the only Chinese person in the private room, and the Ming family is Chinese. Foreigners won't spend far more than the intrinsic value of Chinese artifacts. Therefore, if you don't bid and I don't bid either, this artifact will ultimately not fetch a very high price. After a moment of silence, and Yunxi spoke again. Not only that, we can even feign confidence and deliberately keep raising the price. Then, when the time is right, we'll suddenly stop bidding. That way, box number 21 will be forced to buy the item at a high price, and they'll taste the bitterness of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice instead. Long-standing, deep-seated hatred stemming from historical issues has left in Yunxi with absolutely no goodwill towards the people of this country, let alone such petty people who enjoy stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Grandpa Ming fans still hesitated. If it's just an ordinary artifact, that's fine. But if it's truly a national treasure, I'll be unwilling to accept it if we can't get it back. Grandpa, if we really spend a huge sum of money to buy back artifacts that rightfully belong to us, wouldn't that embolden these robbers and traffickers? Don't worry, if it's truly a national treasure, I'll definitely find another way to get it. After some thought, Grandpa Ming fan nodded and said, "All right, whatever you say." The matter was finally settled. After exchanging contact information, the Ming family returned to their private room. Soon, all the items on the auction list were sold, and next up was the highly anticipated auction of the 3 final items. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire auction hall became increasingly tense and exciting because the 3 final items that everyone had been waiting for were about to be unveiled. And Yunxi didn't expect that the first item would be the so-called artifact. The moment this artifact was actually revealed, and Yunxi's face instantly darkened. Meanwhile, the Ming family members in VIP room number 9 were all visibly furious and indignant, because this artifact was none other than the long-lost and renowned bronze snake, head one of the 12 zodiac animal heads from the Old Summer Palace, Yunminjiwen. After the Old Summer Palace was looted and burned by the Anglo-French Allied forces in 1860, the snake head remained overseas, its whereabouts unknown. Who could have imagined that it would suddenly appear at this auction? What's even more infuriating is that it was the Japanese who put this artifact up for auction. And Yunxi knew nothing about how this snake head, originally looted by the Anglo-French Allied forces, ended up in Japanese hands. However, judging from the current situation, there's no doubt that this is a massive, meticulously planned conspiracy specifically targeting the Chinese people. Due to historical reasons, the Chinese people have a special emotional attachment to certain cultural relics lost overseas, especially those from the Yunminjiwen, because these relics embody so much historical humiliation and pain. But some businessmen are exploiting this humiliation and pain to make money. The price of the Yunminjiwen animal heads, rising from an initial $1,500 to $10 million, is the best example. Previously, the State Administration of Cultural Heritage had explicitly opposed using Chinese money to buy back China's own things. Yet some people are trying to use the historical context of these artifacts and the patriotic fervor of Chinese citizens to inflate auction prices. Moreover, the perpetrators in this scheme are the Japanese. Deep-seated hatred had accumulated. How could it not infuriate? Without hesitation, and Yunxi picked up her phone and immediately called Grandpa Zhou Yanfeng. "Yunxi, what's wrong?" Zhou Yanfeng, who was resting at home, was filled with suspicion and confusion upon receiving the call from his granddaughter-in-law. And Yunxi had no interest in small talk and went straight to the point. "Grandpa, I saw the Yunminjiwen bronze animal heads being auctioned in Las Vegas."
"What?"
Upon hearing this news, Zhou Yanfeng, who had been sitting on the sofa, instantly stood up in shock.
"It really is, Grandpa."
This time, the snake head that's been auctioned off for ages is the one that hasn't appeared before. And Yunxi continued without pausing. "I investigated, and the auction house for the animal heads has ties to Japan. I suspect this is a setup by the Japanese Kuroda family. The American-Chinese Ming family is also here. I reached an agreement with them not to bid with all our might. We can't let the Japanese conspiracy succeed." Thus, and Yunxi clearly explained the whole story in just a few words. Zhou Shenghua agreed with his granddaughter-in-law's approach. "Yunxi, you did the right thing. Although auctioning is a legal activity, if this animal head can be auctioned off, it's like laundering stolen goods. As everyone knows, these were looted from the Yunminjiwen by the Anglo-French Allied forces. Whoever buys this animal head is essentially helping the robbers dispose of stolen goods. Although everyone hopes the Yunminjiwen animal heads can return to their homeland, the opinions of the Cultural Relics Department and industry experts are unanimous. They oppose the repurchase. Chinese cultural relics were stolen, and now the Chinese are expected to buy them back at exorbitant prices? What kind of logic is that? Zhou Xinghua's words reassured Yunxi. Of course, that wasn't her real purpose for calling. Grandpa, if I don't auction it off this time, and instead use some special means to get the snake head back, will it cause trouble for the country and our family? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xinghua instantly understood the deeper meaning behind his granddaughter's words. Special means that couldn't be discussed openly. According to the Zhou family's traditions, they shouldn't support such actions. But this time, the target is the shameless Japanese, and the situation is different. Besides, today's China is no longer the China of the past. With the rise of China's economic, military, and technological strength, its overall national power is vastly different. Neither China nor the Zhou family is afraid of this trouble. However, to better handle what follows, he still needs to report to his superiors first. So, Zhou Xinghua put down his teacup, straightened his posture slightly, gazed into the distance, and after a moment of contemplation replied, Yunxi, do whatever you want.
Leave the rest to Grandpa.
He knew his granddaughter-in-law's temperament well. No matter what methods she used, he trusted she would know her limits. I understand. Thank you, Grandpa. While Yunxi was on the phone, the auction for the snake head had already begun. At the beginning of the auction, there were quite a few participants, but after the price reached $10 million, the number of bidders dwindled. Seeing that the time was right, Yunxi stopped observing and pretended to bid herself. Meanwhile, in VIP room number 9, owned by the Ming family, they were equally eager to participate, quickly joining the bidding. For a moment, the sounds of bidding rose and fell incessantly. The bidding surged higher and higher, quickly pushing the price to $68 million. This astonishing figure far exceeded the intrinsic value of the artifact. Even so, none of the parties showed any sign of giving up, and the competition became increasingly fierce. At this moment, in VIP room number 21, the man in his 30s, seated in the main seat, was intently watching the continuously rising auction price. He was slightly short, with upturned eyes and a straight nose that gave him a somewhat aloof appearance. Looking at the scene before him, the man's lips involuntarily curled into a smug smile, as if everything was under his control. Shortly afterward, the door to the private room opened. A young man in a black suit and black-rimmed glasses entered and whispered in the ear of the man at the head of the table, "Young master, I've found out everything. Room 9 is occupied by the Ming family, a Chinese American. Room 16 is occupied by a Chinese woman surnamed An. Her husband's family is in the Chinese military. They're both extremely patriotic and wealthy." Hearing this, the man's smile deepened. "Yoshi, no matter what, this time we must succeed." A barely perceptible ruthlessness flashed across the man's face. "Right eye. Keep raising the price." "Yes, young master." A woman in a kimono beside him responded and immediately went to carry out the order. During the bidding, Elvis received a phone call. "Miss, we've found the person in room 21. It's Kuroda Tanikawa, the eldest son of the Kuroda family. He's ostensibly the heir, but his father, Kuroda Eiji, has an illegitimate son named Kuroda Kimura. Kuroda Tanikawa has been fighting with Kuroda Kimura to prove himself. This trip to America to set up this scheme is an opportunity he personally fought for." "Oh." Sounds like an extremely arrogant and self-willed person. If that's the case, then today's situation is probably much easier to resolve. The auction price for the snake head soared, climbing steadily. And Yunxi and the Ming family were equally relentless, continuously bidding, displaying a determined attitude of winning regardless of the cost. Meanwhile, Kuroda Tanikawa also continued to raise the price. At this moment, only 3 groups remained in the fierce bidding. Kuroda in box 21, the Ming family in box 9, and in Yunxi in box 16. Soon, the bidding price reached $230 million. If he could stop here, he would have succeeded. While spending this much money to buy back the snake had far exceeded its value, and Yunxi could accept it. However, unexpectedly, Kuroda Tanikawa was already blinded by the ever-increasing price, completely absorbed in the thrill of raising the price. In his mind, he was very likely to achieve something extraordinary this time. Based on this blind confidence, he unhesitatingly chose to continue raising the price. But no matter how high he raised the price, and Yunxi and the Ming family remained close behind, refusing to budge an inch. Faced with this situation, Kuroda Tanikawa showed no sign of restraint. Instead, he became even more reckless. Ultimately, he recklessly pushed the price to a staggering $1 billion. At this point, at Yunxi's behest, the Ming family had withdrawn from the bidding. Therefore, only Kuroda Tanikawa and Yunxi remained bidding. At this crucial moment, the entire auction hall fell into a tense and silent atmosphere. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the VIP box where Kuroda Tanikawa and Yunxi were, anticipating the final result of this fierce bidding war. "Miss, shall we continue bidding?" After a moment's thought, Yunxi nodded firmly and replied softly, "Continue." With Yunxi's decisive bid, calling out a new high price, she instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. The unwavering bid from VIP box 16 excited Kuroda Tanikawa. "Ryo, quick, let's continue too." The situation was now extremely tense. And so, the two sides went back and forth, neither willing to give an inch, and the bidding price soared, quickly surpassing the $1.9 billion mark. Despite the exorbitant price, Yunxi maintained an air of absolute confidence and certainty, as if the sheer amount of money was insignificant to her. Kuroda Tanikawa was becoming increasingly carried away, losing his composure and completely controlled by Yunxi. Just as Kuroda Tanikawa was lost in his dream of making a fortune and raised the price to $2 billion, Yunxi suddenly stopped bidding. $2 billion, any higher bids? The audience fell silent, exchanging uneasy glances, none daring to break the silence. $2 billion once. Shall we bid again in box 16? The auctioneer looked expectantly towards box 16. However, Yunxi remained unmoved, like an iceberg, a faint smile on her face. "Two bids for $2 billion. Is there really no one else willing to bid?" The auctioneer raised his voice, trying to pique the interest of more people. However, he was met with only deathly silence. Seeing no further bidding, the auctioneer slammed his gavel down, announcing, $2 billion, sold in 3 bids. Congratulations to the guest in box 21 for successfully winning this precious item for $2 billion. The gavel fell, sealing the deal. With the heavy thud of the auctioneer's gavel, the crisp, resounding sound echoed throughout the auction hall like a thunderclap. Even the usually experienced and composed auctioneer's voice trembled slightly. The thought of the enormous profits he would receive filled the auctioneer with overwhelming excitement. Meanwhile, in box 21, Kuroda Tanikawa stood there, stunned. 1 second, he was basking in the joy of success. The next second, why hadn't box 16 started bidding? The auctioneer's gavel fell, and Kuroda Tanikawa finally realized he had failed. Failed? How could he possibly fail? This thought swirled in his mind, and Kuroda Tanikawa refused to accept this cruel reality. He had actually spent $2 billion to buy the Chinese artifacts his family had used to orchestrate the scheme. Not only did he not make a single penny, but he also had to pay the auction house a huge commission. If this news reached his family, what would his father think of him? What would the rest of the family think of him? Once this news reached home, he couldn't even imagine the disappointment and anger his father would feel towards him, or the opinions and gossip of the other family members. Thinking of this, a strong sense of fear and despair instantly overwhelmed him. Kuroda Tanikawa felt a wave of dizziness, his body swaying uncontrollably, nearly collapsing onto the sofa. He wanted to faint, but he couldn't. What to do next was something he needed to figure out. Kuroda Tanikawa picked up the now-cold tea on the table and took a sip, forcing himself to calm down and think of a solution. After calming down, he began to realize that he had been tricked by a conspiracy between VIP rooms 16 and 9. Especially VIP room 16, who consistently bid with the illusion of certainty, drawing him into their trap.
Baka.
Go, find out who that guy surnamed in is. He was determined to teach this Chinese a lesson. The oil field being auctioned was currently up for auction, and Yunxi wasn't particularly interested and didn't participate. Ultimately, the oil field was bought by a wealthy Middle Eastern businessman. Now, the highly anticipated main event was finally here. The private island that Yunxi desired was up for auction. Before the auction officially began, the experienced and eloquent auctioneer took the stage and gave a detailed introduction to this mysterious and alluring private island. While described as a private island, the island being auctioned was actually an archipelago in the South Pacific. This archipelago was like a cluster of sparkling pearls scattered across the sea. Besides the large main island at its core, it was surrounded by 5 relatively smaller satellite islands. The entire island group boasts a massive area of 520 square kilometers, with the central main island alone occupying a full 300 square kilometers. The islands lack mineral resources, but they possess a diverse array of terrains and landforms. From towering, majestic peaks to steep, precipitous cliffs, from winding, clear rivers to shimmering, tranquil lakes, and endless stretches of golden beaches, almost every imaginable natural landscape can be found here. Moreover, because the entire island remains largely undeveloped, what visitors can witness is pristine, untouched natural beauty. Even in its current unspoiled state, it is breathtakingly beautiful and possesses immense scenic value. With proper and rational planning and development in the future, it will undoubtedly become a premier tourist destination sought after by people worldwide. This private island was in Yunxi's purpose in attending the auction. However, she didn't rush to bid at first. Instead, like a seasoned hunter, she quietly lay in wait, patiently awaiting the perfect opportunity. As time passed, the prices of the auctioned items gradually rose, and those who initially participated actively withdrew from the competition due to the high prices. At this point, Yunxi felt the time was ripe and began to bid. Hearing the bidding begin in VIP box 16, Kuroda Tanikawa, feeling incredibly frustrated by Yunxi's scheme, immediately perked up and started raising the price. This Chinese woman surnamed and had made him suffer such a huge loss. He would never let her off easily. And Yunxi, leisurely bidding in her VIP box, had no idea what this man was thinking. If she knew that Kuroda Tanikawa kept calling her Chinese woman, she would personally storm into his room and beat him up. That would be the least of her worries. When the bidding reached $6 billion, his subordinates informed them that they were running out of money. They had only brought $8 billion in total, and after spending $2 billion on the snakehead auction, they only had $6 billion left. Kuroda Tanikawa was furious that he hadn't managed to annoy Yunxi. In a fit of rage, he swept everything on the table to the floor, creating a chaotic mess with a series of crashing sounds. Even so, he felt an overwhelming surge of anger that was difficult to vent. Gradually, this anger, like a spring compressed to its limit, underwent a subtle transformation from initial uncontrollable rage to a chillingly sinister ruthlessness. Kuroda Tanikawa, his face grave, called one of his subordinates to his side, gestured for him to bend down, and whispered some instructions in his ear. Upon hearing this, the subordinate's face instantly lit up with astonishment. He stood frozen in place, as if under a spell, completely motionless. Kuroda Tanikawa, seeing this, frowned slightly and impatiently snapped, "What are you standing there for? Get to work." Hearing this, the subordinate instinctively snapped out of his daze and hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir, I'll get right away." With that, he turned and left hastily. Without Kuroda Tanikawa's interference, Yunxi was finally able to participate in the auction smoothly and ultimately won the bid for the private islands for a staggering $12.8 billion. Having successfully thwarted the Japanese plot and secured her desired private island, and Yunxi was in exceptionally high spirits. With a smile, she quickly dialed Zhou Yanfeng's number, giving him a detailed report of everything that had happened at the auction. After completing all the necessary formalities related to the auction, Yunxi left the hotel satisfied and returned to her Las Vegas residence, the Locke Estate Villa. This luxurious villa was actually a reward given to her by the system during a previous trip to the United States. This was her second time staying there. For this auction, Elvis arranged 3 cars and 3 drivers for her entourage. Elvis and Manhwa rode in the first car, acting as the lead carman. And Yunxi sat in the middle car, while Lin Yi, the captain of the bodyguards, sat in the passenger seat of the second car, remaining vigilant at all times. Hai Rong and Wu Yuan brought up the rear in the third car. This arrangement was actually to prevent any unforeseen circumstances from arising, allowing them to better protect Yunxi's personal safety. Initially, Yunxi felt this was completely unnecessary, but as she embarked on her return journey, her thoughts underwent a complete 180-degree change. Not long after leaving the auction, a strange feeling welled up in Yunxi's heart. It seemed someone was secretly following them. And it wasn't just Yunxi who keenly sensed this anomaly. Lin Yi and the others traveling with her also noticed something was wrong almost simultaneously. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Yi quickly turned his head and reported to Yunxi with a serious expression, "Miss, someone is following us." Upon hearing this, Yunxi remained remarkably calm and composed, immediately instructing, "Everyone, follow your orders. See if you can shake them off." Yunxi's consistent principle in any situation was that professional tasks should be left to professionals. Upon receiving the instructions, Lin Yi immediately reached for the walkie-talkie beside him and began issuing a series of orders in a methodical manner. In an instant, the convoy of 3 cars resembled a nimble, unpredictable dragon, its speed fluctuating wildly and unpredictably. At times, it would suddenly make sharp turns, making its trajectory impossible to discern. Through this series of maneuvers, they quickly ascertained how many vehicles in the vicinity were suspicious. Lin Yi and his companions told the driver to focus on driving, while they themselves drew their handguns from their waists, skillfully chambered rounds, and stood ready, prepared for a fierce battle with their pursuers at any moment. Even the butler, Elvis, pulled out a handgun from somewhere and a submachine gun from under the seat. The submachine gun gleamed coldly in the sunlight, as if poised to unleash a deadly barrage at any moment. Manhwa, who was in the same car as the butler and had witnessed everything, was speechless. Manhwa was secretly amazed that this seemingly ordinary butler possessed such profound strength and secrets. Perhaps sensing Manhwa's eager gaze, Elvis smiled slightly, bent down again, and reached under the seat. In a short while, he successfully retrieved another identical submachine gun and handed it to Manhwa without hesitation. As Manhwa somewhat blankly accepted the weapon, Elvis had already used the walkie-talkie to inform the 2 vehicles behind them of the location of the submachine guns. Everyone, speechless, yet also envious. After all, in China, such close contact with and even use of firearms would be almost unimaginable. At this moment, Yunxi held a Desert Eagle pistol, her beautiful face unusually serious and solemn. When the system rewarded Yunxi with a world-famous firearms gift package, she thought she wouldn't need it and would have to leave it unused. Unexpectedly, she actually had to use it. Seemingly realizing their actions had been discovered, Lin Yi quickly noticed that the other side was beginning to recklessly try to trap them there. As several vehicles were already closing in on them, intending to form an encirclement and trap them. A loud bang rang out, and a bullet whistled out, accurately striking the wheel of the vehicle behind. To the shooter's astonishment, the car seemed indestructible, completely unaffected, its speed even increasing. Meanwhile, Yunxi and her companions, showing no weakness, raised their guns and launched a fierce attack on the enemy. The car Elvis had arranged was bulletproof from the body and windows to the wheels, leaving the enemy initially helpless. However, the enemy's car wasn't necessarily bulletproof. The wheels, in particular, became their weak point. The sharp-eyed and quick-handed Yunxi instantly noticed this. She decisively opened the window and focused her fire on the tires and the driver. With almost no time to aim, she swiftly pulled the trigger, her movements clean and swift, each shot hitting its target with perfect accuracy. One shot, one kill, every bullet finding its mark. With a series of muffled gunshots, cars riddled with bullets quickly lost control due to the inertia of their high speed. Some collided head-on, producing deafening crashes. Others slammed into the sturdy guardrails, sparks flying, creating a chaotic scene. But the enemy had sent far too many men. Cars were destroyed one after another. Men were eliminated wave after wave. It was endless. Faced with this onslaught, and Yunxi couldn't help but scoff. They've really gone all out to deal with her. Not long after, and Yunxi's vehicle was intercepted by oncoming traffic and forced to stop. A group of burly men in black suits filed out of the cars. Each of them gripped a dark, menacing pistol and menacingly approached Yunxi's car. "Miss Captain Lin, I've already called the police. We just need to hold out until they arrive, and we'll be safe." They had just stopped on the bridge. Because the direction they were walking in was right next to the bridge railing, the enemies were mainly coming from the other three directions.
Lin E.
quickly looked around, calmly analyzing the current situation. He quickly and decisively issued orders, directing everyone to rapidly construct a tight three-sided defensive system. None of Yunxi's men were poor marksmen. Yunxi herself, with her godlike shooting skills, was naturally an expert. Lin E and the others were elites who had undergone rigorous training and system evaluation and certification. All four had system-certified ability scores above 90, with Lin Yi's score reaching a staggering 96. Unexpectedly, the butler, Elvis, was expressionless, calmly taking down targets with each shot, his strength terrifyingly formidable. His face was completely expressionless, a stark contrast to his usual gentle and smiling demeanor in front of Yunxi. At this moment, Elvis coldly pulled the trigger, each shot hitting its target with pinpoint accuracy, as if death itself had descended upon the world. Even the three drivers arranged by Elvis, after the car was forced to stop, each armed with a pistol, became an important part of Yunxi's fighting force. Yunxi's side had fewer men, but they had 3 armored vehicles for cover, and each of them was a sharpshooter with automatic submachine guns. A fierce firefight ensued, the battle extremely intense, resulting in a stalemate. "Butler, how long until the police arrive?" Linny shouted at the top of his lungs while continuously firing at the enemy. Although they were able to hold their own for the time being, the enemy simply outnumbered them. If any unexpected event occurred, Mrs. Safety would likely be jeopardized. Upon hearing the shout, Elvis, who was focused on firing, quickly diverted some attention from the tense battle, glanced at his watch, and then shouted back, 10 minutes at the latest. At this moment, Elvis was completely devoid of his usual gentle and polite demeanor. It's obvious that in this environment, you have to shout, otherwise, no one around can hear you. Elvis spoke loudly, so everyone on Yunxi's side naturally heard everything he said. Actually, Elvis estimated they should arrive in 4 or 5 minutes, since he had called the police from the start. The police station has its own people, they certainly wouldn't dare delay. However, he didn't make any absolute statements, because he knew the unpredictability of life. Therefore, he deliberately left some room for unforeseen circumstances. And so, time ticked by. Just then, something unexpected happened. The driver of the first car on Yunxi's side, as he stuck his hand out the window to fire, a bullet whistled through the air and struck his right arm squarely. Instantly, bright red blood gushed from the wound. Seeing this, Elvis acted decisively, ordering the driver to quickly close the windows and bandage his wounds inside the car. Then, without hesitation, he stepped forward, taking over the position previously held by the injured driver, and continued the fierce firefight with the enemy. Elvis's prediction was correct. Only 5 minutes later, the piercing siren of a police car approached. Hearing the police arrive, the enemy began to retreat in panic, but due to their large numbers, a small number who couldn't escape were arrested by the police. When the police arrived at the scene, they found only chaos. The armed men in black who had attacked and surrounded the area lay scattered on the ground, some wounded but still breathing, others already lifeless, lying motionless in pools of blood. And Yunxi and her group took a brief statement and left, leaving Elvis to negotiate with the police. When they returned to Locke Manor, Owen, having received the news, was already waiting at the entrance with a group of men. Elvis was the butler of Hyun Manor, while Owen was the butler of Locke Manor. Although New York and Las Vegas were far apart, both were subordinates of Yunxi and frequently communicated and cooperated. In this situation, both knew exactly what they should do. "Miss, are you all right?" Upon seeing Yunxi, Owen immediately stepped forward with concern and inquired. "I'm fine. One of the drivers was injured. Have the medical personnel treat him?" "Yes, miss." And Yunxi walked inside, giving instructions. "Also, send someone to investigate who is behind today's attack." "Miss, I already sent people to investigate before you returned." Upon hearing Yunxi's instructions, Owen quickly reported. And Yunxi paused, then reminded him. "Focus on investigating Kuroda Tanagawa." While there was no evidence of who orchestrated today's attack, and Yunxi had a general idea. Her usual trips abroad were mainly for competitions, and the number of people she had offended overseas was too many to count on one hand. Of course, she couldn't rule out other unforeseen reasons. Therefore, it's best to thoroughly investigate the truth. Once she has a clear target, she can take revenge without any psychological pressure and with a greater sense of accomplishment. And Yunxi woke up from a nap to find the investigation results in. As expected, just as she had suspected, the mastermind behind all this was none other than the despicable and shameless Kuroda Tanagawa. "Miss, although we can confirm it's him, even with evidence, given Kuroda Tanagawa's status, he can easily find a scapegoat, and the American police can't do anything to him." At this moment, Elvis and Owen, who had returned from their mission, came to Yunxi to give her a detailed report on the investigation. Hearing this, Yunxi's eyes instantly sharpened. "Then we won't rely on the American police. We'll get our revenge ourselves." Immediately afterward, she swiftly issued orders. "You two go and investigate Kuroda Tanagawa's hideout, where the snakehead statue is hidden, and the Kuroda family's influence in America. Find out everything. This time, I will make him and the entire Kuroda family behind him pay an extremely heavy price." And Yunxi's beautiful face was now shrouded in frost. Her eyes were icy cold, and every word she spoke carried a chilling intent. This coldness, like a gust of wind, instantly blew away the relaxed expressions of the two men before her, making their faces extremely grave. "Yes, we'll do it now." The two men dared not delay in the slightest, responding in unison before turning and hurriedly leaving to arrange the subsequent matters. Leaving Yunxi behind, she narrowed her eyes slightly, lost in thought. Her mind raced as she carefully considered all the resources she could currently mobilize. The Zhou family's influence is primarily military-based. Zhou Shenghua and Zhou Shiyan are both businessmen with some overseas businesses, but given their status, it's not convenient for them to get involved in such matters. Therefore, Yunxi will have to rely mostly on herself this time. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. That's right, there's the Ming family too. They could cooperate on that. Fortunately, after several years of effort, Yunxi's system has successfully reached level 8. From level 5 to level 8, the functions haven't increased. But the rewards have become much richer, and Yunxi has learned more and more about the system. Now, Yunxi is basically certain that the system's previous owner was actually her master, Zhang Wentian. And before that, the system had been passed down through many generations in the Zhang family. Of course, the system's succession isn't determined by the host. Behind it lies a general set of rules. After the previous host dies, the system will carefully select the most suitable candidate from the next generation of the family and re-establish a binding relationship with them. Once successfully bound to the system, this person undoubtedly becomes the rightful heir, gradually taking over and inheriting the enormous wealth accumulated and created by the family over many years. The reason it fell into Yunxi's hands is because the previous host Zhang Wentian had a unique personality and eccentric behavior and surprisingly left no descendants. Therefore, the system chose Yunxi, who had transmigrated through several worlds, possessed a relatively strong soul, and had rich experience to bind with. And Yunxi thus became the sole heir to the Zhang family's century-old accumulated wealth. By now, Yunxi had firmly grasped a significant portion of the Zhang family's wealth and influence overseas. Dealing with the Kyoto family was something Yunxi felt confident she could handle. Of course, Yunxi wouldn't underestimate any opponent. Yunxi knew that in a world full of uncertainties and challenges, caution and reverence were always crucial survival rules. She certainly wouldn't act rashly, without thorough intelligence gathering and a well-thought-out plan. Fortunately, the Zhang family's overseas intelligence network was vast, making the investigation relatively easy. 2 days later, detailed intelligence reports arrived in Yunxi's hands. The reports clearly detailed Kuroda Tanikawa's residence in the United States and the location of the snakehead. The Kuroda family's influence in the United States was also extensively listed. Miss, due to time constraints, we've only uncovered this much of the Kuroda family's influence in America. We estimate it should cover about half. Owen stood respectfully to the side, carefully explaining the current situation to Yunxi. Half is enough. Half, plus the snakehead and the profits siphoned off Kuroda Tanikawa, is enough to make the Kuroda family furious for a while. Thinking of this, a sly smile crept onto Yunxi's lips. Having already made up her mind, Yunxi decisively gave the order, "Summon the relevant personnel immediately. We need to discuss an action plan." At a single command, the various forces that had been hidden behind the Haiyun Manor, seemingly calm and collected, were instantly activated, moving like a pack of well-trained cheetahs, swiftly and methodically launching their operation. Shortly afterward, several key figures gathered. After a tense and intense discussion, a detailed and comprehensive action plan was finally finalized. This plan was divided into 4 parts. First, to teach the arrogant and domineering Kuroda Tanikawa a lesson, to let him know the consequences of angering Yunxi. Second, to ensure the successful recovery of the invaluable snakehead bronze statue, ensuring it does not remain in foreign hands. Third, to eliminate the Kuroda family's influence in the United States, weakening their power. Finally, to further investigate and completely eradicate the Kuroda family's other influence in the United States, preventing future troubles. To this end, Yunxi also contacted the Ming family, revealing part of the plan to them and requesting their cooperation. As long as the Ming family intervened, they would receive a share of the assets left after the Kuroda family's influence was dismantled. With such a good deal, old Master Ming naturally wouldn't refuse. Besides, even without any personal gain, the Ming family was willing to participate in causing trouble for the Japanese. Old Master Ming agreed without hesitation, promising to fully assist Yunxi in completing this operation. Of course, Yunxi had also informed Old Master Zhou. After all, this was no small matter. Having a backup plan in case of unforeseen circumstances would prevent China from being caught off guard. When Old Master Zhou learned that the Kuroda family had dared to so brazenly attack and assassinate Yunxi, he was furious and immediately began to curse, saying he would teach them a lesson. At the same time, he told Yunxi to go all out, assuring her that he would cover for her if anything went wrong. They'd been attacked right at their doorstep. Not fighting back wasn't the Zhou family's style. Zhou Shiyan flew to the United States immediately upon receiving the news and even participated in the planning of the operation. "Yunxi, don't worry, our plan is very detailed and has a high margin for error. It will definitely go smoothly." Noticing that his wife seemed lost in thought, Zhou Shiyan gently reached out and took Yunxi's hand, softly comforting her. To be honest, Zhou Shiyan felt a little regretful. If he had known such danger would occur, he should have accompanied her to this auction no matter what. If something had really gone wrong, he couldn't imagine what would have happened to him. Looking at the man's worried eyes, Yunxi smiled and said, "I'm not worried. Once this is done, we'll go home." Go home. Those 2 simple words sounded so beautiful and desirable at that moment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiyan felt a warm current surge through his heart, a feeling of immense comfort. He nodded emphatically and replied, "All right, let's go home together." Originally, and Yunxi had been eagerly anticipating participating in the operation to retrieve the snakehead bronze statue. But with Zhou Shiyan's arrival, her plans were naturally ruined. Because the first 3 of the 4 plans were being carried out simultaneously, various groups began their operations the day after the plans were formulated. On the 3rd day after the plans were formulated, and Yunxi received the results of the operation. To her delight, everything was progressing very smoothly. The drug given to Kyoto Tanwa had already silently taken root in his body. Speaking of this drug, and Yunxi had carefully selected and redeemed it from the system shop. It could be considered a kind of poison, colorless and odorless. Its toxicity was exceptional. Once it entered the body, it would gradually erode the immune system like a demon, weakening the vitality of various organs. Without effective intervention, the poisoned person could only linger on for a maximum of 3 years. Even with some treatment, current medical technology cannot completely cure the poisoning. At most, it would only prolong the patient's life by 2 years. If it weren't for the fear that directly killing this guy would cause trouble for China due to the Kuroda family's rampage, why would Yunxi have chosen such a roundabout method? Although she was extremely unwilling, she understood the importance of the bigger picture. This drug was completely undetectable. If this guy died in 3 years, it wouldn't implicate her or China. As for the snake-headed bronze statue that was brought back, and Yunxi had already stored it in her purple cloud immortal mansion. Even if Kyoto Tanakawa suspected something, without evidence, he couldn't do anything to her. At this time, Kyoto Tanakawa had already received news of the snakehead's disappearance. Enraged, Kyoto Tanagawa stormed into the room, smashing everything in sight to pieces like a wild beast. However, even this could not quell the raging fire burning within him. Damn it! Investigate. Find out exactly who dared to steal my snakehead. Kyoto Tanagawa roared hysterically. You see, this snakehead was a meticulously planned, perfect weapon against China. Not only did the plan fail, but they also paid a hefty commission to the auction house and lost the snakehead itself. How could such humiliation not infuriate him? The thought of his father's scolding and his illegitimate son's smug, gloating expression filled Kyoto Tanakawa with unbearable pain, as if struck by a heavy hammer. But what he never expected was that before his men could even find a trace of the thief, a series of devastating news arrived like a tidal wave. Young master, it's terrible. Our underground boxing ring in New York has been raided by the American police. A subordinate rushed in, his face filled with panic. Not long after, another subordinate rushed in, shouting, "Young master, the Kuroda family's casino in Las Vegas has been vandalized." Immediately afterward, a third subordinate arrived, panting, reporting, "Young master, our base in Washington has been raided by a group of unknown assailants." A barrage of bad news, like a relentless storm, assaulted Kyoto Tanakawa's fragile mental defenses. His eyes widened as he listened to the devastating news in disbelief, his face growing increasingly pale, his lips trembling slightly. Suddenly, a strong wave of dizziness washed over him. Kyoto Tanakawa felt the world spinning, as if his entire being was collapsing in an instant. He desperately tried to steady himself, but the force was like an invisible hand, gripping his throat, making it impossible for him to breathe. Finally, everything went black, and his body collapsed limply to the ground. "Young master! Young master!" Panicked cries rang out, shattering the previous tranquility. Kyoto Tanagawa's sudden fainting threw his men into chaos, causing them to scramble around like ants on a hot plate. Some rushed forward to support the collapsing Kyoto Tanakawa, while others frantically searched for something to lean on. Still others shouted, "Quick! Get Dr. Fujino here." In an instant, chaos erupted. No one had time to think of anything else. When Kyoto Tanakawa finally regained consciousness after some treatment and tried to stop them, and Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan were already on their private plane back home. Thus, Kyoto Tanakawa missed his best opportunity to intervene. Kyoto Tanakawa slumped weakly onto the bed, his eyes vacant and lifeless, his heart filled with regret and anger. But at this moment, he was powerless, forced to watch helplessly as his plans thwarted. As for what fate awaited Kuroda Tanikawa after returning home, and Yunxi didn't care much. For her, the most important thing right now was to quickly ascertain the details of the Kuroda family. After her experience in America, she was now on the opposite side of the Kuroda family. Rather than waiting for the Kuroda family to retaliate, she decided to strike first. And Yunxi firmly believed that knowing your enemy is the key to victory. Therefore, upon returning to China, Yunxi decisively issued orders, dispatching capable personnel to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the Kuroda family's background, sphere of influence, and various potential threats. She believed that by fully grasping this crucial information and developing a targeted and effective countermeasure, she could gain the upper hand. That day, having finally managed to relax after handling a mountain of work, Yunxi lazily reclined on the spacious and comfortable sofa at Yunshui residence. She rested her head on Zhou Shiyan's lap, phone in hand, leisurely browsing the information on the screen. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling window of the living room, filtering through the sheer, misty curtains, dappling Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan, as if draping them in a golden veil, creating a captivating and languid atmosphere. And Yunxi's fame had already spread throughout China, reaching almost the point of being a household name. With over 100 million followers, she had become a highly publicized public figure. Because of this, she could no longer stroll freely through the streets and alleys as she used to. After all, wherever she went, she would attract attention and crowds. In 1 month, Yunxi would successfully defend her doctoral dissertation and receive her PhD in finance from Peking University. Having completed her studies, she could finally have more time for herself. In recent years, Yunxi has been very busy, juggling studies, participating in various competitions, and managing her businesses. She's busy, and so is Zhou Shiyan. The couple has essentially been in a long-distance relationship, with very little time together. The days they can truly be together, truly cherishing each other, are few and far between. Perhaps that's why they both treasure the time they can spend together. Their sweet, clingy affection is no different from that of a couple newly in love. When scrolling through her phone, Yunxi habitually checks the comments section whenever she comes across content related to herself. This time was no exception. She was immediately amused by the diverse and witty comments, bursting into laughter. It truly lived up to the old saying, the best parts are always hidden in the comments. She had to admit, this generation of netizens was incredibly talented. Zhou Shiyan watched his wife laugh until tears streamed down her face, a helpless yet indulgent smile playing on his lips. "What's so funny?" he asked. Hearing her husband's question, Yunxi finally managed to stop laughing, wiping away the tears from her eyes, and excitedly replied, "Honey, look, these comments from netizens are hilarious." She eagerly handed her phone to Zhou Shiyan, eager to share this joy with her beloved. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Shiyan showed absolutely no interest in the content on the phone screen held close to his eyes, simply snatching it away and placing it on the coffee table beside him.
Huh?
"What's going on?" Before Yunxi could figure out what was happening, the man picked her up. "Hey, what are you doing?" Suddenly, suspended in midair, Yunxi instinctively wrapped her arms around the man's neck. Zhou Shiyan gently lifted the person he was holding, a gesture that made Yunxi instinctively hold on even tighter. He looked down at the woman in his arms, speaking with slight displeasure. "You've been looking at your phone all afternoon. Could you please focus your attention on your husband for a while, my wife?" Yunxi. Why did this guy suddenly switch to such a pretentious, ancient scholar style? She's having a hard time adjusting. While she was still stunned, she had already been carried to the study on the first floor. After entering, Zhou Shiyan locked the study door from the inside. With a soft click, Yunxi's heart skipped a beat, her eyes widening in surprise. Yunxi, seeing her reaction, Zhou Shiyan's lips curled into a faint smile. "What, does Madam not wish to?" he said. "That's not what I meant, Before she could finish, Zhou Shiyan interrupted her. "So, you do wish?" and Yunxi was now sitting at the desk. Zhou Shurian stood before her, his hands gripping her slender waist like iron clamps. They faced each other, staring into each other's eyes. And Yunxi felt a sudden sense of danger. Was Shurian going to try something new? Just as she was lost in thought, Zhou Shurian slowly moved closer to her, so close she could almost feel their warm breaths mingling. Then, without warning, he gently kissed her lips, then leaned close to her ear and said in a deep, magnetic voice, "My lady hasn't said whether she's willing or not yet." And Yunxi's hands trembled slightly as she placed them against the man's firm, broad chest. A faint blush rose to her beautiful face, making her exceptionally alluring. Her eyes, like autumn water, darted away at the man before her, and she said somewhat awkwardly, "Husband, it's still daytime." This man had kept her up until midnight last night, and now he was already aroused again. And Yunxi couldn't help but curse inwardly. Humph, what a scoundrel. A complete lecher. There isn't a single good man in the world. Faced with Yunxi's accusation, the man grinned mischievously and leaned closer to her, teasingly whispering, "What does my lady think I would do? Engage in lewd acts in broad daylight?" And Yunxi was utterly speechless. How could she answer? Nothing she said seemed appropriate. Zhou Shurian didn't seem to expect Yunxi to say anything and continued, "I didn't originally intend to do anything, but since my wife desires it, I will certainly comply." "No, I didn't. I know my wife is shy and embarrassed to say it. Leave everything to me. I will satisfy you." "Brother Shurian, The unfinished words were blocked from her mouth, leaving only intermittent, broken moans echoing in the study. Zhou Shurian tightly embraced Yunxi's slender waist, deepening the kiss. Yunxi struggled desperately to break free from Zhou Shurian's grasp, but his strength was too great, and her resistance was futile. Gradually, her body became weaker and weaker, and her consciousness gradually blurred. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally slowly separated. Yunxi was already panting heavily, her cheeks flushed red, and her lips slightly swollen from the intense kiss. Looking at her loose, comfortable loungewear, it was clear that Zhou Shurian had roughly pulled it off sometime during the night, leaving it scattered haphazardly to the side. An ambiguous and alluring atmosphere filled the study. An hour later, a flushed Yunxi was carried out of the study by Zhou Shurian and into the elevator leading to the master bedroom on the third floor. From that day on, Yunxi gained a completely new understanding of the extent of her husband's shamelessness. While Yunxi was busy with her studies and career, everyone else was living their lives in their own worlds. Her younger brother, Yunxi, had successfully entered Peking University's School of Economics and Management a year ago, and in his second year, he decided to major in economics. After Yunxi got his driver's license, Yunxi didn't hesitate to fulfill her promise and bought him a sports car. To prepare for this, Yunxi and Zhou Shurian accompanied him to look at cars for 2 days, and Yunxi ultimately chose a gray Ferrari SF90. Yunxi. The Ferrari sports car was indeed excellent. Both its performance and design were top-notch, and Yunxi quite liked it. However, if she were to choose, she definitely wouldn't have chosen this color. But since it was Yunxi's car, and it was his own preference, Yunxi didn't interfere. The car wasn't too expensive. After customizing various high-end features, it cost a total of over 5 million yuan. Their son has also started school in Beijing, and in Jianhua and Fangmingxia have prepared a large apartment for him in the Baiyunshan residential complex, in the same building as the one they gave to Yunxi. The layout and size are similar, but the decorating style is different. After all, he's a big boy, so they certainly can't decorate it like their daughter's house. Yunxi usually lives at school, and during holidays he stays at Baiyunshan for a couple of days. As for Yunxi's Yunshui residence, he visits it once every month or two. After all, he has his own social life, and staying with his sister is inconvenient. Besides, his sister often travels abroad for competitions and isn't always in Beijing. Furthermore, he doesn't want to disturb his sister and brother-in-law's time together too much. On the in-family side, Yunxi's older cousin Yunchuan and his wife, Zhang Weiwei, welcomed the fruit of their lovely baby boy was born smoothly in March of this year. The arrival of this little one filled the entire family with laughter. Grandpa and Nguangi personally named his grandson Njihing, hoping the child would possess a clever and intelligent mind, a gentle and kind nature, and unwavering perseverance. Grandpa and Grandma also enjoyed the joy of 4 generations living together. Meanwhile, Yunxi's cousin, Fang Jiaxing, recently fell into a romantic relationship. He and a girl who had just joined their law firm sparked a romance and successfully became a couple. Both were law students, so they had many common topics to discuss. And Yunxi had met her cousin's girlfriend once. While the girl was decisive and efficient at work, she displayed a completely different, lively, and adorable side around her cousin. This was quite an eye-opener for Yunxi. And then there was her aunt's cousin, Yukai, who was set to get married this national day. His girlfriend was also a teacher at Yunzhou University. After receiving the news, Yunxi remained silent for a long time. Is workplace romance now a trend? Why have both of her cousins gone down this path? Furthermore, Yunxi's second cousin from her maternal uncle's side recently had a second son, named Fang Yuanqi. The couple's wish for a daughter was shattered, and they were disappointed for quite some time. Her aunt's cousin, He Jessen, 31 years old and still single, began the miserable life of being pressured by her parents and elders to get married and being introduced to blind dates. He Jessen was very distressed about this and would often vent to her friends on WeChat. And Yunxi thus learned many bizarre stories about blind dates. In addition, in Yunxi's dormitory 303, besides her being married, Tong Yao and Guan Yan, who had been dating for several years, were about to tie the knot. After graduation, the two did not stay in Beijing but chose to go to Shanghai. The couple's hometowns are in Suzhou and Nanjing, respectively. Living in Shanghai is closer to their hometowns, allowing them to go home on weekends and take care of their families more easily. Their wedding is set for December, and Yunxi and her friends will be attending from Suzhou. This means Yunxi has 2 weddings to attend this year. When Fang Mingxia video called Yunxi to inform her about her cousin Yukai's wedding, she was organizing the materials and items she had collected in her Ziyun immortal abode. Hearing the phone ring outside, she immediately left the abode to answer it. Xiaoxi, your cousin Yukai from your aunt's side is getting married during the National Day holiday. Will you have time to come back? Hearing her mother's words, the shooting schedule for this year flashed into her mind. Unfortunately, this year's National Day holiday coincides with the Asian Games. Even if Yunxi wanted to participate, she couldn't. Mom, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back for National Day. It coincides with the Asian Games, and I'll probably be competing in Yuhang then.
Oh, is that so?
Well, there's nothing I can do about it then. Fang Mingxia hadn't expected the timing to be so coincidental, but her daughter's competition was a big deal, and there was nothing she could do if she couldn't come back. Don't worry about the competition. I'll prepare the red envelope for you. I'll explain it to your aunt and cousin properly. Okay, Mom. I'll prepare a gift and send it back. Could you take it with me? Sure. These days, people prefer to hold weddings during holidays like May Day and National Day. In the past, Yunxi could easily make time for National Day. But who knew it would coincide with the Asian Games, held only once every 4 years. And this year, the Asian Games were from September 23rd to October 8th. Even though their shooting competitions were scheduled earlier, it wouldn't all be finished by October 1st. So, Yunxi regretfully missed it. After returning home and settling into her work, Yunxi rested for a while before embarking on her competition journey again. June. Shooting World Cup, Baku, Azerbaijan. July. Shooting World Cup, Changwon, South Korea. August. With no competitions, Yunxi began to handle matters concerning the Kuroda family. After obtaining the investigation data, Yunxi learned that the Kuroda family, a well-known Japanese conglomerate, primarily operates in the chemical, semiconductor, and CNC machine tool industries. What a coincidence! This is quite interesting. Both semiconductors and CNC machine tools are areas where Yunxi can deliver a heavy blow. Yunxi's Jiangbei Huafeng CNC Machine Tool Company, Limited, has already produced some of the world's most advanced CNC and precision machining tools. However, due to production capacity and other factors, previous orders were mainly for domestic demand. Of course, that was in the past. Just 2 months ago, a brand new CNC machine tool production line invested in and established by Huafeng CNC successfully went into operation. Entering the international market has been a long-planned endeavor for Huafeng. Now, this plan has officially begun. Moreover, the production costs of CNC machine tools were extremely high at the beginning of production. Huafeng, of course, wasn't idle. After a period of refinement, the problem had been effectively resolved. With a new production line operational, their machine tools were more advanced than Japan's, yet their costs were lower. Of course, the far-sighted and shrewd Yunxi had no intention of selling at a low price. She knew very well that a price similar to Japan's would already provide a significant advantage. After all, their technology was already world-leading. Anyone with a clear head would know which to choose. In this way, it wouldn't be long before the once glorious Kuroda family's CNC machine tool industry lost its former glory and gradually declined. Furthermore, in the semiconductor industry, Yunxi possessed a core technology that would shock the industry, 1nm lithography technology. Even more astonishingly, the online store even offered technical data on 0.5 nanometers and 0.1 nanometers processes for exchange. It's fair to say that if Yunxi managed things well, it was entirely possible for China to lead the world in this field by 50 or even 100 years. It's important to understand that research on 1nm lithography machines was nearing completion. Once this project was finished, the Kuroda family's semiconductor industry would suffer a devastating blow. At that point, the Kuroda family's position in the industry would likely be precarious. Therefore, Yunxi initially formulated a plan to gradually weaken the Kuroda family's strength by using CNC machine tools and the semiconductor industry as entry points, and then launch a full-scale attack when the time was right. The goal was to cripple the Kuroda family in one fell swoop, leaving them with no ability to resist. On September 23rd, the 19th Asian Games opened as scheduled in Yuhang City, China. The opening ceremony of the Asian Games was held at the Yuhang Olympic Sports Center Stadium. It must be said that China has become quite adept at hosting such large-scale events. The opening ceremony of this Asian Games was truly remarkable, attracting attention from all over Asia and even the world. The entire ceremony and performances were linked by water and symbolized by tides, embodying the spirit of Chinese culture and showcasing the vibrant interaction between China, Asia, and the world in the new era. September 23rd marked the autumn equinox and also the significant 6th Chinese Farmers' Harvest Festival. In this season of hope and joy, the earth seemed enveloped in a golden glow. Thus, the unique element of osmanthus shone like a dazzling pearl, cleverly integrated into the grand opening ceremony of the Asian Games. The fragrant osmanthus blossoms, symbolizing a bountiful harvest and the promotion of excellent traditional Chinese culture and the display of modern Chinese civilization became important creative concepts throughout the entire opening ceremony. The torch lighting ceremony creatively employed a digital ignition method. During the lighting of the main torch, over 100 million digital torchbearers will gather on the Qiantang River to form a physical digital torchbearer, who will then join the 6 offline torchbearers to light the main torch. This marks the first time in human history that the Asian Games flame has been lit using carbon waste recycling and zero-carbon methanol. I don't know what others think, but Yunxi at least thinks this design is quite creative. Putting everything else aside, it's definitely more interesting than the opening ceremony of the previous Asian Games held in Indonesia. The Asian Games officially began the day after the opening ceremony, September 24th. The shooting competition, in which Yunxi participates, also started today at the Fuyang Inhu Sports Center and will continue until October 1st. During this period, a total of 33 shooting gold medals will be awarded. Shooting actually originated from hunting and military activities. In the history of the modern Olympics, except for the 3rd Olympic Games in St. Louis in 1904 and the 9th Olympic Games in Amsterdam in 1928, shooting has been an official Olympic sport in all other editions. At the first Olympic Games in Athens in 1896, shooting was offered as one of 5 events. At the 7th Olympic Games in Antwerp in 1920, this number increased to 21, which is the most shooting events ever held in the history of the Olympic Games. Many events in the Asian Games are actually modeled after those in the Olympics. Therefore, shooting is also playing a very important role in this Asian Games. This Asian Games has added many team events to the various shooting categories. Therefore, in addition to her usual 4 events, Yunxi will also participate in the women's 25-meter pistol team event, as well as the women's singles and trap team events. In other words, this Asian Games is a daunting task for Yunxi, as she needs to compete in a total of 7 events. Yunxi. Starting from the 27th, her competition schedule has been incredibly tight. On September 27th, Yunxi first demonstrated her amazing strength in the women's 25-meter pistol individual event, successfully winning the gold medal in that event. Following this, she and her teammates fought side by side, winning the gold medal in the women's 25-meter pistol team event with their excellent teamwork. Furthermore, in the subsequent women's skeet shooting final, Yunxi maintained her superb form, effortlessly claiming the championship trophy once again. This remarkable achievement of winning 3 gold medals in a single day quickly spread online, causing a sensation like a bombshell. Her popularity exploded like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable, instantly topping the trending charts, search rankings, and topic lists on major websites. Suddenly, the name Yunxi became the focus of discussion everywhere, returning to the national spotlight. On September 28th, in the mixed team skeet shooting event, Yunxi and her longtime partner Gu Linhua continued their excellent competitive form. Working together seamlessly, they performed brilliantly, ultimately winning the championship in this event with a narrow escape. However, the course of the competition is always unpredictable. Unfortunately, in the women's skeet team event, the Chinese shooting team lost to Kazakhstan by a narrow margin, only winning the silver medal. Up to now, Yunxi has shown like a bright star on the Asian Games stage, successfully winning 4 gold medals and 1 silver medal. September 29th arrived, a rare day of rest for Yunxi. She didn't schedule any activities or training, intending only to relax, adjust her condition, and conserve her energy for the even more intense challenges ahead. After a day of rest, the women's skeet qualifying competition officially began on September 30th. On the field, Yunxi was heroic and composed, every shot accurate, achieving an astonishing perfect score and unsurprisingly advancing to the final gold medal match. The following day, the finals began, the atmosphere tense and exciting, all eyes focused on the exceptionally talented athletes. However, Yunxi remained unaffected, maintaining a stable mindset and outstanding performance, ultimately securing the gold medal in her event. In the final women's team trap shooting competition, Yunxi and her teammates displayed impeccable teamwork, seemingly divinely inspired. Working together, they forged ahead, not only winning the championship, but also breaking the world record for the event, creating a new chapter of glory. At this Asian Games, Yunxi participated in 7 events, ultimately finishing with 6 gold and 1 silver medal. While many felt slightly disappointed that she didn't achieve a perfect finish with 7 gold medals, Yunxi herself didn't dwell on it. For her, the competition was over. Past honors and slight regrets should be left behind. So, when this grand sporting event came to a close, she quickly put it behind her and turned to the next chapter of her life. In stark contrast, netizens online engaged in a heated discussion about the competition. Among them were some harsh words, with a few netizens even verbally abusing Yunxi's teammates, blaming them for the team's loss of a gold medal due to poor performance. Such irrational and disrespectful remarks undoubtedly brought additional pressure and harm to the athletes. Fortunately, most netizens maintained a rational and objective attitude, speaking out for the athletes and calling on everyone to respect every athlete who put in the effort and to work together to create a positive and healthy online environment. Yunxi's new media public relations team acted swiftly and decisively. When they noticed the initial signs of this negative trend, they immediately intervened and implemented countermeasures. A series of skillful operations followed, accurately controlling the direction of comments, skillfully guiding the topic, flexibly shifting public attention, and effectively resolving conflicts. These methods worked together synergistically, and the situation stabilized in no time. Therefore, those who attempted to stir up trouble were silenced before they could create any real disruption. The Asian Games had barely ended when the World Shooting Championships opened in Cairo, Egypt. And Yunxi and the rest of her shooting team departed from Beijing on October 20th. After an 11-hour journey, they finally arrived in Cairo, the capital of Egypt, the following day. Weary from their long journey, the group first checked into their pre-booked accommodations to rest and adjust to the time difference. After resting, they followed the prescribed procedures to register and undergo rigorous checks on themselves and their equipment. This wasn't Yunxi's first time in this country or city. She had competed here before and was quite familiar with the place. Especially Cairo, Egypt's capital and largest city. The system had rewarded her with land in this city when she came here for competition. Now, a 5-star hotel belonging to the Jinxiu Hotel Group is under construction there. When the hotel is completed, it will undoubtedly become a dazzling jewel in this ancient city. In addition, the system also gave her some real estate, including commercial properties such as office buildings, shops, and shopping malls, as well as residential communities and luxury villas. More importantly, Yunxi also holds partial shares in many large Egyptian companies and related industries. Even a mine the system got her one. It's an iron ore mine located in the eastern desert region of Egypt, just east of Aswan, with exploitable reserves of approximately 20 million tons. And Yunxi, the system really went all out again. You know, Egypt's iron ore reserves aren't particularly abundant. Obtaining such resources is probably beyond the reach of ordinary people. And Yunxi couldn't help but think of the Qatari oil fields the system had given her before. Suddenly, she seemed to understand. She didn't know exactly how she obtained the system, but it ultimately ended up in Yunxi's hands. Wherever her footprints led, her assets were unlocked. Not only that, but during the 10 days or so she spent participating in the Shooting World Cup, she acquired quite a few new ones. It's no exaggeration to say that if Yunxi's current total assets were made public, it would likely leave countless people speechless and dumbfounded. Even with her photographic memory, she often couldn't say exactly how many properties she owned. It wasn't that she didn't remember, nor was there any other reason. It was simply that there were just too many, and she didn't know where to begin. Currently, the asset management team led by Chu Ziyi had grown to over 100 people. Chu Ziyi had even proposed a plan to send personnel abroad to handle local affairs, to facilitate their management of overseas assets. Perhaps some countries and regions with relatively few assets don't need this? And Yunxi said after considering Chu's suggestion. However, Chu Ziyi had clearly already considered this, and he confidently replied, "Boss, my plan is to establish 3 offices in Europe, India, and the United States for now. We'll discuss other regions when needed." And Yunxi nodded slightly in agreement. "Okay, then proceed according to your plan. But remember, if any special circumstances arise, be sure to report to me immediately." After giving her instructions methodically, Yunxi suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and a new idea popped into her mind. She paused briefly, then continued, "Oh, right. Regarding personnel arrangements, we can send supervisory-level personnel from both domestic and international sources. As for other ordinary positions, we can recruit and build teams locally." And Yunxi had her reasons for this arrangement. This way, she could ensure the stability and professionalism of the core management team while fully utilizing local human resources, reducing costs, and better adapting to the local market environment. "Understood. I know what to do." Chu Zi's abilities were undeniable, and Yunxi naturally trusted him. What Yunxi didn't tell Chu Zi was that she had already gained control of a portion of the Zhang family's former overseas operations. This was something the system had gradually transferred to her through various rewards. And Yunxi knew very well that this was definitely not all. Once she had complete control, she would likely possess the power to influence the global economic landscape with a wave of her hand. However, She couldn't conveniently share this with anyone, and her assets had always been managed by Chu Zhe's team. Since the system had only provided a portion for now, she could completely rely on her own abilities to expand further. An extra line of operations meant an extra trump card, didn't it? To this end, she even used character summoning cards to assign Chu Zhe 20 trustworthy subordinates. With these assistants, Chu Zhe's work would be much easier. After the World Championships, Yunxi didn't even have time to rest before flying to New Delhi, India, to participate in this year's Shooting World Cup finals. This was her last competition of the year, after which she could finally rest for a while. Because New Delhi is one of the major host cities for the Shooting World Cup, and Yunxi has visited India quite frequently. She comes almost every year, staying for 10 days or so each time for competitions. Not to mention anything else, the sign-in rewards alone are substantial. In addition, she can receive weekly and monthly sign-in achievement rewards, as well as a monthly lottery. As long as these activities are conducted while she is in India, Yunxi acquires Indian assets. Over time, Yunxi owns quite a few properties in India. This is why Chu Zhe proposed that India establish a local asset management team office there. Of course, this was because Yunxi didn't particularly like this country. Therefore, aside from competitions, she had hardly ever visited. Knowing Yunxi's schedule, Zhou Shiyan coordinated his work arrangements well in advance to accommodate his wife's time. The following months saw the two enjoy a long and sweet period of spending time together. When Yunxi returned from India, Zhou Shiyan specially came to the airport to pick her up. Standing in the arrivals area at the airport exit, his burning gaze remained fixed on the exit, afraid of missing the moment his beloved appeared. Just as that familiar figure came into view, Zhou Shiyan felt his heart suddenly beating violently, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Meanwhile, Yunxi, having also spotted her husband waiting, didn't hesitate to leave her bodyguard behind and, like a joyful deer, ran lightly towards Zhou Shiyan. Then Zhou Shiyan swept her into a tight embrace, lifting her feet off the ground and spinning her around in the air. After setting her down, Zhou Shiyan held Yunxi tightly, as if she would disappear the moment he let go. At this moment, his deep, affectionate eyes were filled with tenderness and joy, as if by simply holding her like this, he possessed the whole world. "Husband, I missed you so much." These past few years, Yunxi had been pampered by Zhou Shiyan. Such affectionate and tender words now flowed from her lips as naturally as breathing. The soft whisper from his embrace was like a warm spring breeze, instantly dispelling all the gloom in Zhou Shiyan's heart, making him feel instantly lighter, and a sincere and happy smile involuntarily appeared on his face. He lowered his head and gently kissed Yunxi's hair, then whispered, "I miss you too, every day." Although they could video call each other daily to pour out their hearts to one another, that alone wasn't enough. For him, without a hug and a kiss, nothing could alleviate his longing. "Wife, you have to spend more time with me from now on." They had been married for quite some time, yet the time they could truly be together day and night, inseparable, was truly rare. The usual weariness and exhaustion that plagues most couples had never occurred with them. If it weren't for their respective responsibilities, Zhou Shiyan would have loved to be with his wife every single day. "Okay, I won't go anywhere, just the two of us." Zhou Shiyan was satisfied with this. Back home, Zhou Shiyan had already meticulously prepared everything. The house was filled with flowers and candlelight flickered. After enjoying a candlelight dinner, the two embraced, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. In the days that followed, they cooked, shopped, took walks, and watched movies together. Whatever they did, the couple did it together, as if they had returned to their courtship days. This simple yet warm life made Yunxi feel incredibly happy, as if all her weariness had vanished. She knew that no matter how noisy and complicated the outside world was, as long as she returned home, she would have the warmest harbor. That day, Yunxi pulled out their photo album, filled with pictures of the two of them. There were solo shots and group photos. Some were taken on trips, some were classic moments captured unintentionally by Zhou Shiyan in everyday life, and some were Yunxi's shining moments on the field and on the podium. Zhou Shiyan collected these photos and selected some to create albums. They now had 4 large albums like these. Each album, each photo, carried a wealth of love and warmth, becoming an indispensable part of their shared life. And Yunxi loved them very much and would look at them from time to time. Now, the two sat side by side on the comfortable, soft sofa at Yunshui residence, flipping through the album page by page, recalling those beautiful moments guided by the photos. Every now and then, they would look at each other, smile, and begin to reminisce and share the interesting stories or unforgettable experiences behind the taking of that particular photo. Looking at the photos of them, and Yunxi sighed, "Time flies. I can't believe we've known each other for so long." She tilted her head slightly, her gaze falling on Zhou Shiyan's handsome face. "If you count from their first meeting, it's been 6 years already." "Yes, we'll have many more times to come." Zhou Shiyan gently took Yunxi's hand, then slowly pulled it into his large, warm hand, their long fingers intertwining tightly. Instantly, a jolt of electricity coursed through their bodies, drawing their hearts closer. And Yunxi, one hand held tightly, instinctively tried to pull it away, but couldn't. She could only use her other hand to flip through the photo album. Looking through the photos filled with memories, and Yunxi's thoughts drifted away. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she looked up at Zhou Shiyan beside her and said softly, "Brother Shiyan, Tong Yao is getting married next month. Why don't you come with me? We can do some sightseeing while we're there." "Okay. Wherever you are, I'll be there." These past few days, both of them had been very busy and had rarely had time to be together. Now that his wife finally had some free time, he naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to spend quality time with her. So, the two of them discussed their upcoming itinerary. From what to wear on the wedding day to preparing gifts, to how to arrange their time so as not to miss the wedding while still enjoying some time together. Unconsciously, a detailed and comprehensive plan gradually took shape during their conversation. In the blink of an eye, the day of Tong Yao's wedding arrived. The day before the wedding, and Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan arrived in Suzhou City by private jet. Because the weddings were scheduled for December 28th in Tong Yao's hometown of Suzhou and 29th in the groom Guanyan's hometown of Nanjing, they had to attend both weddings. Tong Yao and Guanyan personally picked them up from the airport. Upon seeing each other's familiar figures from afar, and Yunxi and Tong Yao's faces immediately lit up with bright smiles, and they quickly went to greet each other. Yunxi, Tong Yao, with 2 warm calls, the 2 elegant beauties embraced tightly. Then, the 2 long-lost friends chatted excitedly. "Long time no see. I've missed you so much," Tong Yao said excitedly. And Yunxi teased, "Humph, you still think about me? I bet you're so busy being all lovey-dovey with your Guanyan that you've completely forgotten about me." "No way. I think about you day and night." "Aren't you afraid Guanyan will get jealous?" And Yunxi winked and teased with a smile. "Haha, he wouldn't dare," Tong Yao replied confidently, tilting her head back with a blissful expression. And so, the two walked hand in hand, chatting happily and intimately. The 2 men left behind exchanged a helpless glance. Tong Yao and Guanyan picked up the 2 and checked directly into the hotel where they were holding their wedding. After checking in and returning to their room, and Yunxi opened her suitcase and handed Tong Yao a beautifully wrapped gift box tied with a pink ribbon. "This is a gift for you. See if you like it?" Tong Yao happily accepted the gift box, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She chuckled and said, "Then I won't be polite." With that, she unceremoniously opened the gift box. When the gift box was fully revealed, Tong Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, such beautiful jewelry. What's this? Ruby?" Inside the box lay a pair of dazzling ruby earrings and a magnificent ruby necklace, as well as a ruby ring, all shimmering brilliantly under the light. "It's ruby. Do you like it?" Tong Yao nodded excitedly, picking up one of the earrings as if it were a priceless treasure and examining it closely, exclaiming repeatedly, "I love it so much. It's so beautiful. Yunxi, you're so good to me." As she spoke, she rushed forward like a child, hugging Yunxi tightly and gently kissing her cheek. Zhou Shiyan, who had been standing silently to the side, instantly darkened upon seeing this, several black lines appearing on his forehead. He quickly stepped forward, pulled Yunxi back to his side, and then stepped aside to block Tong Yao, successfully separating the two. And Yunxi was stunned for a moment. Seeing this, Guan Yan, who was standing to the side, quickly stepped forward and pulled the somewhat overly excited Tong Yao back, while saying to Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan, "Young Master Yan, Yunxi, you must be tired after just arriving. Please rest in a room for a while. We need to greet other guests later, so we'll take our leave now." With that, he left the room with Tong Yao. After Guan Yan and Tong Yao left, only Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi remained in the room. Zhou Shiyan turned and went into the bathroom without a word, turned on the tap, and soaked a towel in warm water. Then, he took the damp towel back to Yunxi's side and gently wiped the spot where Tong Yao had kissed her. After wiping, Zhou Shiyan suddenly pulled Yunxi tightly into his arms, first kissing her cheek, then lowering his head to kiss her lips fiercely. This kiss was full of domineering and possessiveness, as if he wanted to merge Yunxi into his own body. After a long while, until Yunxi was almost out of breath, Zhou Shiyan finally released her, but his hands remained tightly wrapped around her waist. And Yunxi, what kind of thing is this man doing? Was it really necessary? Seeing Zhou Shiyan's persistent and stubborn expression, Yunxi kept her inner complaints to herself. After careful consideration, Yunxi said, "You're jealous of Tong Yao too? Isn't it normal for close girlfriends to hug and kiss each other?" Zhou Shiyan hugged her tighter, emphasizing, "Yunxi, you're mine," and Yunxi was speechless again. After a while, she finally coaxed, Yes, you're all yours, okay?" "Wife, that won't appease me." And Yunxi looked up and saw a smile like a sky full of stars in the man's eyes. "Then what do you want?" Zhou Shiyan didn't speak, only looking at her with an ambiguous gaze. And Yunxi understood the meaning in his eyes, gently wrapped her arms around Zhou Shiyan's neck, then slightly tiptoed and lightly touched his lips like a dragonfly skimming the water. Just as Yunxi was about to quickly retreat, she was surprised to find herself with no way out. Because, before she could even react, Zhou Shiyan swiftly pulled her close, deepening the previously gentle kiss. In an instant, a strong masculine scent washed over her, and Yunxi's mind went blank. She was completely immersed in a sudden, passionate kiss. The man's kiss was domineering and possessive, his nimble tongue pried open Yunxi's teeth, exploring every inch of them. Gradually, Yunxi began to give up resisting, slowly closing her eyes and surrendering herself entirely to the passionate embrace. And so, Yunxi was aroused by the man, quickly losing all resistance and indulging in another daytime act of lust. Finally, as Zhou Shiyan carried her out of the bathroom, Yunxi suddenly realized that she had been seduced by him once again. She felt a surge of anger at her own weakness. That evening, Chu Yu and Song Mingzhu arrived. The two were attending the wedding as bridesmaids. Chu Yu not only came alone, but was also accompanied by a handsome man, her boyfriend. When Yunxi first saw him, she felt a sudden spark. It was a strange feeling, like witnessing two incredibly handsome men falling in love at the same time, novel and exciting. And Yunxi's curious and surprised gaze fell directly on Chu Yu and her boyfriend, causing Chu Yu to roll her eyes repeatedly. At this moment, Tong Yao was the first to lose her temper and erupt in discussion. She excitedly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Wow, Chu Yu, that's amazing. When did you secretly get such a handsome boyfriend? You kept it a complete secret from us, not letting out a single word. That's so unfair." Standing nearby, Song Mingzhu laughed and chimed in, That's right. I was really shocked when I saw them at the airport today." Faced with her friend's teasing, Chi responded with a confident smile, "Stop talking nonsense. We've only been dating for 3 months, and I've already brought him to meet you guys. Isn't that being loyal?" Chu maintained her cool demeanor, but her expression revealed her satisfaction with her current boyfriend. "Chu, don't try to change the subject. Hurry up and introduce him to us." Chu looked helplessly at her boisterous roommates, inwardly grumbling that they wouldn't miss any opportunity for gossip and were bound to stir things up. She took a deep breath and slowly began. All right, since you're all so curious, I'll introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Fu Chun. She then smiled at Fu Chun beside her, her eyes filled with affection. Then, Chiyu introduced the others to Fu Chun, saying, This is my roommate Song Mingzhu, and Yunxi, and her husband Zhou Shiyan. This is Tong Yao, and this is her husband Guan Yan. Fu Chun smiled warmly, politely nodding to everyone and greeted them warmly. Hello, I'm Chiyu's boyfriend. Please take care of me in the future. And Yunxi was about to speak when Tong Yao interrupted her. Fu Chun, right? As long as you treat our Chu Xiaoyu well, we'll definitely guide you properly. Everyone. That's a strange statement. What does "will definitely guide you properly" mean? Fortunately, Guan Yan reacted quickly, gently tugging at Tong Yao's sleeve and explaining, Tong Yao is just straightforward, Mr. Fu. Please don't mind. Fu Chun, however, appeared quite magnanimous, showing no anger or resentment whatsoever. He smiled slightly and replied in a relaxed tone, We're all friends, so a few jokes are fine. After some pleasantries, Guan Yan and Tong Yao led the group to a well-known local restaurant for dinner. The guests weren't the only ones arriving tonight. Guan Yan had booked 5 tables at the restaurant to settle them all. And Yunxi also met Tong Yao's parents, a middle-aged couple with a scholarly air. Thank you for coming all this way. Tong's mother greeted her daughter's college roommates with a smile. Auntie, you're too kind. With our relationship with Tong Yao, we would come no matter how far away. Indeed, we had to be there for such an important moment. Hearing them say this, Tong's mother's smile widened. Yao Yao is so lucky to have friends like you. Having Tong Yao as a friend is a blessing for us too. Everyone laughed at this. Everyone, stop chatting for a moment, sit down and eat. Finally, it was Tong's father who interrupted the mutual flattery and small talk. The people sitting at the table with Yunxi were mostly young people of similar age, chatting casually and getting along fairly well. However, a boy sitting diagonally opposite Yunxi kept secretly observing her. And Yunxi noticed it from the beginning. But he didn't say anything or do anything, just glanced at her a few times, so she didn't know what to do. Mainly because Yunxi didn't sense any malice in his gaze. It wasn't until after the meal that the boy hesitated for a long time before finally mustering the courage to walk up to Yunxi and cautiously ask, Hello, are you Yunxi? Yes, I am. What can I do for you? And Yunxi asked casually, out of politeness. Unexpectedly, the boy pulled a pen and notebook from his bag and handed them to her, saying, Yunxi, I'm a fan of yours. Could you please sign my autograph? Yunxi. She took the pen and notebook, signed it, and handed it back, smiling. Thank you so much for your support. She was too embarrassed to ask what kind of fan he was. Yunxi has many fans now, and the fan base is quite diverse, ranging from business, art, shooting, to technology. There are even special groups like fans who admire her looks and fans of various couples. Yunxi didn't ask, fearing that if this fan said something outrageous, she'd be completely humiliated. This boy's actions acted as a trigger. Several people at her table started asking for autographs and photos. Even the 2 tables next door were approaching. Zhou Shiyan, pushed to the side by the crowd of fans. The commotion caused by the crowd was considerable, and others naturally noticed it as well. Is this some kind of celebrity? Tong Yao has friends like this? A relative asked curiously. Upon hearing this, an insider immediately explained, Not a celebrity, it's Tong Yao's college roommate Yunxi. Then why are so many people asking for autographs and photos? What, you mean Yunxi? The Olympic shooting champion Yunxi? Yes, it's her. She was Tong Yao's college classmate, but she's already graduated with a PhD and has won many world championships. I heard she's very rich. Rich, her family is rich. She's rich herself. She owns her own company and even a research institute. Oh, I remember now. It's the Yunnan Research Institute, right? The Huaxi Biotechnology's products for turning gray hair black and preventing hair loss were developed by that institute, as were their skincare products theory, all incredibly effective. Wow. This girl is about the same age as Tong Yao, right? How is she so amazing? She can't be an ordinary person, can she? The speaker clicked his tongue twice, feeling conflicted and hesitant. If it weren't inappropriate to rush over now, he'd also like an autograph or a photo. However, if he talked to Sister Tong Yao later, he should be able to get an autograph, right? At this moment, everyone's attention turned to Zhou Shiyan, who had returned to Yunxi's side. Who's that young man? He's quite handsome. Which one? That one, the one next to Yunxi. Wow, I have to say, he's even better looking than those male celebrities on TV. Not only good looking, but he also has great charisma. He looks like, well, you know, a wealthy young master. That's right, that's exactly what I mean. After much discussion, someone in the know revealed Zhou Shiyan's background. I know him. He's Yunxi's husband, Zhou Shiyan, the young master of the Zhou family in Beijing and the heir to the Zhongxing group. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent for a moment. That's the Zhongxing group.
Who didn't know that?
After a long silence, a weak voice rang out. Sure enough, capable people only hang out with their own kind. Everyone thought about it and realized it was true. People like Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan obviously wouldn't choose a partner who was ordinary in every way. The story of a prince falling in love with a peasant girl only exists in fictional novels and is practically impossible in the real world. A dinner party intended to entertain friends and relatives who arrived early was turned into a fan meeting for Yunxi. To make matters worse, the commotion attracted the attention of other patrons in the restaurant, who also noticed Yunxi's presence. As a result, even more people came to ask Yunxi for autographs and photos. Yunxi. Zhou Shiyan. By the time she finally managed to escape, an hour had passed. The couple returned to their room and went to bed early. The next day was Tong Yao's wedding day. Although it was just a small event held at her parents' home, as their only daughter, Tong's parents clearly took it very seriously. The wedding was held at a very famous hotel in Suzhou. The 35 tables were completely full. Because of what happened the previous night, Yunxi asked Tong Yao to arrange a seat for her in a corner. After a short film was played, the wedding ceremony officially began. The entire process wasn't much different from other weddings. The bride and groom entered, exchanged vows, rings, kissed, and gave speeches of blessing. However, the MC was humorous and witty, adding a lot of fun to the wedding. Especially their wedding vows, which didn't follow the traditional script. Instead, the bride and groom spoke from the heart, sharing their experiences of meeting, getting to know each other, and falling in love, moving many in the audience to tears. I never expected Tong Yao to have such a sentimental side. Her vows were quite touching, Song Mingzhu said, watching Tong Yao recite her vows on stage. Chu Yu rolled her eyes. You really think she wrote it herself? Isn't she? Song Mingzhu asked, puzzled. Guanyin wrote it for her. How could she write something like that herself? Yunxi was surprised by Chu Yu's words. She hadn't expected Guanyin, a law student, to be so thoughtful. After a moment of surprise, Song Mingzhu smiled and said, I knew it. This is clearly not Tong Yao's style. Amidst the laughter and chatter, the wedding ceremony on stage reached the ring exchange. Chu Yu and Song Mingzhu, as bridesmaids, had already gone up to present the rings, leaving only Yunxi, Zhou Shiyan, and Chu Yu's boyfriend, Fu Chen, watching from below. After the ceremony, during the bouquet toss, Chu Yu caught it amidst the crowd, eliciting cheers and exclamations. For the subsequent wedding banquet toasts, Tong Yao changed into a bright red dress. Standing next to the tall Guanyin, she looked even more petite and charming. At this moment, her face was flushed with shyness, a stark contrast to her usual carefree demeanor. Yunxi thought to herself, it's rare to see this side of her. It's quite an eye-opener. May you grow old together in happiness. May you be forever united. May you be forever happy. Happy wedding. Tong Yao, seeing her close friends all present to witness her happy moment, was moved to tears. Finally, Guanyin spoke up. Thank you all for attending my and Tong Yao's wedding. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. No need for that, we're all family now. Guanyin, you'd better treat Tong Yao well, or the girls in our dorm will never forgive you. That's right. Our Tong Yao has a powerful backer. Guanyin feigned distress, clasping his hands in a pleading gesture. "Gentlemen, ladies, please spare me. I wouldn't dare. Just ask Yao Yao. At home, I always listen to her." Tong Yao burst out laughing at Guanyan's antics, nudging him with her elbow and rolling her eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Guanyan smiled, putting his arm around Tong Yao's waist and saying, "Wife, you're finally smiling, everyone. It seems like drinking the blessing wine in this glass isn't absolutely necessary. This display of affection is almost filling them up." After a day of weddings, the bride and groom must be exhausted. But in Yunxi, who only attended the wedding, is fine. After all, she's just watching the food and drinks, so she won't be too tired. The next day, Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan, as part of the bride's wedding procession, traveled to Jinling to attend the wedding held in the south. The ceremony was largely the same, and Yunxi carefully observed Guanyan's parents. Like Tong Yao's parents, Guanyan also came from a highly educated family. His father was a prosecutor, and his mother was a writer. Both of them possessed a refined and scholarly air and seemed approachable. However, since Tong Yao and Guanyan both worked in Haisher and didn't live with her in-laws, there shouldn't be any conflicts. But a small incident occurred near the end of the wedding, and Yunxi's identity was recognized by the guests, and subsequently, Zhou Shiyan's identity was also revealed. The groom's guests then realized that two powerful figures were hidden among the bride's wedding procession. Many people couldn't help but speculate about the relationship between the bride and these two powerful figures. Some even posted videos and photos of the couple at the wedding banquet online. Thus, news about Tong Yao's wedding, or more accurately, news about Yunxi and her husband's appearance at Tong Yao's wedding, exploded again. The bride and groom, their identities revealed, were the envy of many netizens. Tong Yao and Guanyan were both stunned, completely unexpected how things had developed. And Yunxi, she really felt like she had a knack for trending on social media. However, this was a good thing for her since popularity meant prestige. With enough prestige, she could exchange for more technical data, allowing China to gradually take the lead globally in certain fields. Song Mingzhu and Xu left after the wedding, but Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan did not. They first went to Suzhou City again because Jiangbei Huafeng CNC Machine Tool Company Limited was located there. And Yunxi's main purpose in coming was to discuss and finalize the upcoming overseas expansion plan with Huafeng's senior management. At this moment, in the conference room of Huafeng's newly built factory, all the core executives were on high alert. After a brief introduction, the Huafeng team first presented their proposed plan, and Yunxi listened attentively, taking some simple notes. During the development of this plan, Yunxi had also shared her own ideas with them. Thanks to the professional team's work, the plan was excellent and comprehensive, and Yunxi expressed her satisfaction. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Yunxi frankly expressed her satisfaction. "Excellent, I'm very satisfied with this plan." The person in charge's serious and tense expression had just relaxed when Yunxi said, "I have nothing else to add, except for one point. Yamazaki Corporation, owned by the Kuroda family of Japan, is a globally renowned machine tool manufacturer, consistently holding the #1 market share. We are now essentially competing head-on with them. Once we clash, Yamazaki certainly won't sit idly by. So, have you considered what measures they might take against us and how we should respond? Also, I won't hide it from you. I have a personal grudge against the Kuroda family. You will face an even fiercer struggle. Is everyone prepared?" Hearing Yunxi's words, everyone looked at each other with serious expressions, and for a moment, no one spoke. And Yunxi wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she picked up her teacup, leisurely sipping her tea while waiting for everyone to speak. Fortunately, the silence only lasted a short while before someone began to speak. The person who spoke was the head of the marketing department who had just given the report. "Chairman, I believe we don't need to consider personal grudges. Ever since we started producing world-leading CNC machine tools, we were destined to stand against Yamazaki. Therefore, the upcoming battle is inevitable." He paused briefly, observing Yunxi's expression. Seeing that she didn't object, he continued, Our team has considered this issue before, and we believe we can make some preparations in advance to meet the challenges ahead. Tell me about it. Our strategy mainly consists of 3 aspects. First, we'll accelerate the application process for core technology patents. At the same time, we'll broaden the scope of patent applications and increase the number of applications. We won't overlook anything that can be patented, even a tiny screw. This way, even if Yamazaki wants to imitate us later, they'll have to pay huge patent royalties. This will help us better maintain the leading position of our products and technologies. He only mentioned one aspect, yet Yunxi already looked at him with satisfaction. This young man is quite good. His ideas are quite in line with her temperament. However, the person, absorbed in their own world, was unaware that they had already gained the boss's approval and continued. Then, regarding the methods Yamazaki might use next, let's make a preliminary assessment and then develop contingency plans for each one. Furthermore, establish a professional team for handling emergencies and crisis communication in case of unforeseen circumstances. Also, establish intelligence and information channels, thoroughly investigate the Kyoto family's situation and weaknesses, and closely monitor their next moves. Knowing your enemy is half the battle. These 12 suggestions in one go impressed Yunxi, making her look at Hua Feng's team with new respect. 2 of these points were ones she herself hadn't considered, but hearing them brought up felt quite good. Very good. I hope everyone can be like this in the future, daring to offer their ideas and suggestions. As long as they are reasonable, the company will adopt them. From now on, the company will establish a special contribution award. Anyone who provides a good suggestion that is adopted will receive a cash reward. The administration department will draft a specific reward plan later. Yes, Chairman. After dealing with Hua Feng's matter, Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan began their trip. From Suzhou to Nanjing, from Shanghai to Yuhang, from Wuzhen to Yuezhou, the couple had plenty of time, traveling and resting whenever they felt tired. They took the opportunity to fully appreciate the graceful and beautiful scenery of Jiangnan. Half a month later, the couple returned to Beijing. At this time, the Yunnan Research Institute's myopia treatment project could finally be officially launched to the market. This was one of the first projects the institute started researching, but it had only now been able to officially enter the market. The reason was that in China, the research and approval of new drugs is extremely strict. From the start of research to official market launch, 5 years was already considered a green channel for the Yunnan Research Institute. Otherwise, it would have been impossible in less than 10 or 8 years. So, Tang Guiming and his team at Yunchuang Technology got busy again. This myopia treatment technology, brought back by Yunxi from the post-apocalyptic world, combines physical therapy and medication. For the treatment equipment, Yunchuang Technology partnered with a medical device company through a bidding process. Yunxi hadn't paid much attention initially, but when the results came out, she discovered that the winning bidder was actually a subsidiary of the Gu family, one of the 5 major families in Beijing. Yunxi, she truly hadn't expected the Gu family to participate in the bidding. Did the Gu family's Jingdi Medical submit the bid themselves? Yes, boss. We only found out when we received the bidding documents. Tang Guiming was also very surprised when he saw the documents. He knew the Gu family's position in the pharmaceutical industry all too well. Cooperating with them would definitely be a great help to their myopia treatment project. Someone from the Gu family came forward. The second young master of the Gu family, Gu Qingyu, led the team. Gu Qingyu? She had never seen him before. She only knew the eldest young master of the Gu family, Gu Qingyuan. Of course, the person she was most familiar with was Gu Lanxin, whom she often hung out with. This Gu Qingyu doesn't seem to have appeared much before. Boss, Gu Qingyu studied abroad and only returned to China last year to work at Jingdi Medical. So, this rich young master joined his family's subsidiary after completing his studies? Now that he said that, she seemed to understand a little. Seeing that Yunxi didn't say anything, Tang Guiming continued his report. Jingdi Medical is top-notch in the industry in terms of equipment, scale, production capacity, and quality control. Moreover, cooperating with them will allow us to leverage the Gu family's resources in the pharmaceutical industry to help us rapidly expand our market. After extensive research and comprehensive consideration, We ultimately chose Jingdi as our partner, and Yunxi listened to his report while flipping through the documents in her hand. After reviewing the documents, she looked up, nodded to her subordinates, and said, "All right, expedite the negotiation of the specific cooperation details and get the contract signed and production started as soon as possible." After speaking, and Yunxi thought for a moment and continued, "Regarding the pharmaceutical part, talk to General Manager Lian of Nanxi Pharmaceutical and get the new drug production line built as soon as possible." The general manager Lian and Yunxi mentioned was Lian Hai, the head of her company, Nanxi Pharmaceutical. This was a talent and Yunxi had recruited using a top-level management personnel summoning card. Tang Guiming noted down his boss's instructions one by one, indicating that he would implement them as soon as possible. Also, regarding the distribution channels, Shilin Hospital is under my ownership. You can directly contact Zheng Mingde to discuss the details. I will inform him in advance. You are responsible for negotiating with the Gu family's sales channels. I believe they won't refuse. And Yunxi was very confident in the technology she possessed. After all, this was a revolutionary new technology and treatment method that would revolutionize the entire industry. All the previous experiments and tests had gone very smoothly. Once officially launched, it would definitely attract attention from the entire industry and even the world. The reason for seeking cooperation with the Gu family was because the Gu family was a leader in China's pharmaceutical industry. While her Shilin Hospital was decent, as a private hospital catering to the wealthy, it only had 6 branches nationwide. However, the Gu family's hospitals were spread across the country, and they could even quickly gain access to public hospitals through their connections. Although she could build a successful business on her own, with readily available resources, why not take a shortcut? The market was huge. You couldn't possibly earn all the money. With this layer of shared interests, the Gu family would undoubtedly provide her with conveniences in many ways. Therefore, in Yunxi's view, bringing the Gu family into the picture was a win-win situation. Tang Guiming was a decisive and highly efficient person. After his meeting with Yunxi, he immediately began taking action. He first finalized the production of the treatment equipment with Jingdi Medical and then coordinated the drug production. Next, he coordinated with Shilin Hospital to finalize the project and discussed future cooperation and profit sharing with the Gu family. In less than 2 months, all preparations were complete. On March 13th, the launch event for the myopia treatment technology was held at the Yunfeng International Conference Center, and Yunxi once again became the focus of global attention. Even while the launch was still underway, the internet was already buzzing. Another day of being a couch potato. Wait, what's going on? Isn't myopia irreversible? A kindred spirit is hard to find. Yeah, is this for real? I can't believe it. Surprised a red tomato scrambled eggs. The live stream said it's a combination of physical therapy and medication. Is it reliable? No pain, no gain. Can a professional explain this? Please, thousand-faced fox. As a professional ophthalmologist, I wanted to criticize, but seeing it's from the Yunnan Research Institute, I swallowed my words. Awkward. Pomelo T. Yunnan Research Institute? What did my sister 11 do this time? A dream of yellow millet. What's going on? You mean this is real? Myopia can really be cured? At thousand-faced fox living like a beam of light, someone who's been troubled by myopia for years is passing by. Jinjin. Same here, I want the truth too. The person upstairs definitely knows something at thousand-faced fox crazy isn't crazy. If it's true, I'll be the first to get treatment. I really don't want to wear glasses anymore. Crying lucky star. I don't want to either at crazinocracy and Yuze. Nonsense. Who would want to wear glasses? At crazinocracy at lucky star thousand-faced fox. In the past, we were taught that nearsightedness was irreversible, but this is a research result from the Yunnan Research Institute. Although it somewhat overturns my understanding, I'm starting to believe it. My heart is too cold. My sister 11 never disappoints when she makes a move. Whether you believe it or not, I don't care. I'm definitely going to try it. User, is Yunnan Research Institute really that amazing? Question, Science Guru, Tada. Let me tell you about Yunnan Research Institute's past research achievements. First, their shooting uniforms broke the foreign monopoly, making China proud. Second, their Ziyujinfang anti-hair loss and hair regrowth products have helped countless people with hair loss, with sales and reputation so strong you won't believe it. Their CNC machine tool and precision machining technology has propelled China to become #1 in the world. Now, Huafoam is entering the international market and is expected to replace Japan's Yamazaki as the world's #1 CNC machine tool company. Shooting uniform image, Ziyujinfang product, and effect images. Industrial robot images, CNC machine tool images, science guru. Pictures don't lie. Take a look for yourselves. A long paragraph of text. I wonder how long this guy spent editing it. To prove it, a series of images followed. It took several minutes for viewers to roughly browse through it, and many were surprised and amazed by the information. So, in places they didn't know, China has already reached the forefront of the world in so many areas. This series of scientific research achievements actually came from a private research institute. Immediately afterwards, someone with the online name 11 Jedi Fan began introducing Yunxi's resume and achievements. The same long string of text was followed by a series of pictures. It's pineapple, not pineapple. 11 Jia is awesome. Shi Jia is the best. Shi Jia is our eternal goddess. Clapping, cheers, sprinkling flowers, working is not as good as slacking off. My God. Can anyone tell me if this is true? Shocked north wind blows. Of course it's true. My 11 Jia is a nationally selected talent. Groundhog scream. Exactly, those who don't believe it can check it themselves. Working is not as good as slacking off. YYDS. What kind of divine persona is this? I've already become a fan. Smoking grapefruit tea. I've sent you a private message with a fan group invitation. Please check. At working is not as good as slacking off. Working is not as good as slacking off. Okay. Namma hammer. Wait, were we talking about nearsightedness treatment? Where did you all go off topic? Oh dear, I wonder if it's expensive or not. If it's not expensive, I'll definitely try it. Arrogant Martian. Let's not discuss that now, we've already talked about the price. At this moment, on the stage of the press conference, the project leader is introducing this revolutionary new technology to everyone. He gave a detailed explanation of why they researched it, the research and clinical trial process, the treatment principle, efficacy, time, precautions, etc. Next, they came to the question everyone was most concerned about: the price. Regarding the price of myopia treatment, the degree of myopia and astigmatism is different, and everyone's eye health is different. The treatment time and total cost are all different. A specific price can only be determined after you have completed the relevant examinations at the hospital. However, here, I can give you a general range for reference. Sweet little Morocco. I hope the price isn't too high. I'm nearsighted with over 800 degrees of myopia. Just want to win. I'm even more worried with my 1000 degrees. Offline, my daughter is 12 years old and has 500 degrees of myopia. If it's effective, I'm willing to pay any price, crying. The live stream chat was buzzing with discussion, while the speaker on stage calmly continued with a planned presentation. For myopia under 300 degrees, the treatment time is about half a month and the total cost will not exceed 5,000 yuan. For 300 to 800 degrees, the treatment time is 30 to 45 days and the total cost is approximately 5,000 to 10,000 yuan. For 800 to 1,500 degrees, the treatment time is 50 to 60 days and the total cost is 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. For myopia over 1,500 degrees, an examination is needed to determine the approximate treatment time and cost. Find a soulmate. This price isn't too expensive. Haha. Money's not a problem. I'm just worried about it not working. After introducing the treatment time and price, the person in charge on stage continued, regarding the most important question: the effectiveness we solemnly promise here. For all nearsighted patients, we use a contract-based treatment method. If there is no improvement, we promise to refund the entire treatment fee. If the ideal vision is not achieved in the end, we guarantee a proportional refund of the treatment fee according to the results stipulated in the agreement. For example, if the original plan was to cure 800 degrees of nearsightedness, but it only improves to 400 degrees, then we will refund half, that is 50% of the treatment fee. Red tomato scrambled eggs. Wow, that's great. It's practically risk-free. Ever-changing. And it's treated at a reputable hospital. I think I should give it a try. Ascension to immortality. I'm going to take my son to try it. He wants to join the army in the future. Cabbage of fortune. I want to try it too. If it can help me take off my glasses, I'll definitely tell everyone around me. Yuzu tea. This is my sister, she's business. I have to try it. It's a win-win situation. While the press conference was being broadcast live, the link to book appointments for checkups and treatments went live. Users could click the link, submit their basic information, select a nearby hospital, and then schedule an appointment for their checkup. Yunxi technology had even included a feature that automatically recommended nearby partner hospitals based on the user's location. Soon, the week's slots were fully booked. At this point, Yunxi had just taken the stage to speak. Seeing the overwhelming response, Tang Guiming immediately opened up bookings for the following week, temporarily satisfying the demand from users. After Yunxi finished speaking, she opened up several opportunities for reporters to ask questions. When confronted by a reporter about the medical community's assertion that myopia is irreversible, Yunxi confidently and calmly replied, "I don't really like to evaluate the truth or falsehood, good or bad of a viewpoint. Any opinion, viewpoint, or assertion, once put forward or even accepted by the vast majority of people, is based on humanity's understanding of the matter at that time and the level of technology available then. In the past, we thought flying was something only gods could do, but now with airplanes, every ordinary person can easily do it. In the past, smallpox could claim countless lives, but now we see it as just a tiny virus. For thousands of years, countless facts have told us that many things that were impossible in the past don't mean we can't do them now, and what we can't do now doesn't mean we won't be able to do it in the future. The same goes for myopia treatment. In the past, due to technological limitations, myopia was indeed irreversible. But today, with the development and advancement of science and technology, we have turned the irreversible into the reversible and the impossible into the possible. Isn't human progress driven and realized through this continuous process of turning the impossible into the possible? And Yunxi's answer drew thunderous applause from the audience. Wild wolf in the wild. Wow. That level of insight, that vision, I'm truly impressed. Past events flowing. I was indifferent before, but now I'm totally convinced. I now declare, and Yunxi is my idol. Boiled beef. I envy that eloquence. Drooling by family third son. You must have a certain level of knowledge to say something like that. My heart is too cold. Just kidding, my sister 11 is a top student from Peking University, the kind who's been a top student since childhood. Smug, salted duck egg. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in 2 years and completed her bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies in 6 years. Smoking, where the lights are dim. Not only that, but she also won numerous world shooting championships during her studies. Refused to go bald. It's not just that, she also manages numerous companies and industries such as Yunfeng Group, Yunnan Research Institute, Huaxi Biotechnology, Yunchuang Technology, Huai Film and Television. Dr. Yen. She even found a husband and got married. Envious, everyone. Little one is very well behaved. I'm too lazy to even say I'm envious. Iron tree never blossoms. What a life of a leading lady. Starlight Galaxy. Wow, isn't this the epitome of a winner in life? Cool. Good luck continues. Winner in life isn't enough to describe it. Meaningless. Too late in this life. Can only rely on the next. Uprooting the willow tree. Another day of being shocked by Sister Chi 11. Surprised. And Yunxi, at the press conference, was completely unaware of the online buzz. Unbeknownst to her, news about her was trending again. The newly opened 1 week. Appointment slots were snapped up immediately. And Yunxi had anticipated the explosive popularity of the myopia treatment program after its launch. Therefore, she wasn't surprised when she learned about the situation after the press conference. Especially a month later, many patients, after experiencing results, recommended it to their friends, and many others filmed their before and after changes and posted them online. This made it even more popular. The appointment slots for treatment were even booked up for 3 months in advance. But Yunxi didn't have much energy to focus on this at the moment, because the research results on the 1 nanometer lithography machine she had redeemed from the system store had already been completed. After reviewing the final test data, Yunxi was considering her next steps. Yunxi was all too clear about what this technological breakthrough meant for China. Because she understood this, cooperation with the government became inevitable. Moreover, being based in China, the development of her businesses was inseparable from the support of the country and the government. However, she had previously only cooperated with the military. For those related to aerospace and weaponry, cooperation with the military was indeed more suitable. But with this lithography machine, Yunxi had more to consider. After some thought, Yunxi waited for Zhou Shiyan to return home, so she could discuss it with him. You mean a 1 nanometer lithography machine? Even Zhou Shiyan, who considered himself quite knowledgeable, was shocked by his wife's words. Yes, the research institute has already produced a finished product and all the test data is complete and excellent. Brother Shiyan, I'm definitely going to cooperate with the government on this lithography machine, but I'm still hesitant about whether to approach the military directly. After all, the military has deployed personnel to ensure the research institute's security, and she felt it wouldn't be appropriate to bypass them. Zhou Shiyan sensed the unspoken meaning in Yunxi's words. Wait a moment, I'll talk to my uncle. I suspect the military might not take on this project. If it's related to weapons and combat power, the military will definitely keep it. But as for a lithography machine, that's uncertain. While better chips would help some of the military's high-tech weapons, the help isn't direct. Besides, with the technology given to the government, the military would have no difficulty obtaining good chips. Just as Zhou Shiyan had guessed, the Military Research Institute did not take over directly, but instead connected them with Su Weining, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Therefore, Su Weining, along with academician Fang Xueqiao, the head of the lithography machine project, went directly to the Yunnan Research Institute. Yunxi only had time to call Xi and Yulin to inform him. When Yunxi and Tang Guiming arrived at the Research Institute, Su Weining and Fang Xueqiao had already finished observing the test and were circling the somewhat ugly-looking machine. Their eyes were filled with the affection of lovers reunited after a long separation. Yunxi. Director Xian, what's going on? Hearing the question, Xi and Yulin quickly turned around and replied, Nothing, boss. Dean Su and academician Fang are inspecting our new lithography machine. As he spoke, he pointed to the 2 experts studying the lithography machine intently not far away. Is the conference room ready? Everything is ready. Leave someone here to keep an eye on things. We'll head over first. Yunxi finished speaking and walked towards the conference room, with Xi and Yulin immediately following behind. Before negotiations began, Yunxi needed to discuss her thoughts with Xi and Yulin and Tang Guiming. Otherwise, once they were at the negotiating table, Tang Guiming might be at a loss for words. It was half an hour later when Su Weining and his companion arrived at the conference room, led by staff. Everyone took their seats, and the important negotiations officially began. Yunxi was willing to share all the technology related to this project. They had patented the core technologies which could be used. The patents weren't primarily for protecting themselves, but rather for protecting against external forces. Therefore, both parties quickly established a basic cooperation framework. The Yunnan Research Institute would provide the technology, and both parties would jointly fund the establishment of a company to operate the project. As for the share allocation, Yunnan Research Institute would hold 5%, Yunchuang Technology 35%, and a centrally administered state-owned enterprise 60%. In other words, Yunxi holds a total of 40% of the shares. The fact that the government is giving her so much shows how much they value her. Both sides also agreed not to announce for the time being that China has mastered 1 nanometer lithography technology. As for when to announce it, the answer is always the same. Don't know, just wait for notification. Yunxi has no complaints about this. because she knows this is beyond her control. Whether or not this news is announced, and when it is announced, could have significant political and diplomatic implications. President N. Dean Xian, we will send you the details of the subsequent contract as soon as we have drafted them. Hope we have a pleasant cooperation. A pleasant cooperation. After arranging the lithography machine, Yunxi flew to Cairo, Egypt with the Chinese shooting team to participate in the ISF World Cup in Cairo. This should be Yunxi's third time coming to Egypt to participate in shooting competitions. Before this, Yunxi already had considerable assets in Egypt. As a country spanning Asia and Africa, Egypt's economic level naturally cannot compare with China's, but it is still considered one of the more developed and fastest-growing economies in Africa. However, Egypt's economic structure is extremely unbalanced. The country's pillar industries are mainly agriculture, manufacturing, tourism, and foreign trade. Among these, manufacturing is dominated by light industries such as textiles and food processing. The industries previously rewarded to Yunxi by the system included shares in a textile company and a food company. Although in recent years, the Egyptian government has prioritized and focused on developing the digital economy, green energy, and the automotive industry, it has also offered a series of incentives to foreign-invested companies in these fields, such as national treatment, low tariffs, and income tax reductions. However, due to a late start and short development period, significant results have not yet been seen. The competition result was predictable, but some of the industries rewarded to her by the system piqued her interest. First was a place called Volcano Farm, located in Egypt's Black and White Desert. This farm wasn't very large, but what caught Yunxi's attention was its location in Egypt's Black and White Desert. This unique land is world-renowned for its white limestone and black volcanic rocks. The harsh climate and challenging natural conditions here are actually unsuitable for plant growth. However, the mineral-rich, volcanic soil has transformed this place. The fertility of the volcanic soil, coupled with modern agricultural technology, allows crops to thrive in the arid desert. Apples, pears, figs, lemons, peaches, and various other fruits have taken root, grown, blossomed, and bore fruit here. When Yunxi took over, the farm's operations were not doing well. Although fruit cultivation was successful, the farm was operating at a loss due to the huge investment. After understanding the situation, Yunxi had her team revise the farm's business model. Utilizing the unique landscape of the Black and White Desert and the resources of the volcanic farm, they created a desert agricultural experience project that combines agriculture and tourism. Visitors can witness the agricultural wonders of volcanic soil and experience desert agriculture firsthand. Guide-led tours explain the unique characteristics of the volcanic soil and how crops are grown in this extreme environment. Furthermore, the farm's orchards offer fruit-picking activities, sure to attract many visitors. Interactive experiences with camels and horses, fresh milk, desert cycling, and other diverse tourism activities further enrich the farm experience. Diversification and fun are key to attracting more tourists from around the world. Perhaps her farm will become a classic tourist destination in Egypt. Another industry that has caught Yunxi's attention is a shipping company. Egypt possesses unparalleled resources in shipping. The Nile River, flowing through the country, not only irrigates Egypt's food and cash crops, but also provides abundant shipping resources. The entire Nile River within Egypt is navigable, and including irrigation canals, the total length of navigable waterways is approximately 3,500 kilometers. The Suez Canal, connecting the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, is one of the world's most important and busiest canals, handling 10% of global maritime trade. Egypt has a coastline of 2,900 kilometers, 7 international shipping routes, and 62 ports, including Alexandria, Port Said, and Dermot, with an annual container throughput of 8 million TEUs. Yunxi's shipping company, while not the largest, still generates a net profit of 1.5 billion RMB annually. A very impressive performance. After returning from Egypt, Yunxi spent the May Day holiday in Beijing before flying to Baku, Azerbaijan, for the next leg of the World Cup. The upcoming tournament in Lonato, Italy, will further expand Yunxi's European business empire. July 12th, The 25th day of the 5th lunar month was in Yunxi's 25th birthday. Since she had some free time without competitions, and Yunxi decided to throw a birthday party. To be honest, she hadn't properly celebrated her birthday for several years. Most of the time, she spent her birthdays traveling or competing. Therefore, when Zhou Shiyan suggested a birthday party, and Yunxi agreed. Although she agreed to a party, she didn't plan on a big event. She just wanted to invite some classmates and friends to have a lively time. Invitations were sent out one after another, and soon it was in Yunxi's birthday. The birthday party was held at the Baiyanshan Hot Spring Hotel in Dongli Garden. Guests could stay overnight to soak in the hot springs and spend the next day exploring Dongli Garden before returning home. On her birthday, An Yunxi's styling team arrived early at her suite at the hotel. After reviewing An Yunxi's chosen dress and having a brief discussion, the styling team immediately began work. As night fell and the city lights came on, the entire city was immersed in an atmosphere of extravagance. The banquet hall where An Yunxi's birthday party was held was decorated like a dreamlike castle. The light from crystal chandeliers illuminated every corner, and expensive flowers and exquisite decorations all highlighted the extravagance of the event. In fact, An Yunxi was quite surprised when she saw these decorations. Before this, she had only prepared a guest list for Zhou Shiyan and hadn't inquired about anything else. She hadn't expected Zhou Shiyan to take it so seriously and make so many preparations. Today, luxury cars arrived one after another at the entrance of the Baiyanshan Hot Spring Hotel. Limited edition sports cars and luxury sedans stopped in front of the hotel, and tall, distinguished young men and women stepped out. They were either wealthy young men, dressed in custom-made suits, their wristwatches gleaming with understated luxury. Some were ladies from prominent families, dressed in magnificent evening gowns, their trains trailing on the floor, their jewelry shimmering under the lights. Every smile, every glance, exuded innate nobility and elegance. Inside the banquet hall, the atmosphere was both lively and warm. Soft music flowed in the air. People held champagne glasses, chatting in small groups, laughter mingling with conversation. And Yunxi, as the star of the evening, was undoubtedly the center of attention. She wore a royal blue off-the-shoulder evening gown, its fitted cut perfectly outlining her graceful figure. The skirt was adorned with tiny diamonds, sparkling like starlight with her movements. Her long, glossy black hair was styled in an updo, revealing her slender, fair neck, adorned with a teardrop-shaped sapphire necklace. It was a birthday gift from Zhou Shiyan, making her even more radiant and beautiful. Zhou Shiyan, who entered with her, kept his gaze fixed on An Yunxi. He wore a well-tailored black suit, simple yet sharp, highlighting his tall figure and deep-set features. An Yunxi took his arm, and the two walked side by side into the banquet hall, glancing at each other every now and then. Every time their eyes met, a ripple would stir in An Yunxi's heart. Over the years, she had met all sorts of wealthy young men, domineering, refined, arrogant, aloof, spoiled, and flamboyant. Even after all these years, Zhou Shiyan's unique charm still deeply captivated her. This was probably what it meant to see beauty in the eye of the beholder. After meeting him, other men always seemed to lack something. Having seen the ocean, other waters seem insignificant. Having beheld the clouds of Wushan, other clouds seem pale in comparison. At this moment, An Yunxi seemed to deeply understand the profound meaning behind this poem. The gazes of the crowd had no effect on the two of them. After the host invited the birthday party's protagonists, they walked with steady, confident steps to the center of the stage. An Yunxi took the microphone, smiling, and said, "Dear friends and family, hello, everyone. Thank you all so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend my birthday party. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and warm welcome to everyone present. Here, I want to say to my family who have always been there for me, it is your love and support that have built the warmest harbor for me, allowing me to face the storms without fear and move forward bravely. At the same time, I would also like to thank my friends. It is your companionship and friendship that have filled my youth with joy and laughter. In the future, I will pursue my goals with anticipation and determination, taking firmer steps, facing all challenges with a positive and optimistic attitude, and striving to become a better version of myself. Today's birthday party doesn't need to be formal or serious. Everyone here is young. Those who want to discuss business can do so, those who want to reminisce can do so, and those who want to find a partner can confidently pursue it. I only hope that everyone enjoys the food, has fun, and spends an unforgettable time together. Thank you all. When Yunxi mentioned finding a partner, many in the audience laughed. This laughter seemed to ignite the joyful atmosphere of the entire banquet hall, making the already lively scene even more cheerful. After Yunxi's speech and toasts, it was time for everyone to enjoy the food and socialize. People raised their champagne or juice glasses, freely moving about and chatting in the spacious and bright banquet hall. They either gathered in small groups, laughing and sharing anecdotes from their lives, or they sat in pairs, whispering and confiding slightly private topics. At this moment, the banquet hall was filled with a relaxed, pleasant, warm, and harmonious atmosphere, making everyone feel incredibly comfortable. As time passed, the music at the banquet subtly changed. A melodious and pleasant tune flowed out like a gentle stream, lingering in everyone's ears. Meanwhile, the dance floor in the center of the banquet hall gradually became the focus of everyone's attention. Couples entered the dance floor and began to dance. Zhou Shiyan, who had been constantly by Yunxi's side, smiled and gentlemanly extended his right hand to her, softly saying, "Beautiful Yunxi, may I have this dance?" And Yunxi looked at the expectation in the man's eyes, smiled gently, and then lightly placed her hand in his. "Of course, it would be my pleasure." The two stepped onto the dance floor and began to dance to the rhythm of the music. Zhou Shiyan was tall and slender, his dance elegant and skillful. He gently held Yunxi's waist, guiding her steps. And Yunxi was equally impressive. She moved like a graceful butterfly, nestled in Zhou Shiyan's broad and warm embrace. Her steps flowed naturally and smoothly, effortlessly following Zhou Shiyan's rhythm as she moved through various beautiful poses. At this moment, their movements were perfectly synchronized. Every turn, every glance was so perfectly in sync. To the beautiful music, they reveled in the warmth and sweetness of each other, feeling the unique charm and aura emanating from one another. Their eyes would occasionally meet, a sweet, intimate atmosphere filling the air, as if the whole world had shrunk to just the two of them, everyone around them becoming a blurred background. When the dance ended, both were reluctant to leave. As the music changed, they danced another song. After the dance, they both raised their glasses to greet others. Although they were all familiar friends, and no elders or VIPs had been invited, as hosts, they still felt obligated to greet and entertain. At this moment, Yunxi was quietly chatting with her cousin Fang Jiaxing's girlfriend, Zhu Xinling. Yunxi gently raised her glass, lightly clinking it against Zhu Xinling's, producing a crisp sound. Then, she lowered her voice and asked, "Sister Ling, you and my cousin have been together for a while now. Has he said when we're getting married?" As she spoke, Yunxi's gaze fell on Zhu Xinling, her eyes full of curiosity. After all, her cousin was already 35 years old this year, and although Zhu Xinling was a few years younger than him, she was still 30. If they hadn't met the right person yet, that would be one thing. But now that they're officially a couple, it's time to consider marriage. Hearing the topic of marriage, even the usually shrewd and capable lawyer, Zhu Xinling couldn't help but blush. She slightly turned her head, stealing a glance out of the corner of her eye at her boyfriend Fang Jiaxing, who was chatting and laughing with Zhou Shiyan not far away, and then softly replied, "Jiaxing said he'll take me to Yunzhou to visit my uncle and aunt this National Day holiday. So, meeting the parents? After that, the divorce won't be far off." You see, seeing that her eldest uncle's family already has 3 grandchildren, her second uncle and aunt are incredibly anxious. They've been eagerly awaiting Fang Jiaxing to settle down and start a family, adding a new member to their household. After meeting the parents, you should be able to get married by the end of this year if things go smoothly, and next year at the latest, right? Hearing this, Zhu Xinling lowered her head shyly. a blush quickly creeping onto her fair cheeks. Yes, that's what we're planning too, most likely next year. Congratulations, sister-in-law. The word sister-in-law made Zhu Xinling blush again. Besides this couple, two other young couples that Yunxi knew were also about to get married. And Yunxi hadn't expected that without any prior news, there would suddenly be several couples. Among these two soon-to-be married couples was Zhou Shiyan's eldest cousin Zhou Xiyu. Also 35 years old, he had long been considered a burden on his family. His grandmother and aunt had been extremely worried about him, arranging countless blind dates for him. However, his initial blind dates were far from satisfactory. He would often turn down every girl he met, failing to catch her eye, let alone inspire any further interest. Grandma Zhou and his aunt were utterly exasperated and speechless. What kind of rascal is this? He's excellent in every other way. How can he be so unreliable when it comes to marriage? Zhou Xiyu himself was helpless about this. After all, he was looking for someone to spend his life with. How could he just pick anyone? He needed someone he liked and who shared common interests. However, things always take an unexpected turn. Just when you think you've reached a dead end, a new path opens up. As the saying goes, fate is predetermined. Sometimes love comes unexpectedly. During one blind date, Zhou Xiu happened to meet Song Mingjin, who was also being arranged for a blind date by her elders. Their blind date turned out to be off-putting, but these two somehow hit it off and started dating with lightning speed. This Song Mingjin is Song Mingju's cousin, Song Mingjin. She's a true political powerhouse, working in the Central Organization Department. Everyone was stunned when they heard the news. They never imagined things would develop in such an unexpected direction. Both sets of parents were completely bewildered. If we'd known this would happen, wouldn't we have just arranged a blind date for you two? Why bother with all that trouble? To be honest, the Zhou and Song families hadn't been against pairing these two up. After all, they were similar in age and family background, a perfect match, and knew each other well. But they'd known each other since childhood, and after all these years without getting together, it seemed like there was no chance. So both of them immediately ruled out this option, focusing on finding other partners. Who could have predicted that after going through so many twists and turns, and enduring so many hardships, these two would ultimately end up together by a twist of fate? After listening to Zhou Shiyan's detailed account of the whole story, and Yunxi couldn't help but marvel at how dramatic the plot was. However, faced with their family's speechless reactions, both of them felt wronged. They had indeed known each other since childhood, but that was all. Back then, they were too young to think in that direction. As they grew up, they were both busy with their studies and hardly ever saw each other. After Zhou Xiyu joined the army, there were even fewer opportunities to meet. Their coming together was simply fate, nothing surprising. Regardless, in the end, the two did indeed end up together. The elders of both the Zhou and Song families were delighted with the outcome and happily went to discuss the couple's marriage. Brother, isn't this marriage progressing too fast? It's not fast. We're just starting preparations now. The actual wedding won't be until next year. Zhou Shiyan didn't feel it was fast at all. If Yunxi hadn't been so young back then, he would have wanted to marry her immediately. Being able to wait until she was 22 was already quite an achievement for him. Another couple confirmed for their wedding next year is Xia Xiyuan. And Yunxi was surprised that this girl had gotten together with Qi Tai, who was the same age as her. Both were from Yunzhou and both attended university in Beijing. Then they returned home to gain experience in their family businesses, preparing to inherit the family enterprise. Their life paths were remarkably similar. Both were the sole heirs of their families, and their family businesses were equally powerful, making them a well-matched couple. They had often appeared together at their gatherings, but at the time, there was no indication of anything between them. Then, somehow, they got together. Wait, Xiyuan, what's going on between you two? I didn't realize you two had feelings for each other before. Faced with Yunxi's question, Xia Xiyuan chuckled and said, Qitai said he's liked me for a while, but he didn't realize my feelings back then and was afraid of being rejected and losing even our friendship. Qitai had liked her for a while? To be honest, Yunxi really hadn't noticed at all. So, why did you dare confess now? A while ago, We went out to a party, and he offered to take me home. We chatted a bit more on the way, and he probably felt the time was right, so he just confessed. And you agreed? If he had absolutely no feelings for someone, would he agree so easily? You're kidding me. I think he's a nice person and I feel comfortable with him, and Yunxi. Case solved. These two definitely liked each other a long time ago. It's just that the decisive and assertive Xia Siyuan was completely oblivious to her own feelings. If Chi Tai hadn't taken the initiative, who knows when they would have confessed their feelings. Both were her friends, and Yunxi offered her congratulations. She would definitely give them a generous gift when they got married. Although it was summer, Yunxi felt as if spring had arrived. Of course, this spring was not the same as that spring. As the banquet was drawing to a close, Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan walked out of the banquet hall and into the small garden behind the hotel. The garden was filled with the fragrance of flowers at night, and the moonlight spilled onto the grass, like a layer of silver gauze. And Yunxi sighed softly. Holding a birthday party, you're the one who gets exhausted. Especially Zhou Shiyan, who had spent a lot of time and energy preparing for this birthday party. Zhou Shiyan looked at her, his eyes full of understanding and pity. If you don't like it, I'll celebrate with you from now on. His intention was that since his wife finally had time to celebrate her birthday, it should be a grand and wonderful occasion. If you don't like this format, there are many other options. And Yunxi looked up at Zhou Shiyan, her eyes sparkling with a happy smile. Next year, we'll celebrate alone. Just the two of us? Yes, just the two of us, no one else. As their eyes met, their emotions running high, Zhou Shiyan slowly lowered his head and gently kissed Yunxi's lips. Under the moonlight, they embraced and kissed, as if time stood still for them. The whole world immersed in this sweet and beautiful atmosphere. While Yunxi was busy celebrating her birthday, the series of strategies against the Kyoto family had begun to take effect. Of course, in Yunxi's view, this was merely a development plan that Huafeng had formulated before implementing it step by step. Dealing with the Kyoto family was just a side effect. After all, the system shared her hatred of the enemy and gave her a wealth of advanced technological data targeting Japan. As Huafeng's CNC machine tools began expanding into overseas markets, their products, more advanced and user-friendly than Yamazaki's yet priced similarly, quickly won the favor of numerous overseas customers. Anyone who visited the company was impressed by Huafeng's products, and every single one placed an order. Within just 6 months, Yamazaki's orders plummeted. Tokyo, Japan, the Kuroda family mansion. At this moment, a suffocatingly tense atmosphere permeated the old mansion. A man in his 50s, dressed in an ornate kimono, sat in the center of the hall. His face was so dark it seemed to drip water, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone around him. Those standing beside him all lowered their heads. Even their breathing became cautious, fearing that the slightest carelessness would anger this incredibly imposing man. This man was the head of the Kuroda family, Kuroda AG. His status was esteemed, his power immense, and no one in the entire family dared to disobey him. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Kuroda AG's deep, authoritative voice broke the deathly silence. Opposite the head of the table, a middle-aged man wearing black-rimmed glasses took a small, trembling step forward and respectfully replied, "Chairman, the situation is this. According to our intelligence, a Chinese company called Huafeng CNC Machine Tools has produced machine tools that are more advanced and superior in performance than ours, including precision machining machines." He paused slightly, glancing furtively at Kuroda AG's expression, before continuing, "Initially, Huafeng only catered to the needs of the Chinese domestic market, so it didn't have a significant impact on us. However," he took a deep breath and continued, "starting at the beginning of this year, they also began exporting. Because of the superior quality and reasonable prices of their machine tools, Huafeng has snatched many of our orders." What? How could this be? CNC machine tools are a strong suit of Japanese companies, especially the Kuroda family. To be so easily surpassed by a company from China is an utter disgrace. In truth, they were fully aware of Huafeng's previous product launch event. After all, they were in the same industry. How could they not have heard about such an important event? However, upon hearing the news, they harbored a degree of disdain, as they simply didn't believe Huafeng's product possessed the strength or potential to surpass their own. Therefore, based on this mindset, they didn't invest much attention or energy in this seemingly insignificant matter. Who knew that in such a short time, they would pay such a heavy price? Thinking of this, Kuroda Eiji's already grim face instantly became even more unsightly. He frowned deeply, asking in a slightly doubtful and incredulous tone, "Shirota-kun, are you sure their product is better than ours?" Faced with Kuroda Eiji's question, Shirota hesitated slightly at first, but quickly nodded solemnly and replied, "Based on the detailed information released by Huafeng and the actual user feedback from overseas clients, it is indeed the case." Baka. Such big news, and you only find out now? What are you all good for? Kuroda Eiji was furious, his raging anger seemingly capable of burning the entire room. His face was flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead, making him look quite frightening. In his rage, Kuroda Eiji could no longer contain his resentment. He suddenly raised his hands and swung them with all his might. A series of loud crashes followed, and the once neatly arranged table was instantly transformed into a mess. Documents, pens, ink, and various other items on the table were overturned by an invisible force, then fell to the ground. The exquisite porcelain vases and glasses on the table shattered violently against the hard floor, sending countless tiny fragments flying in all directions. Those standing nearby, witnessing the scene, were all too terrified to utter a sound. They stood frozen in fear, their bodies trembling slightly, avoiding even Kuroda Eiji's gaze, lest their guild leader's wrath befall them. For a moment, the entire room was deathly silent, with only the scattered shards and chaotic objects bearing witness to what had just transpired. After smashing everything in sight, Kuroda Eiji finally sat down, forcing himself to calm down. After all, the most important thing now was not to continue his outburst of anger, but to devise a countermeasure. After calming down, Kuroda Eiji asked, "What's the background of this Huafeng CNC?" The middle-aged man, Shirota Hayashi, had clearly prepared for this, quickly taking a document from his briefcase and handing it to Kuroda Eiji. "Chairman, we've investigated thoroughly. The person behind Huafeng CNC is named Yunxi. She's the daughter of the richest family in Yunzhou, Nanling Province, China." But Shirota Hayashi was interrupted by Kuroda Eiji before he could finish. "What? You mean Yunxi? The Yunxi who caused Tanikawa such a huge loss in America?" Shirota Hayashi was taken aback at first, then realized what had happened earlier. "President, it's her." Seeing that Kuroda Eiji didn't intend to say anything more, Shirota Rin continued, "The Yin family of Yunzhou isn't much to fear, but her husband's family is the Zhou family of Beijing, the head of the 5 major families in China, with immense power in both the military and business circles." More importantly, Shirota Rin secretly observed Kuroda Eiji's expression before cautiously saying, "President, you know the Zhang family, the owners behind Haiyun Manor, right?" Kuroda Eiji nodded. How could he not know? He had never forgotten the ancestral precept passed down through generations, not to be easily provoked. His son had suffered such a great loss at her hands before, but he hadn't retaliated because he had discovered Yunxi's close connection to Haiyun Manor. According to our investigation, Yunxi is highly likely to be the new owner of Haiyun Manor. What did you say? Is the information accurate? This news sent shockwaves through Kuroda Eiji's mind. His hand, which had been casually placed in front of him, clenched into a fist. "It's almost certainly true. Chairman, you know the mystique surrounding this family. Their heirs aren't always from the main branch. Going back 200 years, the person in charge of the Zhang family's power wasn't even surnamed Zhang." Kuroda Eiji recounted the information he had gathered. The previous head of the Zhang family was named Zhang Wentian. At that time, he was the only direct descendant left in the Zhang family. So, he took Yunxi as his disciple, teaching her martial arts and academics from a young age. From the time Yunxi turned 18, the Zhang family's previous assets were gradually transferred to her hands. This information has all been confirmed. Kuroda Eiji listened in silence, seemingly deep in thought. This situation is rather difficult. If Yunxi is truly the heir of the Zhang family, then opposing her would be futile. However, if they do nothing, the influence and status of the Kuroda family would be severely threatened. For a moment, Kuroda Eiji was caught in a dilemma. And Yunxi is only in her early 20s. How did she obtain such advanced technology? They had been leading the world in this field for so many years, and now they've been surpassed by such a young woman. Anyone would be unwilling to accept this. Upon hearing this, Shiroda Hayashi handed him another document and said, before she turned 18, and Yunxi didn't show any unusual behavior. But since she went to university in Kyoto at 18, she's been making a series of moves. 18 years old? Kuroda Eiji's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this. It's no wonder he quickly grasped this crucial information. In his view, the age of 18 was rather unusual. Based on this analysis, it's highly likely that he came of age at 18 and began inheriting the Zhang family's power and businesses. The information Shiroda Rinya reported next almost entirely confirmed this. Shortly after arriving in Beijing, she established a private research institute there. I don't know how she did it, but she quickly recruited a group of top-notch research and technical personnel. The research projects cover all aspects and are extremely prolific. In recent years, various research results have emerged one after another and been commercialized. From the initial shooting suits and hair care and skincare products to later myopia treatments, CNC machine tools, and now lithography machines, any one of these could create a business giant. According to incomplete statistics, Yunxi currently controls at least trillions of yuan in cash flow. Calling her the world's richest woman wouldn't be an exaggeration. Furthermore, according to reliable sources, the Yunnan Research Institute has likely developed some military-grade technologies and maintains very close cooperation with the Chinese military. As Shiroda Rinya reported the intelligence point by point, Kuroda Eiji's already gloomy face became even more serious. His tightly furrowed brows looked as if they could trap a fly. An unprecedented pressure, heavy as a mountain, weighed on his heart, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Through this intelligence, he had a crystal-clear understanding of the sheer strength and resources possessed by their opponent, and a profound realization of the kind of adversary the Kuroda family was facing. At the same time, a thought kept swirling in his mind. Yunxi was undoubtedly the heir of the mysterious Zhang family. Without the Zhang family as a powerful backing, Yunxi alone could never have recruited so many top-notch technical talents. Moreover, it was very likely that the Zhang family had not only provided support in terms of manpower, but might have also directly provided her with a wealth of valuable technical data. After all, for a newly established private research institute to achieve such fruitful research results in such a short time, without external assistance, would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Thinking of this, Kuroda Eiji felt a sense of unease. They were now hesitant to act rashly, unsure of what to do. Moreover, there was an even more crucial factor that prevented them from acting rashly. That was that Yunxi's husband's family had military connections, and many of their important businesses were located in Beijing. No matter how deep the Kuroda family's influence was in Japan, they didn't have the audacity or courage to cause trouble in Beijing, China. Of course, he had considered trying to find a breakthrough by targeting Yunxi's family. But if they succeeded, all would be well. If they failed, they would lose everything and might even face Yunxi's furious retaliation. This enormous risk and potential loss far exceeded what they could bear. Even assuming the worst, given Yunxi's current status and position, how could her family not have capable protectors by their side? Thinking of this, Kuroda Eiji frowned, silently weighing the pros and cons. After repeated deliberation and careful consideration, he finally spoke slowly and solemnly. Since we can't deal with them directly, we can only start with Huafeng itself. Chairman, what do you mean? A glint of light flashed in Kuroda Eiji's eyes as he lowered his voice and said, find a way to get into Huafeng and obtain their core technology. Shiroda Rin hesitated for a moment before asking, what about the Yunnan Research Institute? We can't make any big moves in Beijing, China. We can try bribing existing researchers or finding relevant personnel to get in through legitimate recruitment channels. If that doesn't work, don't force it, lest we alert them. Remember one thing. Absolutely do not expose yourselves. These words struck Shirota Rin like a hammer blow to his heart. He nodded solemnly, indicating he understood the importance of the matter. Yes, sir. I'll arrange it right away. Shirota Rin didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly left. After his figure disappeared, Kuroda Eiji, his face ashen, dismissed the other irrelevant people. Now, only he remained in the room, making it seem exceptionally empty and silent. Kuroda Eiji slowly extended his right hand and gently touched his forehead, feeling waves of headache coming on. Lately, he truly felt that everything was going wrong, as if all sorts of misfortunes had come knocking at his door at once. First, his eldest son, Kuroda Tanikawa, whom he was so proud of, had been schemed against by that woman named Yunxi in America, suffering a severe loss. This not only caused Kuroda Tanikawa to lose face, but also brought shame upon the entire family. Since his disgraceful return to Japan, Kuroda Tanikawa's temper had become increasingly volatile, like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment, snapping at everyone he met. Not long after, Kuroda Tanikawa began experiencing physical discomfort. Kuroda Eiji, frantic with worry, rushed him to the hospital for a full examination. The final result was utterly unexpected organ failure, but the specific cause remained a complete mystery. Kuroda Eiji couldn't understand it. His son was in the prime of his life, always healthy. How could he suddenly suffer from organ failure? At this moment, he couldn't dwell on blaming Kuroda Tanikawa for his past mistakes. He immediately sought out top doctors and devoted all his efforts to treatment. However, despite consulting numerous renowned specialists and undergoing extensive, meticulous treatment, Kuroda Tanikawa's condition showed no signs of improvement. Instead, it worsened, becoming increasingly severe. Seeing a once promising family heir crippled, and perhaps even beyond repair, Kuroda Eiji was understandably disheartened. A deep sense of worry and helplessness welled up within him. As for his younger son, Kuroda Kimura, he was his illegitimate son, making his inheritance of the family business illegitimate from the start. Moreover, this youngest son was spoiled rotten, constantly jealous of his elder brother and causing him trouble. His vision, thinking, and abilities were all mediocre. How could he possibly entrust the Kuroda family to such a person? Not only would the elders of the family disapprove, just as he was becoming increasingly exhausted, the family's core business ran into trouble. Kuroda Eiji, a man who had dominated the Japanese business world for years, known for his decisiveness and unwavering resolve, now felt utterly powerless. After her birthday party, Yunxi traveled to the Rhine-Ruhr region of Germany to participate in the 32nd Summer Universiade. This was the second time the Universiade had been held in Germany, following the 1989 Duisburg Games. Germany was not an unfamiliar place for Yunxi. Held every 2 years, this was Yunxi's fourth and final participation in the Universiade. Because the Universiade is limited to current university students and those who graduated within the past 2 years, aged 17 to 28. And Yunxi happened to be at that age, just enough to participate in one more games. The predictable results of the competition left the audience somewhat numb. If Yunxi hadn't won, people would probably have paid more attention. By the time Yunxi returned to Beijing after the competition, the release of the lithography machine was on the agenda. For months was enough time for them to streamline things and produce the finished product. And so, on August 1st, the press conference announcing China's successful mastery of 1-nanometer lithography technology was held smoothly. Even the nation seems to pick its own dates, choosing the special occasion of Army Day. No Chinese person would believe there wasn't some special meaning behind it. Unlike regular product launches, this was a national-level press conference with a more serious atmosphere. However, while the press conference itself was serious, the vast majority of Chinese netizens were anything but. From the live stream of the press conference to every piece of news about it, it attracted immense attention from the Chinese people. The discussion forums and comment sections were buzzing with lively debate. I don't like cilantro. Crying. After being held back for so many years, is China finally going to rise up? Is it sunset? The most advanced lithography machine right now is that 3 nanometers machine from that Dutch company, right? Sleep a little longer. Our national father must have been researching this for a long time, skipping 2 nanometers and jumping straight to 1 nanometer. Surprised, I don't like studying. So, we've become world leaders. Meatball soup. I can only say, China is mighty. Smug, smug, smug. Time flies like a song. There's nothing the Chinese people can't do, no matter how difficult or lengthy the process. They will ultimately achieve their goals. This lithography machine incident proves this once again. Little Lucky, if you can talk, say more at Time Flees Likey song Cherry Blossom Sea. Haha, those so-called developed countries wanted to strangle China, but they've been slapped in the face. Ha 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 ha, laughing, laughing, pillars of the nation. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. So incredibly awesome. Bookworm. I laughed and then cried. Only we know how long we've walked this path. Tears streaming down my face. Time flies like a song. They even specially chose Army Day to release this. Our country is so clever. Smirking, smirking, White Lotus Spring. Oh, I didn't even notice that Time Flees Likey song Cherry Blossom Sea. I have to say, the date was really well chosen. Thumbs up flowers. Awesome. Army Day. A lone boat. Am I the only one who noticed that this was a collaborative development between the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Yunnan Research Institute? Peeking, since she currently had enough summoning cards, wouldn't it be better to directly recruit personnel with 100 loyalty using character summoning cards? Even those recruited through conventional channels wouldn't be so easy to bribe. Therefore, and Yunxi knew about the Kyoto family's initial actions. Why did they have to choose someone with 100 loyalty as their first target? Since then, the Yunnan Research Institute has further strengthened its control and security over its researchers. The institute's security was already excellent, and with the military's involvement, it became extremely tight-knit, repeatedly thwarting the Kyoto family's operations. As for Huafeng, the loyalty levels of all core personnel were visible in the systems team section. And Yunxi wasn't worried about the ordinary employees who weren't visible and didn't have access to core technical data. After listening to Shirota Rin's report, Kuroda Eiji slowly closed his eyes, a deep sense of powerlessness washing over him once more. He sat there quietly, as if the entire world had shut him out. After a long while, when Kuroda Eiji opened his eyes again, a dark and sharp glint flashed in them. At this moment, his heart was filled with turmoil and struggle. Faced with an opponent as mysterious, powerful, and elusive as Yunxi, he had originally been unwilling to resort to such extreme measures, because the slightest misstep could plunge him into an abyss of no return. However, reality had forced him into a desperate situation. Now that things had come to this, he couldn't care less about anything else. No matter what, a desperate fight might still offer a glimmer of hope, which was better than waiting for annihilation. He took a deep breath, his face grim, and ordered Shirota Rinya, "We must continue to infiltrate Huafeng using every possible means. There can be no slackening. At the same time, keep a close eye on Yunxi's every move. If you discover she has left China, report to me immediately." Hearing Kuroda Eiji's words, Shirota Rinya's heart tightened. He knew the importance of this mission and the immense risks it involved. Nodding solemnly, Shirota Rinya replied, "Yes, sir." His expression became incredibly serious. Clearly, he realized that the chairman was truly declaring war on Yunxi this time. And so, a thrilling contest was about to begin. And Yunxi remained in Beijing throughout August. To closely monitor the Kuroda family's every move, she spared no expense in manpower and resources, dispatching a large number of highly trained and capable intelligence personnel to keep a tight grip on them, like a vast net. However, surprisingly, after a long period of observation and surveillance, apart from occasional movements at Huafeng and the Research Institute, the Kuroda family showed no other substantial signs of action. And Yunxi couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. She had set the stage. but the other party wasn't taking the bait? Had her plan been flawed and seen through? Or was there more to the story? And Yunxi hadn't expected Kuroda Eiji to be so composed. She had thought a simple trick would easily throw him off balance and expose his weakness. But now it seemed Kuroda Eiji was no ordinary person. His deep cunning and extraordinary composure far exceeded in Yunxi's expectations. Miss, based on the current situation, the Kuroda family probably wouldn't dare cause trouble in Beijing. If you leave Beijing, especially leaving China, they are very likely to take action. Just then, a young man sitting on the sofa next to Yunxi broke the silence. He wore a neatly pressed white shirt paired with crisp black suit trousers, his figure tall and slender. His height of over 1.8 meters made him appear slightly thin, but it didn't diminish the powerful aura he exuded. Through those exquisite gold-rimmed glasses, one could see his deep, piercing eyes, like twinkling stars in the night sky, dazzling and mysterious. Below his high, straight nose, his thin lips were slightly pursed, revealing an aloof and unapproachable air. He appeared refined and cultured, but the occasional flash of cunning in his eyes betrayed a cunning nature deep within him. This man was Lin Yu, the head of intelligence under Yunxi. This intelligence organization had been under Yunxi's control for over half a year. It was a reward from the system as part of her New Year's gift package. After thoroughly understanding it, Yunxi truly grasped the power and terrifying nature of this intelligence organization. Because it was actually a vast intelligence network covering the entire globe. Regardless of the source of the news, as long as it happens on Earth, they can basically investigate it. Even matters that some countries try to keep tightly guarded secrets can be uncovered if this intelligence organization is willing to do so. However, the organization maintains strict management and restrictions on such matters. Without orders from above, they will not proactively seek information they shouldn't know. This rigorous and orderly operating model ensures both the organization's own security and stability, while also guaranteeing that its important intelligence resources will not be easily leaked or misused. After all, at any time, going against a nation, especially a powerful institution like a major power, is never a wise move. After understanding this organization, Yunxi knew that it couldn't have been built overnight. It must be one of the achievements of the Zhang family accumulated over a century. She, the new owner of the system, is reaping the benefits of this success. You mean, Kuroda Eiji will target me directly? Lin Yu adjusted his glasses and calmly replied, very likely. Given the current situation, the Kuroda family either needs to acquire our core technology, or they'll cut off all access to it. Recently, they've tried many methods to infiltrate Huafeng and the Research Institute. Having failed multiple times, it's highly probable they'll resort to desperate measures and target you directly, miss. He crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, his eyes radiating confidence and certainty, as if everything was under control. Yunxi thought about it and agreed that Lin Yu's analysis made a lot of sense. However, Kuroda Eiji is likely to be greatly disappointed this time. Targeting her will probably be the most regrettable decision he's ever made. What do you think we should do? Miss, the initiative is in our hands now. We should remain outwardly inactive, but secretly strengthen the security around you. Once they make a move, we'll make sure they don't return. As he spoke, a barely perceptible glint flashed in his eyes, his eager expression like that of a hungry wolf eyeing its prey about to fall into a trap. Seeing this, Yunxi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, a cunning fox. However, she quite admired this strategy. After all, as the saying goes, a thief can only be thief for 1,000 days, not guard against him for 1,000. Using a tactic of luring the snake out of its hole and taking the initiative is undoubtedly a more sophisticated defensive method. It seems we need to create an opportunity for Kuroda Eiji. Yunxi nodded thoughtfully, then beckoned Lin Yu beside her to come closer. As Lin Yu leaned closer, Yunxi lowered her voice and explained her meticulously planned scheme to him in detail. Lin Yu listened attentively, nodding occasionally to indicate he understood. After Yunxi finished speaking, he nodded without hesitation, then turned and hurriedly left to arrange the related matters. Yunxi had everything planned out, but when she discussed it with Zhou Shiyan, she encountered strong opposition. The couple argued fiercely, each sticking to their own opinion. Back and forth, neither could persuade the other to change their mind. In the end, they had to compromise. And Yunxi maintained her plan, but Zhou Shiyan stayed by her side throughout. And Yunxi. The opportunity that Kyoto AG wanted soon arrived. On September 14th, the Shooting World Cup in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, officially began. And Yunxi and the other members of the Chinese shooting team arrived in Rio de Janeiro. This is Brazil's second-largest city and was once the capital. In 1960, the Brazilian government hoped to balance national economic development and reduce the gap between the coastal and inland areas by developing the inland regions. Therefore, the capital was moved from Rio de Janeiro to Brasilia. Rio de Janeiro is the Portuguese name, meaning River of January. This city, located on the southeastern coast of Brazil and bordering the Atlantic Ocean, remains a force to be reckoned with even after losing its status as the capital. It boasts Brazil's largest import port, making it the country's economic center and a vital transportation hub. Beneath its location, nestled between mountains and the sea, it enjoys an excellent harbor. Its main industries include textiles, printing, and automobiles, and it is home to over 700 banks and the largest stock exchange in the country. It also possesses the world's largest stadium, the Maracanã. Its beautiful coastline makes it a renowned tourist destination in South America. Rio de Janeiro hosted the 1950 and 2014 FIFA World Cups at the Maracanã Stadium. On October 2, 2009, Rio de Janeiro won the bid to host the 31st Summer Olympic Games in 2016. Rio de Janeiro became the first South American city to host the Olympic Games, and also the first Portuguese-speaking city to do so. To be honest, Yunxi quite liked the city. However, this time, she was afraid she would have to stain it with blood. Every time she went abroad to participate in a competition, Yunxi would bring 2 bodyguards with her. But this time was different. In addition to the 2 bodyguards on the surface, a large and mysterious bodyguard team had secretly infiltrated Rio de Janeiro. Even the Chinese military attached great importance to Yunxi's safety during this trip and specially dispatched some of their most capable officers to reinforce her and share the responsibility of protecting her personal safety. Adding to this the influence Yunxi controlled in Brazil, the number of people secretly following her this time reached as many as 109. Even Lin Yu came here to facilitate intelligence analysis and personnel deployment. Miss, according to reliable sources, Kyoto AG has partnered with the Red Command, the largest underground organization in Brazil, and the vast majority of the personnel involved in this operation were provided by this organization. Furthermore, besides Kyoto AG's people, we discovered that his illegitimate son, Kyoto Kimura, has also personally led a group here. It's been confirmed that their target is also you, miss. Oh, does Kyoto AG know about this? He doesn't know. Kyoto Kimura has partnered with a faction within the Kyoto family to vie for the inheritance. He deliberately came without his father's knowledge, hoping to eliminate you, miss, a major threat to the family, thereby gaining Kyoto AG's approval and the family's support. This is interesting. With these 2 groups of Kyoto family members clashing, and with the Red Command's interference, the outcome is unpredictable. An organization engaged in drug trafficking, robbery, kidnapping, and various other illegal activities is an insult to the word red. Since they dare to lay their claws on her, she should be prepared for annihilation. Do you know who's backing that Red Command? Yunxi absolutely refused to believe that such a criminal organization could grow to such a large scale without someone protecting it. According to the information we have so far, its backer is the deputy mayor of Rio de Janeiro, who is also a member of parliament in this term. Upon hearing this answer, Yunxi's brows furrowed slightly, but the chill in her eyes intensified. Prepare the evidence of his crimes. This time, we'll make sure he falls from his high position and is utterly disgraced. Yunxi's tone was icy. That's right, Yunxi was determined to uproot this organization and its backer, wiping them out completely. Such parasites on the country, the scum of society, have no reason to live. Consider it an act of kindness, helping the people of Rio de Janeiro rid themselves of this scourge. And Yunxi's actions stemmed not only from a desire to uphold justice, but also from a desire to make an example of someone. From now on, anyone who dares to defy her would better consider whether they can withstand her ruthless methods. Miss, Sir, according to reliable sources, both Kuroda Eiji and Kuroda Kimura are planning to make their move before you return home after the competition. Please focus on the competition during this time. I'll arrange everything else. Lin Yu reported the situation solemnly to Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan. Hearing this, Yunxi chuckled softly, a slight smile playing on her lips. She teased, "These two, father and son, are quite in sync." A flicker of disdain flashed in her beautiful eyes, but it quickly returned to its calm. Lin Yu smiled at her words and continued his analysis. "You're a key player for China in the competition. If something happens to you during the competition, the impact will be even greater. They've probably considered that." Zhou Shiyan squeezed Yunxi's hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'm here." "All right, then thank you for your hard work." "It's my pleasure." And Yunxi saw no reluctance in his expression. Instead, she sensed an eager excitement. Well, judging by this person's personality, he definitely prefers the life of scheming and plotting behind the scenes to a mundane existence. Thus, during the days Yunxi was competing, a constant stream of intelligence reports flooded into Lin Yu's area. Lin Yu methodically organized and summarized this information, promptly relaying it to Zhou Shiyan, who was in charge of the overall command. As the overall commander of the operation, Zhou Shiyan, with his exceptional wisdom and rich experience, made accurate judgments about the situation, ensuring the plan's smooth progress. After meticulous analysis and planning, orders were issued from Zhou Shiyan, reaching the heads of each group. And Yunxi's plan to lure her prey into a trap was being perfected step by step. However, all of this was happening quietly and without anyone noticing. All personnel involved in the operation were secretly and methodically carrying out their respective deployments according to the established plan. Finally, Yunxi finished her competition and began to focus her attention on this matter. To this end, she deliberately chose to stay in Rio de Janeiro for 2 extra days, completely separating herself from the shooting team. Upon receiving news that the shooting team members had successfully arrived in Beijing, Yunxi began her operation. She and Zhou Shiyan, along with their public bodyguards Lin Yi and Yanhua, and the people arranged to take them, boarded a car to the airport. As usual when traveling abroad, they used 3 cars, and Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan rode in the middle car, with bodyguards responsible for their safety in front and behind. At this moment, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense and heavy, as if even the air itself had frozen. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the limit, their attention highly focused, daring not to relax even slightly. Their eyes widened, scanning the surroundings with a sharp, hawk-like precision, not missing a single sign of danger. As the number of other vehicles around them gradually decreased, Yunxi's bright, sharp eyes narrowed slightly. She knew things were finally about to begin. Although she knew these people were lawless, Yunxi hadn't expected them to actually block the road, creating a battlefield. They were truly fearless and audacious. Soon, Yunxi's vehicle was forced to stop. Zhou Shiyan picked up the walkie-talkie and asked calmly, "What's the situation outside?" A response came immediately from the other end. "Sir, the enemy has also set up reinforcements on the outer perimeter. We need about 3 minutes to arrive. There are also a small number of our personnel inside the encirclement. They should be in position within a minute." Zhou Shiyan didn't seem too surprised by this situation. A cold glint flashed in his deep eyes as he issued the order without hesitation. "Open fire on the enemy. Don't conserve ammunition." Whether they were sent by the Kuroda family or members of the so-called Red Command, they were all lawless and arrogant scoundrels. Any one of them would likely have blood and lives on their hands. Zhou Shiyan would show no mercy to such people. On the other hand, his men were all elites among elites, and losing even one of them was something he didn't want. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. Rather than risking his brothers' lives, it was better to strike first, seize the initiative, and crush the enemy in one fell swoop. Lin Yu on the other end of the walkie-talkie naturally understood his meaning, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Sir, don't worry. Our equipment is top-notch. Nothing will happen, you see. The young lady had provided them with excellent firearms and ammunition, bulletproof vests, and even their electronic communication equipment was state-of-the-art. Furthermore, they carried ample quantities of various life-saving antiseptics. Not only that, but a professional medical team and emergency vehicles were also deployed in the vicinity, ready to respond at any time. Upon learning of this meticulously planned series of arrangements, these normally tough men couldn't help but have tears welling in their eyes. The young lady had been so good to them. They would risk their lives to protect her. At this moment, these passionate men were like they'd been injected with adrenaline, each one brimming with energy, eager to eliminate as many enemies as possible and achieve great merit. Yes, keep a close eye on the plan we agreed on earlier. It must succeed. Understood. After arranging the perimeter, Zhou Shiyan focused on the main battlefield. At this moment, Yunxi's group's 3 vehicles were surrounded. Faced with such a critical situation, everyone remained calm and quickly and tacitly found their ideal firing positions, intently watching the approaching group of enemies wielding various weapons. Everyone's nerves were on edge, not daring to relax for a moment. Suddenly, a sharp bang rang out, piercing the air. Zhou Shiyan had decisively pulled the trigger, firing the first shot. His shot seemed to be the command signal for a general offensive. In an instant, the dozen or so men on Yunxi's side, seemingly trapped and at a disadvantage, opened fire simultaneously. The enemy clearly hadn't expected that, despite being surrounded and at a disadvantage, Yunxi and her group would dare to launch the first attack without hesitation. It was precisely because they seized the initiative, coupled with superior equipment and excellent marksmanship, that Yunxi's side successfully turned the tide of the battle in a short time, temporarily gaining the upper hand. The hustle and bustle of the city was completely drowned out by a burst of rapid, intense gunfire. Even the streets outside the area, where people had been bustling with activity, instantly panicked and scattered in all directions. Amidst this chaos, Yunxi remained remarkably calm, using a car door as makeshift cover. Her hands gripped her pistol tightly, her eyes focused and sharp, as she continuously pulled the trigger, firing while closely monitoring the situation of her own men. Her marksmanship was nothing short of divine. Each shot seemed precisely calculated, fired with composure and unwavering resolve. Almost every shot was followed by an enemy falling, preventing the opposing side from mounting an effective counterattack. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Shiyan also displayed extraordinary skill and exceptional combat ability. He moved with the agility of a cheetah, swift and decisive, his gun in his hand as steady as a mountain, each shot hitting its target with pinpoint accuracy. With a series of crisp gunshots, spent shell casings rained down around him, creating a breathtaking scene. Moreover, Zhou Shiyan's bodyguards were all highly trained. They quickly dispersed, each finding an optimal firing position that was both relatively independent and capable of mutual support, and then launched an orderly attack on the enemy. In an instant, a dense barrage of fire formed a powerful network, firmly suppressing the enemy's offensive momentum. Just then, a bullet whizzed past the car, narrowly missing Zhou Shiyan. Seeing this terrifying moment, Yunxi cried out in alarm. Brother Shiyan, her heart leaped into her throat. She was extremely tense. However, upon hearing the cry, Zhou Shiyan merely turned and glanced at her, his gaze filled with concern and unwavering conviction. It seemed to be silently conveying a message to Eros long as he was there was nothing to worry about. The enemy, seemingly realizing their defenses were impenetrable, began to flank them. Out of the corner of her eye, Yunxi saw a dark figure dart out of a nearby alley. Without thinking, she instinctively raised her hand and fired, striking the man squarely between the eyebrows. Zhou Shiyan noticed what was happening to her, feeling both surprised and delighted. This was the first time he had witnessed Yunxi's resolute and courageous side outside the arena. "Watch out for the alleys on both sides," Zhou Shiyan shouted, simultaneously firing several shots at enemies rushing towards them from another alley. Instantly, the gunfire was deafening, sparks flying everywhere. The bodyguards gradually moved closer, forming a tight protective circle. But the number of enemies increased, their firepower grew fiercer, and the situation became increasingly critical. At that moment, Yunxi's gun was out of bullets. Unfazed, she nimbly reached into her pocket and quickly pulled out a brand new magazine, expertly changing it. In a flash, Zhou Shiyan rushed to her side, shielding her tightly behind him, his gun spitting fire to buy her time to reload. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them amidst the hail of bullets. While Yunxi's side was engaged in fierce fighting, Lin Yu's operations on the other side were also progressing smoothly. After ascertaining the locations of the men sent by Kuroda Eiji and Kuroda Kimura, he took advantage of the chaos caused by his own forces attacking from the outside and sending men to infiltrate and lure the two sides together. A simple firing of gunfire quickly brought the two sides into battle. Lin Yu, standing on higher ground, calmly observed the intense yet chaotic battlefield they had orchestrated. Seeing things unfolding as he had predicted, Lin Yu decisively led his men to retreat discreetly to reinforce other areas. And Yunxi's well-trained forces were naturally far superior to the ragtag group of underground fighters. Although Kuroda Eiji also sent a contingent of elite troops to join the battle, their relatively small numbers prevented them from turning the tide. Before long, Yunxi's outer forces successfully rejoined theirs. Two powerful forces converged, like tigers descending a mountain, launching a fierce counterattack against the enemy. In an instant, the enemy formation crumbled, retreating in disarray. As the piercing sirens of police wailed in the distance, the fierce battle was nearing its end. Most of the enemy lay dead in pools of blood, leaving only a handful of remnants who scattered in panic. However, Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi paid no attention to these escapees. They had already deployed sufficient manpower on the perimeter, ensuring these individuals had no chance of escape. Sir, Madam, the operation is progressing smoothly. Very good. You stay here and continue the subsequent plans. Report back immediately if anything happens, and Yunxi instructed calmly. And Yunxi couldn't stay, and neither could Zhou Shiyan. But the next phase of the plan did indeed require someone to oversee and direct it. Gusimuli, I don't even bother comparing myself to them. Disdain, my heart is too cold. They're not even in the same league, there's no comparison whatsoever. Stingy bun, I can tell you really despise at Gusimuli. Gusimuli, of course, it's a matter of national and personal vendettas. Snail's home. Let me join in the disdain too. Disdain, I love eating melons. +1 alternate account is also an account. +1 storyteller. +1 fly higher. +1 mango juice. Agreed. Glass lamp. Don't break the formation. +1 otaku. +1. No spicy food lover. Someone told me to stay in Japan after graduation, and I was so angry I cursed them all afternoon until they shut up. Headache. A friend said I sound Japanese, and I, furious fine. I'll curse you. What are you trying to do? Angry all over the world. You guys are awesome. At headache at no spicy food lover moonlit night. Anyone can be ranked ahead of me, but definitely not Japanese. Happy or not. Are we going to start a war with Japan? I'm signing up. Raise his hand, flying kites together. Get out of here. Who has a chance? Stairs, Miss Not a Sister. I'm signing up too. Who can resist the temptation of having a separate page in the family tree? Lazy life. I'll contribute 100 yuan to support a war with Japan. Bright moon in the sky. Haha, what can you do with 100 yuan? Seeing you remain silent. Don't say that. If everyone contributes 100, that's over 100 billion. After that, who knows if Japan will still exist? Sunglasses, lazy life. If it still exists, then everyone contributes another 100. Storyteller. Wow, that's a brilliant idea. City of the Dead. Ha ha ha. Support, must support. Is she a little princess? Speaking of which, Yunxi is really amazing. How many technological achievements has the Yunnan Research Institute produced? A light boat? Nonsense. Of course, my sister 11 is amazing. Radish cake. Does everyone feel that the Yunnan Research Institute seems to be targeting Japan? Many of the projects they research seem to be based on technologies that Japan is leading in. Blank space. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. Morning dawn. Wow, I didn't even notice until you said that. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. I love eating melons. Wow. So strategic and farsighted. Foggy fish. When exactly did this plan begin? Lake light. It's terrifying to think about, but then again, it's brilliantly done. Thumbs up, happy or not. The key is that they actually succeeded. Southern trees. No wonder Japan is desperate and targeted in Yunxi. No reason. If they let her continue like this, the Kyoto family won't be able to survive. Moon falls, crow cries. Amazing. I declare, and Yunxi my idol. Starry eyes, gossip lover, also my idol. Gusimuli. I've become a fan too. While netizens were discussing it heatedly, some people offered some relatively professional analyses. And Yunxi had also been following the developments and found some of the analyses quite reasonable. One netizen claiming to be a professional even published a long article analyzing the country. The article mentions that Japan, this island nation, has harbored malice towards China for many years, or rather, they harbor malice towards all humanity. Historically, China and Japan have fought 5 wars. The first was in 663 AD when Japan invaded Silla, which is now South Korea. At that time, Silla was a tributary state of the Tang dynasty, a junior partner of China. The Tang dynasty sent troops to help Silla recover its lost territory. Japan, realizing the power of the Tang dynasty, repeatedly sent envoys to Tang to learn advanced technology and culture over the next few centuries. The second was during the Yuan dynasty, when Kublai Khan waged war against Japan. Unfortunately, the nomadic cavalry were not skilled in naval warfare and they encountered abnormal weather such as a typhoon, resulting in failure. Otherwise, given the Yuan dynasty's custom of massacring entire cities during wartime, the Japanese might have been wiped out, leaving only the Japanese island. The third was during the Ming dynasty when Toyotomi Hideyoshi of Japan first invaded Korea and then set his sights on China. It is said that he used Korea as a route to attack China. Toyotomi Hideyoshi was a short man but a dreamer. He was only 1.4 meters tall, yet he dreamed of conquering China within 2 years and settling in Ningbo. However, his dream was short-lived, as he was repeatedly defeated by the Ming dynasty General Li Rusong's army. After these repeated defeats, Toyotomi Hideyoshi died in despair. The fourth and fifth defeats occurred during the Qing dynasty and the 8-year War of Resistance against Japan. Due to the Qing government's incompetence and its policy of keeping the people ignorant, and the Kuomintang's policy of non-resistance, we endured nearly a century of humiliation, with countless compatriots dying at the hands of the Japanese pirates. Therefore, the inherent flaws of this nation have never changed. It remains inherently evil. As Emperor Kangxi commented, Japan is the most fickle and capricious country. Their people are extremely base, ignorant of kindness and compassion, and only subservient to military might. Therefore, one should not show them the slightest kindness. The Chinese are not alone in holding this view. Franklin D. Roosevelt once said that the Japanese were the most despicable and shameless people he had ever seen. Charles de Gaulle also made a similar assessment of Japan. He said that the Japanese were a treacherous, cunning, and cruel people. This people were extremely opportunistic, their frenzied bloodlust resembling that of Dracula, the vampire of medieval Europe. Once they spotted your weakness, they would immediately bite through your throat, leaving no chance of survival. In fact, in the eyes of Europeans, the Japanese were a bloodthirsty, perverse, and bloodthirsty people. The Japanese were stubborn, willful, headstrong, and ignorant, obsequious to superiors and brutally cruel to subordinates. The Japanese killed and committed suicide at the drop of a hat. They didn't value their own lives, let alone the lives of others. Therefore, Japan was filled with chaos and vendettas. Behind this article, after deep reflection and analysis, he profoundly concluded, "The inherent weaknesses of this nation have long determined that once they feel their security is threatened, they will not hesitate and will stop at nothing to fiercely attack their competitors." The core reason for Yunxi's attack was precisely because her highly regarded Yunnan Research Institute aroused deep suspicion and vigilance from the Kuroda family, making them feel a huge threat. Therefore, the Kuroda family attempted to completely eliminate this potential threat at its source. However, they miscalculated. The current situation is probably beyond the control of the Kuroda family. To put it bluntly, this has escalated to the level of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Every word and sentence in the article resonated deeply with Yunxi. She read it twice from beginning to end, liked it, and shared it on her account. With Yunxi's current influence, the article's popularity skyrocketed, quickly topping the trending search list. Just want to lie down. Such a thorough analysis. Some people are rotten to the core. Banana juice. The author is practically my mouthpiece, expressing everything I couldn't say. Starry eyes, wooden forest. Wow. And Yunxi herself liked and shared it. A cup of milk tea. She got her approval. The author is amazing. Smoking, drawing a circle as a prison. The author must be ecstatic. This is a first for them. Laughing. Even nonsense is acceptable. Well said. Japan is just that despicable and shameless. Meanwhile, under Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi's scheme, everything was developing as they had planned. In Rio, after Brevin's forces stepped down, the once invincible Red Command suddenly became the target of everyone's attacks, suffering heavy blows from various forces. For a long time, the Red Command had provoked and angered many with its arrogant and domineering style. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Now, this seemingly indestructible wall has collapsed, its decline as swift and unstoppable as autumn leaves swept away by the wind. It crumbled away in no time, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never existed on the land of Brazil. The Kuroda family initially resisted admitting to the allegations made online. However, as more and more irrefutable evidence was revealed, they gradually found themselves in an undeniable predicament. Ultimately, faced with overwhelming evidence, the Kuroda family was forced to bow their proud heads, admit their crimes, and issue a public apology. An apology was not an option. The pressure from China was immense, and the Japanese government was also exerting pressure on them. At this point, the Kuroda family had become the target of public criticism. If they didn't take immediate remedial measures, the spittle of the angry Chinese public would likely be enough to completely overwhelm this once arrogant family. This incident directly exposed the ambitions and conspiracies of the Kuroda family and the Japanese authorities to the public eye. Any further actions they might take now would be risky, not only under the watchful eyes of the world, but also likely crushed by global public opinion once exposed. Just then, another devastating piece of news arrived. The Kuroda family's painstakingly built businesses and vast influence in various overseas countries had suffered heavy blows of varying degrees, with losses exceeding half. Upon hearing this news, Kuroda Eiji, the head of the Kuroda family who had been holding on tightly, finally succumbed to the immense pressure. His vision blurred, and he collapsed unconscious. Thus, Yunxi's plan had achieved a temporary milestone. As for the follow-up cleanup work and the arrangements to completely prevent the other party from making a comeback, Yunxi no longer needed to personally oversee and follow up on every detail. She trusted Lin Yu to handle all of these matters well. The attack on Yunxi terrified Jianhua and Fang Mingxia. Upon hearing the news, the two were extremely anxious, even neglecting the mountain of work at the company, and flew directly to Beijing. Only after confirming their daughter was unharmed did they finally relax. Xiaoxi, you must bring more bodyguards when you go out in the future. Knowing his daughter's stubborn nature and that persuading her to give up her work was virtually impossible, and Jianhua had no choice but to try another approach, strengthening security to ensure his daughter's safety to the greatest extent possible. Fang Mingxia angrily cursed, "Those Japanese are going too far." They resort to underhanded tactics when their skills are inferior. Shameless, despicable, and utterly shameless. Faced with her parents' concerned words, and Yunxi quickly reassured them, "Dad, Mom, don't worry too much. The military has sent people to protect me. I have strong backing now." These words didn't reassure Fangmingxia. Instead, they made her even more worried. The military's protection further demonstrated in Yunxi's importance, but also implied the extremely high danger inside. Seeing her parents' continued worry, and Yunxi continued to comfort them, those people wouldn't dare cause trouble domestically. "If we go abroad, I'll definitely make arrangements in advance." Zhou Shiyan, seeing this, quickly added, "Mom and Dad, I'm here too. I'll accompany Yunxi whenever she goes abroad." And Yunxi glanced at him, thinking he was being overly anxious, but said nothing. And Jianhua and Fangmingxia remained worried, but knew there was nothing they could do. The child was too outstanding, so outstanding that such challenges were inevitable. As parents, they could only support her. They couldn't and wouldn't stop her. In the end, Fangmingxia could only sigh and say, "It's good that you understand. Don't let your guard down." Seeing that their daughter was all right, the couple stayed in Beijing for 2 or 3 days before returning to Yunzhou. They still had a ton of work to do at the company. After this incident, and Yunxi increased the number of people around her family. Even Yunza, who was studying at a university in Beijing, wasn't spared. In case someone desperately tried to harm her family, they would have a way to respond. She didn't want her family to be hurt because of this. Before the finishing touches here were even complete, and Yunxi was heading to New Delhi, India, to participate in this year's Shooting World Cup finals. This time, Zhou Shiyan accompanied her throughout and meticulously arranged a 3-pronged security force, 1 overt, 1 covert, and external support. The 2 were not weaklings to begin with, and with these arrangements in place, they were capable of fighting back unless they were instantly killed by a missile. Even if someone did attempt such a feat, their intelligence network and advanced weaponry were not to be underestimated. Furthermore, even if things came to that, the spiritual artifacts and Yunxi brought back from the cultivation world in her purple cloud immortal abode would be enough to save her life. This is why Yunxi has never used those spirit stones. This is an era where cultivation is impossible without spiritual energy. If she encountered an insurmountable danger, activating these spiritual artifacts would require relying on spirit stones. Otherwise, lacking any spiritual energy, she would be helpless. Therefore, it's best to avoid using these limited spirit stones if possible. "Brother Shiyan, do you think anyone else will make a move this time?" Zhou Shiyan, with a calm expression, shook his head and said, "We haven't received any intelligence about anyone planning to make a move. Lin Yu, and I judge that under the current circumstances, no one should dare to act rashly." This was their conclusion after analysis. These preparations were only made as a precaution. What if there was just some stubborn lunatic who acted recklessly? He couldn't let Yunxi take even the slightest risk. And Yunxi actually thought the same thing. "That's what I thought too." After all, the formidable strength Yunxi displayed in this incident was enough to make many unscrupulous forces fearful and dare not act rashly. Just look at the once arrogant and domineering Kuroda family. Just because they rashly attacked Yunxi, they ended up with a tarnished reputation and heavy losses. Not only was the family's hard-earned reputation ruined, but their businesses and influence were also completely wiped out, with over 70% of their resources lost. On the other hand, Yunxi suffered no losses. In fact, the incident brought her to the attention of many more people. China also gained international recognition as a result. Moreover, the official stance of the Chinese government was clear to everyone. Taking action against Yunxi would inevitably lead to a confrontation with a superpower like China. Not to mention those organizations, most countries were unwilling to directly confront China. As they expected, they weathered the entire competition unscathed. Upon returning to Beijing, the group encountered no unusual circumstances. The 2 exchanged a glance, knowing that no one would dare to harm them this time. At this moment, they both felt a considerable sense of relief. While they weren't afraid of trouble, constantly dealing with such problems was never a pleasant experience. The two returned home and were invited to a banquet the next day. It turned out that Zhou Shiyan's aunt, Zhou Liyun, and her family had returned to China and were hosting a dinner for the Zhou family at the Kyoto Grand Hotel. This Zhou Liyun wasn't actually Zhou Shiyan's biological aunt. At most, she was a cousin. However, Zhou Yanzheng, the second son of the Zhou family, doted on this only youngest daughter. Having received the invitation, Zhou Shiyan couldn't refuse his grandfather's request, so he took Yunxi to the banquet. This was a fairly formal banquet, so Yunxi naturally had to dress up a bit. The already prepared Zhou Shiyan sat on the sofa, flipping through a magazine while his wife got ready. A slight noise came from the dressing room, and soon the tightly closed door slowly opened, and Yunxi emerged in a simple yet elegant white dress, its flowing skirt making her appear like a fairy descending to earth. Despite the simple and understated attire, her every movement exuded an indescribable elegance. It was late autumn, and the weather in Beijing was already quite chilly. The white dress Yunxi had chosen was a long-sleeve design, its long skirt flowing like clouds. The fabric was relatively thick, providing protection against the winter chill. She could wear a cashmere coat over it, keeping her warm while maintaining her elegance perfect for this occasion. And Yunxi's long, flowing, jet black hair was cleverly styled into a delicate and elegant updo at the back of her head. However, a few stray strands playfully fell beside her snow-white cheeks, gently swaying in the breeze. This added a captivating brilliance to her bright and beautiful eyes, like a crystal-clear spring. Utterly enchanting. "Do I look good?" And Yunxi smiled, gracefully twirling around, her white dress billowing gently with her movements like a dancing fairy. Zhou Shiyan's gaze was immediately drawn to her. He stepped forward, took Yunxi's hand, his eyes focused and affectionate, and said earnestly, "You look good. You look good in anything." And Yunxi blushed slightly, playfully scolding, "You're so sweet-talking." Then, hand in hand, they stepped out of the house. Outside, the driver, Chengdu, had been waiting for some time. Seeing them emerge, he quickly opened the car door. After they were seated, the car slowly started moving, heading towards their destination. All the way, Yunxi kept asking about Zhou Shiyan's aunt's family. Yunxi had never met her cousin Zhou Shiyan before. Even at their wedding, she had only received a wedding gift from this aunt and had never met her in person. So, today was Yunxi's first time meeting their family. "My cousin Zhou Liyun is my second grandfather's youngest daughter. She's the only girl in her generation, so she's quite pampered. My aunt's husband, Li Wenhua, is a Chinese American. His family has been operating overseas for decades and has a certain standing in the business world. Back then, my aunt wanted to live abroad long-term with him, but my second grandfather wouldn't allow it. Later, for some reason, my second grandfather agreed. The two of them have been living abroad since they got married and have 2 sons. They used to come back once or twice a year, but in recent years, because of the fierce infighting within my aunt's family over the inheritance, they haven't been able to come back. So I haven't seen them for several years." Zhou Shiyan patiently explained Zhou Lion's family situation to Yunxi. "So they're back now because the inheritance issue has been settled?" And Yunxi gave her guess after listening. Zhou Shiyan nodded and said, "Most likely, and it's probably because my aunt's husband has won in the end." "That's true. If it weren't for that, they probably wouldn't have the leisure to return to China to host a banquet for them right now." And Yunxi smiled knowingly, then curiously asked, "What about their 2 sons?" "The eldest son, Li Weiji, is 21 years old. He's quite mature and should still be in university. The younger son, Li Weiyuan, is 16. He's at that mischievous age, very lively. However, I haven't seen them for several years. I wonder what they're like now." Zhou Shiyan told Yunxi everything he knew. Shortly afterward, they arrived at the Kyoto Grand Hotel. This hotel was renowned throughout Kyoto, its extravagance astonishing. The magnificent entrance resembled the entrance to a palace, exuding unparalleled majesty. Dazzling lights, like stars, illuminated the surroundings, creating a dreamlike atmosphere and showcasing its refined and elegant style. Zhou Shiyan, holding in Yunxi's hand, slowly entered the hotel lobby. A well-trained waiter greeted them with a smile and led them to a private room that had been reserved in advance. The moment Zhou Shiyan gently pushed open the door to the private room, a lively and bustling atmosphere rushed out. The room was crowded with people, and laughter and chatter filled the air. Zhou Shiyan's father, Zhou Shenhua, and mother, Yunxi, were chatting enthusiastically with a middle-aged couple, their faces beaming with smiles. It was obvious that this couple was Zhou Shiyan's aunt and uncle. Today, his aunt was wearing a finely tailored Chanel suit with flowing lines, which seemed custom-made to perfectly fit her figure. A dazzling diamond necklace adorned her long, fair neck, each diamond sparkling with captivating brilliance, like the brightest star in the night sky. The elegant demeanor and innate nobility he exuded in every gesture were captivating. His uncle wore a perfectly tailored and high-quality suit, flawlessly highlighting his robust physique. A pair of exquisite gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose added to his refined and scholarly air. His face always radiated a warm and friendly smile, like a gentle spring breeze, creating a welcoming and inviting atmosphere. Beside them stood two handsome young men. One of them was tall and slender, with striking good looks, sharp eyebrows, and deep, unfathomable eyes that conveyed a calm and composed demeanor. Undoubtedly, this was Li Weiji. Another standing man, slightly youthful in stature, with a bright smile and lively, intelligent eyes, was presumably Li Weiyuan. The giant dining table in the private room, capable of seating 20 or 30 people, was already quite full. Grandpa Zhou, Grandma Zhou, second grandpa, second grandma, and others were all seated. A quick glance around revealed that, aside from the eldest uncle and aunt in the military and the eldest cousin, almost everyone else from the Zhou family's eldest and second branches was present. Grandpa, grandma, second grandpa, grandma Yi, mom and dad, Zhou Shiyan, and Yunxi greeted their elders with smiles. All eyes turned to the doorway, and Yunxi quickly beckoned them to her side. Yunxi, come here, let me introduce you. Yunxi pulled Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi to their aunt's family. This is Ian's aunt and uncle, Li Yun and Wenhua. This is Ian's wife, my daughter-in-law, Yunxi. Yunxi greeted them gracefully, aunt and uncle. Zhou Liyun subtly sized up Yunxi, her eyes lighting up when she saw her face, even more beautiful than in the photos. This girl is truly stunning. Ian, you must treat her well. With a smile, Zhou Liyun quickly stepped forward, warmly taking Yunxi's hand and gently stroking it. Instantly, a soft, delicate touch spread through her palm, making Zhou Liyun's smile even brighter. Oh my, this young girl is something else. Look at that flawless face, and those delicate, slender hands, so tender they seem to drip with moisture. It's truly enviable. Zhou Liyun kept praising her, while her hands were busy kneading Yunxi's hands several more times. Yunxi, Zhou Shiyan, the others. Faced with Zhou Liyun's intimate and somewhat inappropriate behavior, Yunxi was stunned, her mind reeling. How could she have transformed from a noble, elegant, and poised lady one second into a slightly lewd, blatantly groping woman the next? What's worse, this lewd woman was taking advantage of her. The other person was an elder, and Yunxi, encountering this situation for the first time, was at a loss for what to do. The situation was awkward. Pushing her away seemed inappropriate, but not pushing her away didn't solve anything either. Just as Yunxi was caught in a dilemma, unsure how to react, Zhou Shiyan acted swiftly, like a divine intervention. He extended his strong arm and gently pulled his wife into his embrace, successfully freeing her from that annoying clutch. Don't worry, Auntie, I'll definitely treat my wife well. At this moment, Zhou Shiyan seemed to recall the times his aunt had teased and oppressed him when he was a child, and his face darkened slightly. Zhou Liyun, whose beauty had been stolen, was about to say something when her husband, Li Wenhua, suddenly grabbed her and pulled her to his side. Li Wenhua knew his wife's habit of eagerly approaching anyone with good looks, regardless of gender, so he quickly kept her firmly by his side. If it weren't for his good looks back then, his wife wouldn't have fallen for him at first sight. This niece-in-law is so beautiful. If he doesn't keep a close eye on her, who knows what amazing things she might do. He smiled warmly and said to Zhou Shiyan and his wife, Ayan has found an excellent wife. We often hear of Yunxi's name in America. Hearing this, and Yunxi's face showed a hint of surprise, then she politely replied, Uncle, so you know me? Li Wenhua smiled and nodded. Of course, but I've been so busy before that we haven't had a chance to meet. But from now on, we should keep in touch more often. Seeing this, Zhou Liyun, standing to the side, quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, Yunxi, you must visit each other more often. Then, as if remembering something, Zhou Liyun took out her phone. Oh, right, Yunxi. Let's add each other on WeChat. When you come to America, you must come to our house. Your aunt will prepare delicious food for you. And Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan exchanged a helpless glance, then took out their phones and added their aunt on WeChat. Zhou Shimhua and Yunxi also looked somewhat helpless. They were also surprised that after all these years, their cousin's fondness for pretty boys and girls hadn't changed at all. Their son, Ayan, suffered a lot from her torture when he was little because he was good-looking. Yunxi, when are you and Ayan going to have children? You're both so good-looking, the kids will definitely be adorable. I can help you take care of them. That's just his personality. I hope he doesn't end up like Ayan. He was good-looking when he was little, but he wasn't fun at all. I couldn't be bothered with him anymore. And, Zhou Shiyan. Li Yun, let's sit down first. Li Wenhua, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted his wife's unfinished business. He had no choice. If he didn't take some action, she could talk for ages. After everyone sat down, Zhou Shiyan and Yunxi greeted Li Weiji and Li Weiyuan. Li Weiji simply nodded slightly, a faint smile on his face. Li Weiyuan, however, was much more enthusiastic, immediately approaching Yunxi. Hello, sister-in-law. You'll have to keep an eye on my brother from now on. He's always so cold. And Yunxi was taken aback by this enthusiasm and could only smile and nod without saying anything. After a few pleasantries, the waiter began serving the dishes. At the table, everyone enjoyed their meal and chatted happily. Zhou Liyun recounted her interesting experiences abroad, while Li Wenhua occasionally added details, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyan, though quietly enjoying his own food, never took his gentle eyes off Yunxi for a moment. Whenever he saw a dish that suited Yunxi's taste, he would thoughtfully use his chopsticks to pick some up and place it in her bowl. Yunxi, however, maintained a smile throughout, quietly listening to the others' conversations. Only when the topic happened to turn to her would she interject with a few words. Gradually, she noticed that although Li Weiji didn't talk much, every time he spoke, he hit the nail on the head, drawing attention. Li Weiyuan, on the other hand, was like a little son, constantly making everyone happy. These two brothers really had completely different personalities. But upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, Li Weiji, as the eldest son, would be managing the family business in the future, so his upbringing was naturally different. After the dinner, everyone chatted for a while before dispersing. Before parting, Zhou Liyun repeatedly urged Yunxi to visit their home when she had time. Faced with such a warm invitation, Yunxi found it difficult to refuse and could only nod repeatedly in agreement. Afterwards, Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan got into the car to go home. The car drove smoothly along the road. Sitting in the car, Yunxi couldn't help but recall the various scenes from tonight's meeting and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Andy, this. Zhou Shiyan also felt a bit of a headache, gently rubbing his forehead and saying, Annie has always liked good-looking people since she was little, and I didn't expect her to still be like that now. She's a looks-obsessed person. You really can't tell from her appearance at all. After all, Yunxi's first impression of Zhou Liyun was that of a noble and elegant lady. Like a blooming orchid, she exuded an irresistible charm. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, she seemed to have changed completely, a stark contrast to her previous image. Seeing Yunxi remain silent, Zhou Shiyan assumed she was worried and took her hand to comfort her. "Don't worry, your aunt is just a little too enthusiastic. You're so beautiful, she'll like you a lot." "I'm not worried. I'm just not used to this kind of enthusiasm. If you don't want to deal with it, just let me
handle it."
"It's not that bad. I'll get used to it." Although she found the person overly enthusiastic, this aunt was clearly simple-minded and had no ill intentions. She simply liked good-looking people. She wasn't incapable of handling even this simple matter. In December, Beijing was gripped by a biting wind and a sudden drop in temperature, the chill permeating every corner. As time passed, the weather grew increasingly frigid, as if the entire city was shrouded in an invisible chill. The arrival of the first snowfall added a touch of charm to this ancient city of Beijing, making it even more enchanting with its first snowfall of the year. Snowflakes drifted down, like ancient stories gently told in the air, draping the city in a layer of pure white silver gauze. Amidst the swirling snow, green trees, yellow leaves, red maples, white snow, and the forbidden city were painted into a picturesque scene. The mountains and rivers were silent, the fallen leaves endless. And Yunxi held a cup of hot tea, leaning against the window watching the snow scene in the manor. The snow had clung to the window panes all night, the steam from the tea rising like smoke, a scene both desolate and warm. Outside the window, the snowflakes continued to dance, sometimes drifting lightly like willow catkins, sometimes falling densely like fine salt. It quietly descends upon the world in various forms. Amidst the withered branches and fallen leaves of winter, it covers the grayness with its pure white, adorning the verdant pine needles with a cotton-like silver coat. Gazing at the beautiful scene before her, Yunxi couldn't help but feel a sense of gonkai, a complex feeling of deep emotion or reflection. Unconsciously, the end of the year had arrived once again. She suddenly felt time flying by like a fleeting moment. It seemed she hadn't even had time to savor the details of the year before it had already rushed by. This feeling of the fleeting nature of time stirred a faint melancholy and a sense of disorientation within her, and her thoughts drifted involuntarily into the distance. Just then, a warm feeling suddenly descended upon Yunxi's shoulder, instantly pulling her wandering thoughts back to reality. She was slightly startled and turned to look, only to find that Zhou Shiyan had quietly appeared behind her and gently draped a soft cashmere shawl over her shoulders. "What are you thinking about? You seem so engrossed." Zhou Shiyan's magnetic voice sounded in her ear, tinged with concern and curiosity. Yunxi gently shook her head and replied with a smile, "Nothing, just looking at the snow scene outside the window." Zhou Shiyan smiled slightly and naturally put his arm around her slender waist, joining her in admiring the beautiful, silver-clad snowscape through the large French windows of the living room. Feeling the warmth and strength of the man beside her, Yunxi felt a surge of sweetness and peace in her heart. She simply relaxed, leaning against Zhou Shiyan's broad chest, adopting a languid and comfortable posture, as if she didn't want to exert herself even to move a finger. "Brother Shiyan, I have something to tell you." Yunxi slightly raised her head, looking at Zhou Shiyan's handsome face, and said softly, "The Jinxiu International Building in Yunzhou will have its opening ceremony on New Year's Day, and I need to go back to Yunzhou then." Hearing this, Zhou Shiyan's arm around her waist tightened unconsciously, and he replied without hesitation, "I'll go with you." Yunxi looked at him with some surprise and asked, Aren't you busy lately?" After all, it was the end of the year, and she knew that Huaxing Group had many affairs, so her workload was considerable. Zhou Shiyan simply nodded and replied firmly, "Yes, not busy." Yunxi stepped out of the man's embrace and carefully observed the expression on his face. Seeing his serious expression, she hadn't said anything. Yunxi wouldn't believe a word he said about not being busy. It's the end of the year. How could she not know how busy Huaxing Group would be? But looking at Zhou Shiyan's attitude, it seemed he wouldn't give up on this decision no matter what. Thinking of this man's stubbornness regarding matters concerning her, Yunxi decided to go along with him. "If you want to go, then we'll go together." Unbeknownst to them, they had been married for over 3 years. However, due to work and other reasons, they had always lived a life of separation. This man's feelings for her remained unchanged, as if time hadn't left any trace between them. Not to mention him, even Yunxi herself felt very uncomfortable when they were apart for a long time. That's why everyone says that habit is a terrible thing. Yes, we can also go to Yunzhou to see mom and dad. The mom and dad Zhou Shiyan referred to were naturally his parents-in-law. Originally, they were supposed to stay in Beijing for the Lunar New Year this year. However, since they were going to Yunzhou anyway, staying home for a few days wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, filial piety is a child's duty. Parents all want their children to spend as much time as possible with them. They were already very busy, and it was a rare opportunity to go back home. It would be good to find a way to spend time with their parents. Okay, we'll stay at home for a few days after the celebrations before returning to Beijing. And so, the two easily and happily discussed their upcoming travel arrangements. Speaking of the Jinxiu International Building, 3 years have passed since construction began. This magnificent building has gradually risen from the ground, becoming a beautiful landmark on the city skyline. With funding secured and construction undertaken by a company under the Yunnan Group, the construction progressed remarkably quickly. In just 2 years, the magnificent main structure rose from the ground, standing proudly before the world. The subsequent interior decoration took 6 months, followed by some setup and arrangements, and now it's ready for official use. The inauguration ceremony was scheduled for New Year's Day, 2024. And Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan flew to Yunzhou beforehand and stayed at their home for 2 days. On the day of the official ceremony, the entire Jinxiu International Building was filled with jubilation, decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, creating a festive and peaceful atmosphere. From afar, it resembled a dreamlike palace standing amidst the clouds. And Yunxi, as one of the main figures, attended in her finest attire.
She
wore an exquisitely tailored burgundy long-sleeved velvet-fitted dress, its soft, smooth texture shimmering with a captivating sheen. Despite wearing thermal underwear underneath, the dress still perfectly accentuated her slender and graceful waistline, making her sway like a willow branch in the wind. The skirt flared out slightly, like layers of newly blooming rose petals, exuding endless charm. Because the ribbon-cutting ceremony was being held outdoors, and Yunxi wore a white fur shawl over it for warmth. This shawl not only provided excellent warmth, but also added a touch of noble elegance to her overall appearance, making her stand out even more radiantly in the crowd. Her long, cascading black hair was loosely styled, with a few strands falling around her fair neck, adding to her gentle and captivating charm. Her face, exquisitely beautiful like a work of art, was perfectly made up, making every line appear incredibly soft and beautiful. Especially her bright, star-like eyes, which now radiated confidence and a hint of anticipation. "Wife, you look absolutely stunning today." Zhou Shiyan had quietly appeared behind Yunxi, gently pulling her into his arms, his voice as tender as water whispering in her ear. However, these affectionate words coming from this man always felt strangely disconnected. Even Yunxi, who was already familiar with Zhou Shiyan's other side of personality, still felt a strange ripple in her heart every time she heard his sweet words. Zhou Shiyan had clearly taken care of himself. He wore a sharp black suit with a dark gray tie, simple yet elegant. His deep eyes were filled with admiration and love for his wife. And Yunxi turned around, a happy smile on her face, and said, "You're just as handsome. Let's go. We can't be late." Hand in hand, the two went downstairs to meet An's parents, and then set off together. On the way, Yunxi's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past. Jinxiu International Group initially started as a 5-star hotel in Yunzhou. Since she took over, she embarked on a massive market expansion. To date, there are already 48 hotels operating in China, achieving full coverage of all 34 provincial-level administrative regions in the country. Currently, Qin Lian is busy leading his team to select other suitable cities to further consolidate and expand the domestic market. In addition, in the overseas market, 16 hotels are already open, with about 10 more under construction. Today, Jinxiu Hotel Group has become an undisputed benchmark enterprise in Yunzhou and a major taxpayer in the eyes of the local government. Although the company's overall profits are not yet substantial, the profitability of the hotels already open is quite good. The main reason for the lower profits at headquarters is the ongoing investment required for many hotels under construction. As more hotels open and the investment required decreases, profitability will naturally increase quickly. Her third brother, Yunxi, has also grown rapidly in the past few years and is now a mid-level manager in the finance department. With good pay, many opportunities, and close to home, Yunxi thinks this job couldn't be better. Even his second uncle and aunt no longer mention wanting their son to take the civil service exam. After their son's incident, they began to realize that the thinking of young people is indeed different from that of the older generation. Their son works at their niece's company and is doing quite well. And then there's Qin Lian, who has devoted countless days and nights to the project of this building. From the initial site search, design, construction, coordination, and communication with various departments, to dealing with the various difficulties encountered during construction, every step was fraught with challenges. Furthermore, the Jinxiu Hotel Group is in a period of rapid expansion, making the burden on his shoulders extremely heavy. But for Qin Lian, whose system ability score is 92, this is no problem at all. With his unwavering perseverance and outstanding professional skills, he has overcome all obstacles and handled all the company's affairs in an orderly manner. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Lian's loyalty within the system had already reached 100 points. This was currently the first and only subordinate summoned without a character summoning card to achieve a loyalty score of 100. According to the system, once loyalty reached 100, it wouldn't decrease. In other words, Qin Lian was now just as trustworthy as those summoned with character summoning cards. Moreover, his abilities were comparable to those summoners. Such talent was indeed somewhat wasted on managing only one hotel in Yunzhou. The car drove smoothly and slowly, soon arriving at the spacious plaza in front of the Jinxiu International Building. The plaza was already densely packed with all sorts of luxury cars, and guests dressed in elegant attire were continuously entering the building. As soon as Yunxi and her family alighted from their car, they were warmly greeted by Qin Lian and his entourage. "Boss, you're here. President Qin, you've been working hard lately." "Haha, not at all, not at all. Serving the company, this little bit of hard work is nothing. I'm full of energy right now." Just as the two were exchanging pleasantries, the rest of the Zhou family members arrived one after another. Among these people, except for few who were out of town or genuinely busy with important matters, almost everyone who was supposed to be there had already gathered. "Grandpa, Grandma, what brings you here too?" "Such a big event. We came to support Xiaoxi," Grandpa replied with a smile. His children and grandchildren being successful was what he and his wife wanted most. Not long after, the Fong family members also arrived, and another wave of greetings and pleasantries swept through the room. "Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, Grandma, it's windy outside. Let's go inside and chat and catch up. What's with standing in the lobby all day?" Having said that, she led the elders into the building. Entering the banquet hall, the magnificent decorations were immediately striking. Crystal chandeliers emitted a soft yet dazzling light, reflecting off the surrounding golden walls and creating a mesmerizing halo. The entire banquet hall was spacious and bright, with rows of exquisite tables and chairs neatly arranged in the center. Each table was meticulously set, adorned with name tags for the guests and decorated with vibrant fresh flowers, exuding a fragrant aroma, creating the feeling of being immersed in a sea of flowers. Qin Lian followed Yunxi and Zhou Shiyanin, settling the En and Fong families in before leaving to attend to his own affairs. He proactively greeted the guests mainly because his boss had arrived. He didn't really need to personally greet the others, as he had a lot to do that day. As time passed, more and more invited guests arrived, signed in, and entered. Amidst the bustling crowd, and Yunxi quickly spotted many familiar faces. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice rang in her ears. Yunxi. And Yunxi looked up and saw Xia Siyuan walking briskly towards her with a broad smile, her arm tightly linked with her boyfriend Shi Tai's. Once they were closer, Xia Siyuan gently released her boyfriend's hand and eagerly gave Yunxi a warm hug. Siyuan, it's been so long, and Yunxi replied joyfully. It has been quite a while, haha. Yunxi is still as young and beautiful as ever, not at all like a married woman. Hearing this, Yunxi was speechless. Although she had been married for over 3 years, she was only 25. This made it sound like she was already 34. So, she replied with a hint of reproach, Siyuan, having a boyfriend really changes things. You even sound like a married woman now. Just then, a soft chuckle came from behind them. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. Liang Wentao stood there with a broad smile. Seeing everyone's attention on him, he laughed heartily twice before saying, Yunxi, you're right. With the nourishment of love, Siyuan is indeed different from before. She even attends our gatherings less often. Upon hearing this, Xia Siyuan immediately rolled her eyes at Liang Wentao and retorted irritably, Young Master Liang, how dare you criticize me? Don't you have a girlfriend yourself? Everyone knew that this guy had changed girlfriends one after another over the years, and each time it was seamless. The speed was simply astonishing. Faced with Xia Siyuan's question, Liang Wentao seemed unconcerned. He shrugged and answered calmly, What's wrong with having a girlfriend? In this day and age, who can't have a girlfriend? Men like them are always surrounded by beautiful women. Even those feigned, insincere gestures could attract a throng of women who would eagerly line up, hoping to secure their place. Men really aren't any good, Shi Tai. He couldn't understand how he had suddenly become target. However, faced with this situation, he was speechless and could only remain silent, looking at Xia Siyuan with innocent eyes. Hearing this, Liang Wentao retorted, Hey, don't talk nonsense. I'm very loyal, okay? I've given my heart and soul to every girlfriend I've ever had. Xia Siyuan, unable to contain her disdain any longer, rolled her eyes and scoffed. You're quite good at self-aggrandizement. Is this what you call loyalty? Before you even become unfaithful, your girlfriend is already gone. And you dare call yourself loyal? Liang Wentao, clearly unconvinced, continued to argue. How isn't this loyalty? I haven't deceived them, and I've never been too timing. How can you say I'm unfaithful? Just as the two were at an impasse, footsteps approached. Oh, what are you all talking about? It turned out that Lu and Li Hui and others had arrived, and the original topic was no longer being discussed. These people from the wealthy second-generation circles of Nanling Province and Yunzhou are basically all considered friends of Yunxi. So, as soon as the invitation to this grand celebration was sent out, they all accepted and gathered to witness this important moment. Not only that, but their parents were also mostly present. This demonstrates the breadth of Yunxi's connections and the extent of her influence in the area. Although Yunxi's businesses are mainly in Beijing, her strength in Yunzhou is not to be underestimated. Not to mention the Jinxiu Hotel Group, which has become a benchmark in Yunzhou. Nanshan Ecological Park and Nanshan Fresh Food also have considerable influence. Whether outside the province or not, they are at least household names within Nanling Province. This is because Nanshan Fresh Food has over 120 chain stores. That's almost enough to have at least one in every district and county. This is why Nanshan Fresh Produce has successfully entered thousands of households, becoming an indispensable part of people's daily lives. Furthermore, Nanshan Ecological Park has gained considerable national recognition. Tourists flock to visit, enjoy the produce, and pick fruit. As the development of Nanshan Ecological Park gradually stabilized, the visionary Huang Yuan seized the opportunity and proposed an ambitious plan to build a second ecological park. After careful consideration and weighing various factors, Yunxi also believed that the time was ripe. Therefore, she decisively expressed her agreement with Huang Yuan's plan. After extensive investigation, Huang Yuan found a suitable location in Hebei province. This location not only possesses unique natural advantages, but is also not far from Beijing. If completed, it could serve the entire North China region, making it an excellent location. And Yunxi named it Biyun Ecological Park, and detailed design plans have also been completed. Overall, its layout and operation model are quite similar to Nanshan Ecological Park. However, to better adapt to local conditions, the designers cleverly incorporated some unique and personalized adjustments. According to the established plan, construction will officially begin in early March after the Lunar New Year, with full completion expected within 2 years. In addition, there are Juxinlu Restaurant and Nanxi Pharmaceutical, among others. Although Yunxi's businesses in Yunzhou are not numerous, each one is quite substantial. Furthermore, everyone is aware of Yunxi's true strength. In any case, everyone wants to establish a connection with someone like her. Therefore, the number of influential figures from various sectors attending the celebration was immense. Amidst enthusiastic applause and cheers, the celebration finally commenced. The host walked gracefully onto the stage, greeting the audience with a smile and briefly introducing the event's agenda and purpose. Following this, a meticulously produced promotional video for the Jinxiu Hotel Group began playing on the large screen. The vibrant visuals, stirring music, and vivid portrayal of the group's remarkable achievements captivated everyone present. After the video finished, the lights refocused on the center of the stage and Yunxi, with a confident smile, slowly walked onto the stage. She first expressed her sincere gratitude and warm welcome to everyone, her words concise and friendly, leaving a pleasant impression. Next, Executive President Qin Lian, full of energy, took the stage to deliver a speech. In a steady and powerful voice, he reviewed the company's arduous journey and the milestone achievements made during those challenging and opportune years. He also confidently envisioned the company's future development, painting a magnificent blueprint that stirred the hearts of everyone in the audience. Following a series of inspiring speeches from leaders, representatives of partners, and outstanding employees took to the stage to share their experiences of collaborating or working with the Jinxiu Hotel Group. They expressed their deep affection and best wishes for the group with sincere emotions and simple words. Next, the exciting moment arrived. The ribbon-cutting ceremony and the grand opening ceremony were held. Colorful ribbons fluttered, and cannons roared, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. With the successful completion of these two important events, a variety of wonderful cultural performances followed. Singing, dancing, acrobatics, magic, and other programs were performed in turn, and the performers' superb skills won rounds of applause. After all the performances, the celebratory reception officially began. Waitresses in uniform carried trays laden with exquisitely presented dishes, flitting gracefully between the tables like butterflies. The guests raised their glasses, enjoying the delicious food and exchanging pleasantries and insights. And Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan were also busy, exchanging greetings with each of the surrounding guests. During this process, Yunxi had the opportunity to meet many well-known figures in the industry. These included not only political and business tycoons she had only heard of before but never met, but also several influential experts and scholars. These new acquaintances would undoubtedly bring valuable resources and opportunities to Yunxi's future career development. Reality is often cruel and true. When a person's power is sufficient, those who once seemed unattainable and out of reach will flock to them like a tide. Just like the scene at the party, the air was filled with flattery and sycophancy. Miss N is truly remarkable for her age. To achieve so much at such a young age is something we can only look up to with envy and feel ashamed of ourselves. Someone said with a beaming smile, and Yunxi humbly replied, "You are all renowned figures in the industry, while I am merely a newcomer. I still have many shortcomings and much to learn from you. I hope you will be kind enough to offer your guidance in the future." At this moment, another voice rang out. Mr. Zhou is also an exceptional individual. Standing next to Chairman N, they are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sigh, my child is always mischievous and doesn't know any better. I really hope he can have the opportunity to learn from Chairman and study properly. Another person sighed. Indeed, look at Chairman and Mrs. N. Their son and daughter are both so outstanding, and young master and is so handsome and talented. It's truly enviable. The crowd's praises rose and fell. Amidst this chorus of compliments, even the usually low-key and Yunza wasn't spared, receiving just as much praise. Speaking of which, Yunza's growth in recent years has been truly astonishing. After the college entrance examination, Jianhua and Fang Mingxia became less strict with their children. Especially regarding allowances, they gave Yunza considerable freedom, just as Yunxi had done. Yunxi also introduced him to the circles of children of officials and the wealthy in Nanling and Beijing. Perhaps this moderately relaxed environment gave Yunza more room to develop, allowing him to grow and transform rapidly. Already extremely intelligent, these interpersonal experiences helped Yunza mature quickly. Now he appears quite composed. The entire celebration was live-streamed on the official account of Jinxiu Hotel Group. Thanks to the pre-event promotion by Yunxi and other accounts under her name, the effect was unprecedentedly good. Many people also became aware of this rapidly developing company. Today was a highlight for Jinxiu Hotel Group. The attention from netizens was considerable. A lamb? Isn't that my sister 11? What big project is she up to now? Science guru. Doing big things is the norm for sister 11. It would be abnormal if she didn't. Smug, lop-eared rabbit. Wow. 3 office buildings for one company. Seriously? Sand grain. Just kidding. When has my sister 11 ever been small-minded? Smoking cigarette, smoking cigarette. Smoking cigarette, Rainbow Paradise. The headquarters is in Yunzhou. Is it too late for me to submit my resume? Crying mountains beyond the mountains. I want to go too. My great-aunt's grandson works at Jinxiu Group. The benefits are amazing. East wind breaks. It's making me want to go too, but unfortunately I'm not in Yunzhou. Crying, I'm in the Jianghu. Yunzhou has developed very well in recent years. Everyone is welcome to come. Lu. Are the requirements high? Can someone with a junior college diploma get in? Confused Shan Waiqing Shan. Junior college diplomas are a bit risky, unless you have an exceptionally outstanding talent at Lu Tang Do Qing Nian. I should have studied harder in school. Crying, Jian Jitsong Qiong. Jinxiu does accept junior college graduates, but you have to be exceptionally talented. Yu Wei or Wu Wei? Why? What's with your names? At Shan Waiqing Shan at Lu deviating 1 light year. I've wanted to ask this question for a long time. Curious, Feng Xiao. Lu. Pure coincidence, speechless, Feng Xiao. Do you think I believe you? Shan Waiqing Shan. It really is a coincidence. I don't know this Lu. After sunset. Explanation is just a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. Lu. And so, the matter was veered off course to an unknown place because of 2 netizens. Pomelo T. Speaking of which, I thought my sister she's base was in Beijing, but I didn't expect her to make such a big splash in Yunzhou too. Awesome driver. Isn't this her hometown? I can understand. A cup of clear tea. When are you coming to my Jiangbei province? ZK Supreme Boy. And my great Chengdu. Listening to the wind. My Nanjiao province too. This second's illusion. Baiwa also wants it. National boyfriend. Zhongzhou +1 high-profile man. Hebei province +1 street punk. Cheongzhou 2+1. Lighter. Guizhou +10,086 science guru. Friendly reminder, my sister Xi's Jinxiu Hotel Group has opened 5-star hotels in all your provinces. Science guru. There's also Huafeng CNC in Jiangbei, which is also one of Sister Xi's businesses at a cup of tea science guru. Link and Yunxi's personal resume science guru. This is Sister Xi's detailed personal information. You're welcome. Stories only heard. Wow. So detailed. After sunset. This list of businesses is endless. Rainbow Paradise. And these honors and awards, it's not just a lot. Thumbs up. Thumbs up, someone behind me. Suddenly I feel like a useless person, awkward beyond the mountains. You guys shouldn't make these comparisons, or you'll easily become depressed. Already heartbroken. Why don't you explain the name thing? At beyond the mountains, beyond the mountains. Get lost. Is this ever going to end? Angry, 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 east wind breaks. Ha ha ha. This topic is going to go on forever. This celebration, broadcast live, showcased the charm and strength of the Yunxi Hotel Group to the world. This grand celebration, like a dazzling shooting star streaking across the night sky, instantly ignited public enthusiasm for the Yunxi Hotel Group. Furthermore, anything related to Yunxi always generates considerable buzz. Thus, the Yunxi Hotel Group experienced an unprecedented surge in popularity and traffic, with its attention skyrocketing. With this surge in popularity, hotel bookings across the country increased dramatically. Sales also soared, with some hotels even fully booked for 3 months. This phenomenon fully demonstrates the powerful effectiveness of new media promotion. It can rapidly disseminate information, attract public attention, and generate widespread interest and participation. Of course, besides the effectiveness of new media promotional methods, the immense influence of Yunxi and her businesses is also an undeniable factor. After all, Yunxi herself is a natural trending topic, wielding considerable influence in the sports, business, art, and martial arts worlds. Thanks to her long-cultivated good reputation and outstanding image, every related promotional activity achieves remarkable results. After the completion ceremony of the Yunxi building, Yunxi and her husband stayed in Yunzhou for half a month before returning to Beijing. During this time, they also attended the wedding of Fang Jiaxing and Zhu Xinling in Yunzhou. Her cousin, Fang Jiaxing, is from Yunzhou, and Zhu Xinling is not a native of Beijing. Therefore, the weddings were to be held separately in their hometowns, followed by a thank-you banquet in Beijing. To attend the wedding, Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan specifically postponed their return to Beijing by a few days. It was now the 12th lunar month, and a biting, piercing wind swept through, blanketing the entire city of Beijing in a thick layer of ice and snow. In this frigid winter, the weather was astonishingly cold, with temperatures hovering almost entirely below zero. On the rare sunny days, the temperature would only rise slightly above zero from midday until the afternoon. In such weather, Yunxi would absolutely not step out of her house unless absolutely necessary. Even her daily, unwavering exercise routine had been adjusted, now conducted indoors in a warm and comfortable environment. For Yunxi, this year's competition schedule was anything but light. Besides the annual Shooting World Cup, which she participated in every year, another major, globally renowned event awaited her. That was the 33rd Olympic Games, to be held in Paris, France. During this preparation period, thanks to Yunxi's outstanding performance and immense influence as the leader, all the shooting athletes performed exceptionally well. The Chinese shooting team once again secured the maximum number of participating teams for this Olympics. As long as Yunxi can maintain her stable performance in the coming days, barring any unforeseen circumstances, securing an Olympic berth is almost a certainty. Therefore, all of Yunxi's schedule this year revolves around her tightly packed competition schedule. However, what no one knows is that Yunxi has already quietly begun to consider retirement. She has already shared the entire shooting athlete training program that the system rewarded her with the Chinese shooting team. For the past few years, the Chinese shooting athletes have consistently followed this scientific training program, training diligently. The results have been extremely gratifying. The current Chinese shooting team is truly a constellation of stars, brimming with talent. The past weakness in certain events is no longer a problem. This is especially true for the skeet shooting event, which previously struggled in terms of medals. In the past 2 years, under the leadership of the outstanding athlete Yunxi, the number of gold medals won has been considerable. Moreover, and more importantly, through tireless efforts, the talent development system for skeet shooting has become very mature. Therefore, Yunxi felt it was time to retire, giving other athletes more opportunities and a platform. After careful consideration, Yunxi decided to discuss her retirement with the team after the Olympics. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, she will gradually fade from the shooting arena that once brought her countless honors and glories. Thinking about this, Yunxi's feelings became somewhat complicated. But then again, it was inevitable. She would eventually have to take this step. After a brief period of sadness, Yunxi temporarily put the matter aside. After the new year, Yunxi once again embarked on her journey to compete in various events. First, she traveled to distant Egypt, arriving in the ancient and mysterious city of Cairo, where she engaged in fierce competition. Then, she journeyed to vibrant Spain, settling into the beautiful and enchanting Granada to compete against top athletes from all over. Afterward, she rushed back to Beijing, China, solely to attend the romantic and heartwarming wedding of Zhou Xiyu and Song Mingjun. The newlyweds, one a soldier and the other a member of the public sector, held a grand yet understated wedding. Thanks to the influence of the Zhou and Song families, all the bigwigs who were supposed to attend were present, and Yunxi thus met many new faces. No sooner had the wedding ended than Yunxi, without even a moment's rest, rushed to Baku, Azerbaijan, to throw herself into a new competition. And Yunxi continued this hectic journey until the end of June, when the Munich, Germany leg of the Shooting World Cup concluded, marking the end of all the preliminary rounds. Before Yunxi could even catch her breath, she was already heading into pre-Olympic training. In the months since the Lunar New Year, Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan had barely seen each other. The total time they spent together probably didn't even add up to a month. When Zhou Shiyan sent Yunxi off to training camp, he was naturally extremely reluctant to part with her. This departure meant they wouldn't see each other again until after the Olympics. He hugged Yunxi tightly and said, "Wife, eat well and rest well. Call me when you have time." Yunxi. Why did she feel that the second half of the sentence was the key point and the first half was just a prelude? Although she thought this, Yunxi, nestled in the man's arms, still wrapped her arms around his strong waist and replied, "I will. You take care of yourself too. Don't forget to eat when you're busy." Zhou Shiyan's voice sounded a little muffled. Then, "I'll go in." Her tone was clearly hesitant as she said this. She knew the man was reluctant to let her go, but if they continued to hug at the entrance of the training camp, she didn't know how long it would take. Quite a few passers-by had already cast their gazes at them. Upon hearing this, a hint of helplessness flashed across Zhou Shiyan's face as he slowly released his embrace of the woman. Then, he gently leaned down and placed a soft kiss on Yunxi's smooth, jade-like forehead, whispering, "Go, I'll wait for you to come home." Yunxi looked at the handsome man before her. This was her husband, her lover. The words, "waiting for you to come home," coming from his lips were incredibly moving. A surge of warmth welled up within her, like a surging tide, unstoppable and powerful. A bittersweet feeling washed over her, and Yunxi's eyes involuntarily reddened. Before her mind could fully process what was happening, her hands were already on the man's shoulders. She tiptoed and lightly kissed his lips, like a dragonfly skimming the water. However, just as she tried to pull away, the man swiftly embraced her slender waist and deepened the kiss. This sudden turn of events caught Yunxi off guard, but she quickly became lost in the moment. The man's kiss was passionate and lingering, like a blazing fire and a gently flowing stream, weaving together a moving melody. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The entire world consisted only of their intertwined figures. Gradually, Yunxi felt her breathing become more rapid, her chest feeling as heavy as if a boulder were pressing down on it. Even so, she remained nestled tightly in the man's arms, unwilling to break free from this sweetness and warmth. Zhou Shiyan seemed to pour all his reluctance and love into this kiss, giving his all to feel her presence. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally parted reluctantly. Yunxi's face was now flushed, like a peach blossom, her cheeks as red as clouds reflected in the sunset, exquisitely beautiful. Her originally pink lips were now slightly swollen, tinged with an alluring crimson. She shyly buried her face in the man's broad chest, then cautiously peeked around out of the corner of her eye. Only after confirming that no one else was around, and especially after realizing that the guards in the gatehouse hadn't noticed what was happening due to their angle, did her heart finally settle down, and she let out a long sigh of relief. If anyone she knew had seen or witnessed what had just happened, she would have been utterly mortified. Looking at Yunxi's adorable appearance, Zhou Shiyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. With that hearty laughter, Yunxi clearly felt the slight vibration of the man's chest, and her face burned even hotter. She broke free from the man's embrace, glaring at him. "I'm going in." With that, she quickly grabbed her suitcase and hurried towards the base. Zhou Shiyan stood silently, his gaze following Yunxi's receding figure. Only after Yunxi disappeared from sight did he slowly reach out and gently stroke his lips, seemingly still savoring the wonderful feeling of their passionate kiss. After a long while, joyful laughter rang out again. Zhou Shiyan drove away from the training base with a satisfied and happy feeling. And Yunxi embarked on a new journey once more. The days of training were incredibly monotonous and tedious. When to get up, when to eat, when to sleep, what training and tests to participate in each day, all were strictly regulated. This wasn't Yunxi's first time participating. For her, it was nothing special. During Yunxi's training, good news came from the Yunnan Research Institute. The cancer treatment technology previously awarded by the system has essentially completed all research and testing and has entered the clinical trial phase. Although there's still a long way to go before it's officially launched, this news is already incredibly exciting for Yunxi. Regarding the pharmaceutical sector, Yunxi has successfully obtained a considerable amount of technical information through in-game store exchanges and system rewards. Cancer treatment was one of the first areas Yunxi obtained information on, and she began researching it 3 years ago. Frankly, research on similar topics, if started from scratch, might take 8, 10, or even 20 years with little chance of significant progress. But Yunxi had an unfair advantage. Even with the technical data provided by Yunxi, it still took 3 years to complete. It's like being given the answer, but the process of deduction and verification took 3 years. This gives you an idea of just how difficult these global scientific research challenges are. Furthermore, she obtained data on treatments for motor neuron disease, ALS, AIDS, leukemia, and rheumatoid arthritis, all currently intractable diseases threatening human life. Last month, Yunxi also spent 5 million points to redeem a bionic prosthetic limb technology from the system store. This technology redistributes peripheral nerves in the residual limb to the cardiomuscular target points, allowing the bionic prosthetic limb to receive more signals, enabling the patient to operate the prosthesis as if it were their own finger. This is absolutely good news for amputees. Once launched, it will bring them new hope. Furthermore, the achievements in the field of intelligent robots are also very encouraging. Yunxi Robotics, located in Shenzhen, came under Yunxi's control 2 years ago. Supported by a series of technological research achievements from the Yunnan Research Institute, Yunxi Robotics has developed rapidly and is already showing signs of becoming a leading company in the domestic industry. Yunxi's previous companion robots, guide dog robots, and cleaning robots have won unanimous recognition and trust from customers for their advanced intelligence, exquisite and stylish appearance, and excellent user experience. Now, Yunxi has launched intelligent robots for use in scenarios such as inspection, firefighting, and disaster relief. In certain particularly dangerous situations, robots can replace human operators. A constant stream of new products has brought Yunxi robots back into the public eye. The Yunnan Research Institute has thus become a pioneer in Chinese technology. It has not only gained a certain status and influence among the general public, but has also become an object of strong support and protection from the Chinese government. The government's support, rather than attempting to nationalize it, stems from 2 main reasons. Firstly, Yunxi inherited the overseas Zhang family. This mysterious family, whenever it appears, wholeheartedly supports the country's development and construction, never engaging in any activities that harm the nation. This is known to high-ranking officials in the Chinese government and to those in power within top families. Secondly, Yunxi herself is Chinese. Her inheritance of the Zhang family signifies the return of the Zhang family, which fled overseas during the war. Furthermore, whenever the Yunnan Research Institute develops new technology, Yunxi immediately considers cooperation with the government. Therefore, maintaining the status quo is beneficial for everyone. Time flies, and the wheels of time keep turning. Soon, the day arrived for Yunxi to depart for Paris to participate in the Olympics. This time, Zhou Shiyan, as usual, arranged extremely tight security measures for her. After the Rio de Janeiro attacks, Zhou Shiyan had accompanied Yunxi on every trip abroad for competitions. After several such trips, Yunxi began to refuse. If it were just 1 or 2 trips abroad a year, having him accompany her wouldn't be a problem. But the problem was, Yunxi had far too many competitions throughout the year. Often, she needed to travel abroad once a month, and each trip almost always took 10 days or more. Zhou Shiyan was no idle man. In recent years, Zhou Xinghua had begun to entrust many affairs of the ZTE group to his son for him to handle. He was already very busy, and having him accompany him abroad for 10 days or more every month was indeed inappropriate. So, Yunxi suggested that he didn't need to accompany her. Zhou Shiyan initially refused, but Yunxi was determined to achieve what she set her mind to. Through her combination of persuasion and pressure, Zhou Shiyan finally relented, agreeing to a deal on his condition that he personally arranged security. Therefore, whenever Yunxi went abroad, her safety was handled by a combination of her own bodyguards, personnel from the Chinese military, and her local influence. Given the precedence of the Kyoto family and the Red Command organization, it was unlikely anyone would be so reckless as to take the lead. For the past 6 months, everything had gone smoothly. While Yunxi began his summer internship during his junior year, Yunxi, as a member of the Chinese sports delegation, flew from Beijing to Paris to participate in her second Olympic Games. In the blink of an eye, for years had passed since Zhou Shiyan proposed to her. The 2024 Paris Olympics officially opened on the evening of July 26th, local time. This opening ceremony marks the first time in Olympic history that it has not been held inside a stadium. For the first time, athletes from various countries participated in the opening ceremony on the Seine River aboard cruise ships. Yunxi couldn't say whether this was good or bad. It was simply novel for those who hadn't experienced it before. The Austerlitz Pont was the starting point for the athletes' parade. As the water curtain on the bridge slowly opened, the curtain of the theater was drawn back. Athletes set sail from here, beginning a 6-kilometer cruise. Paris has over 300 theaters, and this 6-kilometer stretch of the Seine transformed into one. The 85 cruise ships carrying 205 delegations served as the stage. The athletes participating in the opening ceremony were the protagonists in this theater. The Chinese sports delegation at this Olympics consisted of 406 athletes competing in 42 events. In addition to the national flag held by the flag bearer, each member of the delegation waved a small national flag. Combined with their uniform red shirts, the entire boat was a sea of Chinese red. It's baffling what the organizers were thinking. With so many members of the Chinese delegation, they actually arranged for them to share a boat with members of other countries. Yunxi was utterly speechless. Is this something a normal person would do? Despite her inner turmoil, Yunxi outwardly smiled and waved a small national flag at the audience and cameras. During the athletes' parade, scenes from several famous French literary and artistic works were interspersed. These included the novel Notre Dame de Paris, the musical Les Miserables, and the opera Carmen. As the athletes passed by, elements of portraits from the Louvre Museum floated in the water, seeing them off. Finally, the main Olympic cauldron in the Tuileries garden was lit. It was only then that Yunxi realized the main Olympic cauldron was actually a hot air balloon, 30 meters high, 22 meters in diameter, with a 7-meter diameter basket at its base. Yunxi was speechless. She truly hadn't expected the lighting of the cauldron to be like this. It was vastly different from what she had imagined. How to put it? It was really hard to comment. Viewers watching the live stream could freely criticize, but public figures couldn't make such comments so easily. So, even if she wanted to criticize, and Yunxi could only mutter a few words to herself, recalling the grand and breathtaking opening ceremony of the Olympics held in Beijing, China. That scene was unparalleled and magnificent. Comparing the two side by side, they were simply incomparable. The huge difference made Yunxi shake her head and sigh inwardly. After the opening ceremony, the Olympic Games officially began. As usual, the shooting events would begin on the first day of competition. That is to say, after participating in the opening ceremony on the 26th, the shooting team would begin their competition on the 27th, entering into fierce competition. This Olympic Games features 15 shooting events. That means there are 15 gold medals up for grabs. A thrilling shooting battle is about to unfold, and Yunxi will be competing in the same events as at the previous Tokyo Olympics: women's 25-meter pistol, women's skeet, women's multi-skeet, and mixed team skeet. Her longtime partner, Gu Linhua, was still competing with her in the mixed team skeet shooting event. And Yunxi did not compete on the first day of competition. The Chinese shooting team successfully won the gold medal in the 10-meter air rifle mixed team event. This was the first gold medal won by the entire Chinese Olympic delegation, making it very meaningful. The second day of competition arrived in the blink of an eye, and Yunxi still did not compete. However, the Chinese shooting team athletes continued their excellent form. First, they won a valuable gold medal in the men's 10-meter air pistol event, and then added a silver medal in the women's 10-meter air pistol event. Then, on July 29th, their third day of competition arrived. In the women's 10-meter air rifle event held that day, despite the Chinese shooting team's all-out effort, they ultimately fell slightly short, winning a silver medal. However, it's worth mentioning that the Chinese shooting team delivered a stunning performance in the men's 10-meter air rifle event, unexpectedly achieving a remarkable 1 gold and 1 bronze medal. Thus, amidst everyone's eager anticipation, the fourth day of competition finally arrived, and it was finally Yunxi's turn to compete. However, today, she only needed to participate in one women's trap shooting qualifying round. The women's trap shooting qualifying round is usually held over 2 days, with a total of 5 rounds, each round consisting of 25 bullets. The first day consists of 3 rounds, and the second day consists of 2 rounds. Each participating athlete must successfully complete all shots within the designated time period. Successfully hitting the center of the target earns points. Finally, the rankings are determined by the number of targets hit. On the first day, Yunxi, with her exceptional strength and superb skills, temporarily ranked first with a perfect score of 75 hits out of 75. In the 10-meter air pistol mixed team event held on the same day, the Chinese shooting team won a bronze medal. In the men's multiple skeet shooting event, the Chinese shooting team won a silver medal. July 31st, the 5th day of competition. After participating in the second day of qualifying for the women's skeet shooting event in the afternoon, Yunxi would face the final competition in the evening. In the second day of qualifying, after 2 rounds, Yunxi once again demonstrated her invincible strength. 50 bullets hit the target precisely. Ultimately, Yunxi unsurprisingly ranked first with a perfect score of 125 hits out of 75, advancing to the final. Faced with this situation, Yunxi's heart remained calm, without much ripple. After all, this was nothing new to her, just another routine occurrence. At 9:30 p.m., the final competition began promptly. The finalists were the top 6 finishers from the qualifying rounds. According to the rules, in the final stage, the competitors took turns shooting according to their qualifying rankings. The first stage involved shooting 25 targets to determine the 6th place finisher. Then, one competitor was eliminated every 5 targets, and this cycle continued until only the last 2 competitors remained. These last 2 would then compete in 10 shots to determine the champion and runner-up. Yunxi, possessing extraordinary skill and seemingly unstoppable momentum, showed no fear. Through the first stage's 25 shots, she maintained her flawless, perfect accuracy. However, what made the coaching staff and the spectators anxious and on edge was that another competitor from Guatemala also achieved a perfect score of 25 hits out of 25. Oh, so you've met your match. For Yunxi to think this way, her opponent must be a genius. Before this, Yunxi had never even heard of this country. To her utter surprise, such a formidable female shooting athlete could emerge from such an obscure place. Because of this, even the usually composed and confident Yunxi couldn't help but repeatedly cast her gaze towards the athlete. Through her observation, the athlete was indeed exceptionally skilled. Not only was her technique superb, but her mindset was also remarkably stable, her face displaying a calm and composed demeanor. However, even facing such a strong opponent, Yunxi showed no sign of fear or apprehension. This wasn't blind confidence, but rather a deep understanding of her own abilities. She was confident that every shot she took would hit the target, but the Guatemalan athlete might not be so certain. Sure enough, when only 4 athletes remained in the competition, the athlete who had been favored by everyone made a mistake, missing the target with one of her bullets. In the subsequent championship battle, a similar scenario played out again in the final 10 shots. In contrast, Yunxi performed exceptionally well, hitting the bullseye with every shot. Ultimately, she won the gold medal in this event with an overwhelming advantage, a victory that was hardly surprising. The time came to August 1st, and the Chinese shooting team continued to achieve success. In the men's 50-meter rifle 3-position final, Liang Zikuan of the Chinese shooting team displayed remarkable skill. Like a sniper on the battlefield, his eyes were sharp as an eagle, and his movements were steady as a rock. He ultimately won the gold medal with an astonishing score of 463.6, surpassing all competitors and adding another glorious chapter to the history of the Chinese shooting team. The following day, in the women's 50-meter rifle 3-position final, Chinese athlete Zhang Yu, with her superb marksmanship and tenacious fighting spirit, won the silver medal with a score of 464.0, bringing honor to the country. Although she lost to the Swiss competitor by a narrow margin, Zhang Yu has made rapid progress in the past 2 years. She is like the rising sun, possessing boundless potential and immense room for growth. Moreover, Zhang Yu is still young, only 17 years old. She has a long road ahead and ample time to hone her skills and grow. Meanwhile, Yunxi is also competing fiercely in the women's 25-meter pistol qualification round. The qualification round for this event is divided into 2 parts, accuracy qualification and rapid-fire qualification. Each round consists of 3 rounds, with each round containing 5 shots. In the accuracy qualification round, each shot is scored as 10, 9, 8, etc., and points are awarded based on the number of hits. In the rapid-fire qualification round, each shot is scored as a ring, but shots within 9.7 are considered hits, and shots outside 9.7 are considered misses. After the qualifying rounds, the top 8 contestants advance to the finals. Yunxi, with her exceptional talent and an undisputed lead, joined 7 other outstanding contestants to reach the final. August 3rd was a sunny day with a gentle breeze. Yunxi arrived at the competition venue early, ready to face the challenge of the first day's qualifying rounds in the women's skeet shooting event. This fierce competition attracted the attention of many spectators, all eager to see this strong competitor showcase her skills. As the competition began, Yunxi quickly got into the zone. She focused intently on her target, each shot precise and accurate. After a tense and exciting contest, Yunxi successfully completed the morning's qualifying rounds and advanced to the next round. In the afternoon, the sun blazed down, but it did not affect Yunxi's performance in the slightest. Standing on the final field, she remained calm and composed, her eyes resolute. The gun fired, and the bullet flew towards the bullseye like a meteor. After round of shooting, Yunxi, with her outstanding performance, outshone her competitors and ultimately secured the gold medal in the women's 25-meter pistol event. At that moment, the entire stadium erupted in applause and cheers. On the same day, in the men's skeet final, Hua Yunyu, an athlete from the Chinese shooting team, also demonstrated extraordinary strength. He fought bravely, engaging in a thrilling duel with athletes from other countries. Despite the fierce competition, he maintained a good mindset and consistent performance throughout. Ultimately, he won the silver medal in this event with an excellent score of 47, just 1 point shy of the gold medal. And Yunxi believes that Hua Yunyu has enormous potential. Given time, he will grow and improve even more. On the 4th, the sky was still a clear, bright blue, and Yunxi participated in the second day of the women's skeet qualifying round. With the experience and confidence from the previous day, she appeared relaxed and at ease during the competition. Every shot was crisp and clean, without any flaws. As expected, and Yunxi successfully advanced to the final. Facing strong opponents, she was fearless, fully utilizing her strengths, and once again claimed the precious gold medal. August 5th was the final day of the shooting competition. The men's 25-meter rapid-fire pistol competition took place today. The two Chinese competitors lived up to expectations, both advancing to the finals. In the final showdown, they performed exceptionally well, winning the gold and bronze medals respectively. This achievement thrilled the entire Chinese shooting team, and Yunxi had no time or energy to pay attention to this, because her own competition was not yet over. At 3 p.m., and Yunxi and her teammate Gu Hualin entered the arena with high spirits, ready to face the challenge of the mixed team skeet shooting qualifying round. They had excellent teamwork, their eyes conveying trust and encouragement. With the referee's signal, the competition officially began. The sound of gunfire rose and fell, the skeets darting through the air. And Yunxi and Gu Hualin were fully focused, their teamwork seamless, every shot hitting the target accurately. After a fierce competition, they successfully advanced to the finals with their outstanding performance. As night fell and the city lights came on, the tense atmosphere of the finals filled the air, but Yunxi and Gu Hualin remained unaffected by the pressure. On the contrary, they became even more composed and calm, showcasing the skills and experience honed through daily training to their fullest extent. Ultimately, the two worked together to win this precious gold medal, adding another glorious chapter to the Chinese team's achievements. Meanwhile, another group of Chinese athletes also performed admirably, winning a bronze medal in the same event. Thus, Yunxi's competition in all 4 events at this Olympics came to a successful conclusion. Looking back on the entire competition, Yunxi overcame all obstacles, delivering a satisfactory report to her country with 4 gold medals at this Olympics and 8 gold medals across 2 Olympics. Meanwhile, the Chinese shooting team also ranked first in the shooting medal standings at this Olympics with a total of 9 gold, 5 silver, and 5 bronze medals. This achievement not only surpassed the previous Tokyo Olympics' 8 gold, 4 silver, and 5 bronze medals, but also broke the all-time best record for the Chinese shooting team in the Olympics. Coach Yang Kaiwang was beaming from ear to ear, his upturned lips seemingly frozen on his face. Unbridled horse. Wow, what's going on? The Chinese shooting team, is that good? Out of 15 gold medals, China won 8? Cold rain night. You just found out? They won 7 gold medals in the last Tokyo Olympics. Mature naive girl. They're really impressive. They also won quite a few silver and bronze medals. Obsessive longing. Speaking of which, the Chinese shooting team has indeed made great progress in recent years. Smile. Random inspiration. I never expected that shooting would become a strong sport for China. South City, North City. We Chinese have a natural talent for this. It seems that China's first Olympic gold medal was won in shooting. 7 Alley Boy. We can get medals, but it's a fact that our past results weren't as good as they are now. Dream Chaser. Have you guys noticed? Since Yunxi joined the shooting team, China's shooting results have been getting better and better. Confused mountain locust, it seems so. Since 2017, the Chinese shooting team's results have been getting better year by year. Smoking Dark Eagle. Really? I didn't know that until you guys mentioned it. Dream Chaser. You'll understand after seeing this chart. Image, a chart showing the medal count of the Chinese shooting team in major international shooting competitions over the past 15 years has been released, and after seeing it, everyone agrees. Not only that, they also discovered that in every individual event that Yunxi participated in, whether domestic, Asian, or world, she never let the gold medal slip away. Her only silver medal was in a team event, where she didn't win the championship because her teammates didn't perform perfectly. British-style beauty. Wow, wow. Is this something a human could do? Surprised, a light boat. My sister, she's strength. You don't even need to tell me. Elegant beauty. This is truly unassailable. She's really amazing. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Thumbs up, this woman is charming. You want to criticize an Olympic champion? You're dreaming. At elegant beauty. Elegant beauty. Elegant beauty. Did I mean that? You can't even understand human language, speechless. Science guru. It said that Sister 11 proposed a training program for shooting athletes, and the Chinese shooting team has been training according to this program for the past few years with excellent results. 7 Alley boy, really? Isn't Yunxi just an athlete? Far away. It's definitely true. I have a relative working in the shooting team, and I heard even the cafeteria lady knows about it. Obsessive longing. Obsessive longing. Okay, my thinking has limited my imagination. Wild horse. I just watched the interview with the shooting team coach, and he said Yunxi is a once-in-a-century shooting genius. Naive boy. What's even more infuriating is that this person is also an academic genius, participating in competitions while successfully obtaining a PhD in finance. She's simply inhuman. Speechless, Shanhui. Have you forgotten? She also manages countless companies and industries. Gun-wielding girl. And that Yunnan Research Institute, they even made one new lithography machine. Cool, cool, cool. White puppet's tears, no? What's going on? Are you talking about the same person? Confused, a smile back. It's the same person. Link and Yunxi's introduction, North Wind Blows. Haha, someone's starting to recount my sister, she's glorious history again. White puppet's tears. Read, confirmed this is definitely not a person. Crying, 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 white puppet's tears. Strongly condemn manhwa for being too biased. Obsessive longing. We're both born human. How come there's such a big difference? Frustrated 7 Alley boy. My goodness, how rich is she? Wild horse that has broken reins. Become a fan. Shuriken, I never followed celebrities before, but I got hooked after seeing Yunxi. 1,000-year-old crystal dream. My sister 11 deserves it. Smug, 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 and I baby. Which direction should I pray to in order to have a daughter like this? Shy, Dark Eagle. Why don't you just wash up and go to bed? Picking nose, picking nose. The online discussion about Yunxi was in full swing, but she didn't pay much attention to all the commotion. After the Chinese shooting team finished their competition and gave all the interviews, they spent a day in the romantic city of Paris. Then, they embarked on their journey back to Beijing. The day they returned was August 7th. After a long 10-hour flight, the plane arrived in Beijing at 12:30 p.m. on August 8th. Upon being picked up by Zhou Shiyan and returning home, Yunxi's first action was to take a long, hot shower, as if to wash away all the dust and fatigue of the journey. Then, she enjoyed a sumptuous lunch prepared by the family chef. After the meal, drowsiness washed over her like a tide. Without hesitation, she returned to her room, collapsed onto the bed, and quickly drifted into a sweet dream. After all, a 7-hour time difference is no joke. It's a considerable challenge to both body and mind. Seeing Yunxi's exhausted appearance, Zhou Shiyan felt a pang of heartache. He gently closed the door, not wanting to disturb her rest. Instead, he went to his study and quietly began tackling the mountain of work piled up on his mind. And so, the entire afternoon slipped away unnoticed. The sun gradually set, and the afterglow streamed through the window, falling on Yunxi's face. She seemed to sense this warmth in her sleep, slowly opening her sleepy eyes and unconsciously rubbing them. Then, she stretched out her arms, yawned widely, and stretched lazily. At this moment, her mind was still a little foggy, and she was debating whether or not to stay in bed a little longer. Suddenly, Zhou Shiyan's deep, magnetic voice rang out in the room. Awake? And Yunxi looked up at the sound of his voice and was surprised to find Zhou Shiyan sitting on the sofa in the room, smiling and watching her. Seeing that she was awake, he quickly got up and walked to the bedside, sitting on the edge of the bed. Zhou Shiyan looked at his wife, who had just woken up and wasn't fully awake yet. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, saying softly, "Want to get up? It'll be dinner soon." Is it that late? And Yunxi picked up her watch from the bedside table and looked at it. It was almost 5:30. She really should get up. She'd slept so long this afternoon. She wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Thinking of this, she involuntarily covered her mouth and yawned softly. Then, like a lazy kitten, she slowly stretched out her arms and called out sweetly, "Honey, pick me up." Hearing this sweet call, Zhou Shiyan's lips curled into a slightly upturned smile, revealing an incredibly doting expression. Immediately afterward, he opened his arms without hesitation and, in a perfect princess carry, pulled Yunxi tightly into his embrace. With her feet off the ground and her body dangling in midair, Yunxi instinctively wrapped her arms around Zhou Shiyan's neck. Looking at his sharply defined profile, she couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "My husband is so handsome." The more she looked at him, the more she liked him, and having not seen him for many days, Yunxi couldn't resist leaning in and gently planting a kiss on his cheek. Zhou Shiyan paused, a deep light flashing in his eyes. He quickened his pace, taking 2 steps at a time, and carried Yunxi to sit on the sink. "You're already flirting with me as soon as you wake up, huh?" The man's deep, slightly husky voice rang out, strangely pleasant. Yunxi immediately hugged Zhou Shiyan, resting her chin gently on his strong shoulder, and said, "Brother Shiyan, I missed you." These simple words were filled with deep longing and affection. Hearing this, the man's smile deepened. He turned his head slightly, gazing tenderly at the woman in his arms, and gently kissed her pink earlobe. At the same time, he greedily inhaled the alluring fragrance emanating from her, whispering, "I miss you too, every single second." His warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe, causing Yunxi's body to tremble slightly involuntarily. "Brother Shiyan, I'm planning to retire. That way, I can spend more time with you." Yunxi's voice sounded soft and gentle, completely devoid of its former aloofness and sharpness, like a docile and adorable kitten. Zhou Shiyan felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Being able to spend more time with his beloved was undoubtedly an immense blessing for him. However, despite his inner joy, he still showed great respect for his wife's decision, smiling as he replied, "Whatever makes you happy. If she were unhappy because of this, it would be a loss. If I successfully retire, I'll have more time. How about we have a child?" Yunxi pondered for a moment before expressing her true feelings. At this moment, she tilted her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as if she were sketching a warm and happy family picture in her mind. Zhou Shiyan, who had been quietly listening to his wife, froze instantly upon hearing this. His face was filled with astonishment, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. He simply hadn't considered this possibility. Although they had been married for several years, they were both still young and had always spent little time together. They weren't content with just the two of them. Zhou Shiyan had never even considered having children. That's why he was so surprised when the topic came up. However, the thought of having a chilled, soft, cuddly little baby calling them daddy, mommy sounded quite nice. After a long while, his throat moved slightly, and he managed to squeeze out a low, hoarse, "Okay, Having received her husband's affirmative answer, and Yunxi sat up straight and began to enthusiastically recount her plans. She was already 26 years old, the prime age for childbearing. That way, by the time her child graduated from university, she would only be 50. Then she could hand over her business to her child and retire. Such a life sounded wonderful. And Yunxi became more and more excited as she spoke, her eyes filled with anticipation and longing for a beautiful life. If everything goes smoothly, the baby will be born next year, a snake baby, and then we... Wife, just as in Yunxi, was immersed in her beautiful fantasies, speaking with great enthusiasm, Zhou Shiyan couldn't help but interrupt her rapid-fire words. And Yunxi, interrupted by her husband, turned her head in surprise, looking at him with puzzled eyes. Zhou Shiyan gazed at her face and slowly said, "We can plan those things later." After saying that, he stepped forward and put his arm around her waist, continuing, "Since we decided to have a baby, the sooner we start, the better." Hearing this, and Yunxi blushed instantly, wanting to retort, "It's not like that, let me hear you first." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Shiyan's sudden passionate kiss engulfed her. And Yunxi placed her hands on the man's chest, finally finding a gap to say, "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." "I don't mind." Before she finished speaking, Zhou Shiyan leaned down again, deepening the kiss. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Everything around them became unimportant. Only the two of them were immersed in this intense love. The couple, separated for a short time, cherished each other deeply, enjoying a tender moment. That evening, and Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan didn't eat dinner until 7:30. After sleeping half the afternoon, and Yunxi was full of energy that evening, leaning against the bed, playing on her phone. Recently, topics about the Olympics have been flooding social media platforms, with their popularity remaining high. And Yunxi casually swiped her finger, refreshing the page repeatedly, and news about the Olympic Games flooded in. Among them were exciting moments of athletes striving on the field and thrilling moments of victory. And Yunxi also found various video compilations related to her own competitions, medal ceremonies, and interviews. She was surprised to find that netizens were quite skilled at editing. Not only that, the comment section was filled with all sorts of amazing comments. These witty comments entertained netizens and also made Yunxi laugh out loud. This made Yunxi exclaim, "Indeed, there are many talented people out there." Just as Yunxi was engrossed in scrolling through videos, a phone call came in. The caller was none other than Zhong Mingxiu, the chairman of Dongling Airlines. Slightly surprised, Yunxi quickly answered the phone and politely greeted him. "Chairman Zhong," a hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. "Chairman, I heard you've returned to China, right?" And Yunxi replied with a smile, "Yes, Chairman Zhong. I just got back today. I didn't expect to receive your call so soon. Your timing is impeccable." Before she finished speaking, Zhong Mingxiu's signature loud laughter came again from the other end of the line. "Indeed, I specifically inquired about chairman and schedule so I could contact you promptly." "Just kidding. Please don't mind. Chairman Zhong, is there something you need?" "Well, I've specifically invited Chairman and to our annual meeting in Beijing on December 20th. Annual meeting? And Yunxi felt a little strange. It's only early August. Inviting guests for the annual meeting so early? More than 4 months in advance. That's a bit much. So, she bluntly asked Chairman Zhong her question. Chairman Zhong, why are the preparations for this year's annual meeting starting so quickly? In the past few years, and Yunxi had received an invitation to Dongling Airlines' annual meeting every year. However, for various reasons, she had never attended. Zhong Mingxiu was aware of Yunxi's situation and didn't hold it against her. While Yunxi was puzzled, the person on the other end of the phone explained, Chairman, and you may not know this, but this year's event isn't just the annual meeting, it's also the 20th anniversary celebration of Dongling Airlines. This is of great significance to us, so as soon as the date was set, I called you, Chairman, and I see. Under these circumstances, and Yunxi couldn't very well not attend. So she said, December 20th, right? I'll definitely make time for that day. Zhou Mingxiu was delighted and said, Great. We're all eagerly anticipating Chairman An's arrival. Don't worry, Chairman Zhong, I'll be there on time. After ending the call, and Yunxi immediately noted this down in her phone's memo app. Although she had a good memory, she still easily forgot things when she was busy. It was better to write it down. On August 11th, the Olympics officially ended. After all the members of the Chinese Olympic delegation returned home, a variety of exciting exchange activities began in full swing. And Yunxi began her hectic work again. This busyness continued unnoticed until the end of September. Xia Siyuan and Qi Tai's wedding was specially chosen to be held on the joyous and festive National Day, October 1st. Zhou Shiyan went to the military region for work, so Yunxi returned to Yunzhou alone to attend their wedding. As Yunxi entered the wedding venue, she saw the beautiful and charming bride, Xia Siyuan, smiling and greeting the guests from afar. She quickly walked forward and called out affectionately, Sister Siyuan. Hearing the call, Xia Siyuan turned around, her face immediately breaking into a radiant smile, and happily replied, Oh, look who's here. Our Olympic champion has graced us with her presence. Today truly makes our humble abode shine. As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Siyuan burst into laughter, filling the room with a cheerful atmosphere. And Yunxi rolled her eyes at her helplessly, saying with a hint of reproach, That's enough. Don't go too far. Okay, I won't say anything more. Yunxi, seriously, you're really amazing. You won gold medals in every event you participated in. At this moment, Xia Siyuan's joking attitude vanished, replaced by genuine admiration in her eyes. Just as Yunxi was about to say something modest, a familiar voice came from the side. What's so special about that? For our Yunxi, winning gold medals is just commonplace. The speaker was Luan, the first person Yunxi met in the wealthy second-generation circle of Nanling province. Although he didn't attend university in Beijing, the two had maintained contact. Upon seeing Luan, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, Yunxi greeted him with a smile. It's been a while since I've seen young Master Lu. How have you been? Yunxi greeted him with a smile. It was indeed Luan who spoke. He was the first friend Yunxi made in the wealthy second-generation circle of Nanling province. Although Luan didn't choose to study in Beijing for university, their friendship had never been weakened by distance, and they had always maintained close contact. Luan shrugged casually and replied easily, I'm still the same as always, busy with nothing. But I heard you've shone brightly on the field again, winning so many honors. I'm truly happy for you. Li Hui glanced at him and said with a hint of sarcasm, He's doing great, changing girlfriends every 3 months, living a carefree life. Faced with his friends' teasing, Luan said unconcernedly, It's really good, but my dad wants me to start taking over some company affairs, so I'm afraid I won't have so much free time from now on. Hearing this, Xia Siyuan nodded in understanding and interjected, You've been gaining experience at the company for 4 or 5 years now. It's about time. She graduated from university the same year as Luan, rotated through various departments of the company for 3 years, and started taking on some responsibilities 2 years ago. Her father's goal was to mentor her for another 4 or 5 years, then retire behind the scenes. Therefore, Xia Siyuan's life is anything but easy right now. Fortunately, she's someone who enjoys challenges, and this kind of life fills her with energy. Why don't we all go inside and sit down to chat? The groom, Qi Tai, who had been waiting for his turn, finally seized an opportunity and quickly suggested. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized they had been standing at the door the whole time. Yes, let's go in and sit down to chat, Xia Siyuan said enthusiastically, leading everyone inside. Soon, they arrived at their prearranged seats. Liang Wentao, Han Cheng, and the others, having arrived earlier, were already comfortably seated. After a brief exchange of greetings, everyone took their seats. The two tables were occupied by Yunxi and her friends, close confidants who often gathered together. Therefore, there was no awkwardness or restraint among them, and they quickly began chatting animatedly. Not only their close friends had arrived, but elders with close business ties to the Xia and Qi families were also gradually arriving at the wedding venue. And Yunxi, with her sharp eyes, spotted her parents at a round table in the front row. However, she didn't get up to go to them, but simply waved from afar as a greeting. Then, she turned and joined her group of friends, finding an empty seat. After all, she was attending the wedding today as a friend of Xia Siyuan and Qi Tai, while her parents were simply invited as business partners of the bride and groom's parents. The table over there was full of elders, and Yunxi felt there was no need to go over. One of the people sitting at the same table as in Jianhua and Fang Mingxia noticed Yunxi's actions and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Chairmanin, is that your daughter, Yunxi? She's here too?" Upon hearing this, Jianhua's face immediately lit up with a kind smile. He nodded slightly and replied, "That's my daughter. She's a friend of the bride and groom." Upon hearing this, the man's face immediately lit up with envy, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, I really envy Chairman N and Mrs. N. Look at your two children. They are truly outstanding." It's well known that it's extremely rare for the siblings to both be admitted to Kyoto University. Moreover, Yunxi isn't just academically accomplished. She's also an Olympic champion who brought unparalleled glory to the nation. Furthermore, her businesses are increasingly impressive, especially the Yunnan Research Institute, which consistently produces major scientific research achievements. Any one of these achievements would cause a huge stir in the industry. Such accomplishments inspire immense admiration in everyone who speaks of them. Isn't this the quintessential other people's child? Everyone present knew that while they admired Jianhua's vast business and immense wealth, they understood that with their own relentless effort, they might one day achieve the same. However, raising such a promising and outstanding child was something that could only be hoped for. In comparison, looking at their own good-for-nothing children was like comparing heaven and earth. It truly lived up to the old saying, "Comparison is the thief of joy." Upon hearing this, Fang Mingxia quickly and modestly replied, "It's all thanks to the children's own hard work. Olden and I are busy most of the time and don't have much time to look after them." Many of those present nodded in agreement. After all, many of them had also started from scratch. Building such a large empire must have required a tremendous amount of hard work. Especially in the early stages of starting a business, it was common to be so busy that there wasn't even time to eat. At this moment, someone couldn't help but sigh. They say children are a burden. We've done everything we could. Now it's up to them to rely on themselves. Another chimed in, "That's right. If they don't live up to expectations, no matter how much we leave them, they won't be able to keep it." "Don't worry too much," someone said. "The children may not be as outstanding as Mr. N's children, but they're still quite good. They can't conquer the world, but they can maintain it." As everyone chatted enthusiastically, time slipped away, and before they knew it, the auspicious hour for the wedding arrived. As melodious and solemn music began, the wedding officially commenced. While the entire ceremony followed a similar format and lacked novelty, the romance and warmth it conveyed were still incredibly moving. Perhaps everyone has longed for pure love. It's worth mentioning that the wedding of the Xia family of Qingyuan jewelry and the Qi family of Xining optoelectronics was a grand affair, attracting a constant stream of guests. They were either dressed in their finest attire or arrived with gifts, making the wedding exceptionally grand and solemn. However, as the wedding drew to a close, an unexpected scene unfolded. Other guests recognized Yunxi, the much-discussed figure. Instantly, the already lively scene became even more chaotic, with people crowding around Yunxi, requesting autographs and photos. Yunxi. Everyone. Faced with such enthusiastic fans, and Yunxi could only look helpless and try her best to fulfill their requests. Of course, the premise was that the requests weren't excessive. Time passed by, but the number of people surrounding Yunxi didn't decrease at all. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Liang Wentao, Luan, and several other friends stepped forward, quickly surrounding Yunxi and forming a solid defensive line, desperately trying to hold back the surging crowd. After a difficult maneuver, under their cover, Yunxi was finally able to escape from the wedding banquet hall. This is also why Yunxi doesn't like to go out unless there's a reason. After all, nobody wants to be chased around asking for autographs and photos the moment they step outside. This kind of life, constantly under the spotlight, may seem glamorous, but the annoyances are probably only truly understood by the person experiencing it. Sister Siyuan, I'm sorry, I disrupted your wedding. Although she didn't do it intentionally, it's a fact that the order of the wedding was affected because of her. How could it be of any impact? These people are all incredibly envious that you're attending our wedding. Xia Siyuan smiled nonchalantly and continued, You have no idea. So many people want to get to know you through my connections. With so many projects under your belt, countless people are lining up to establish a relationship with you and collaborate with you. She estimated that both the Xia and Qi families could benefit considerably from this. However, she didn't say this directly, but Yunxi and Qi Tai were both aware of it. This tacit understanding was something they had developed over many years. Previously, Yunxi had entrusted an optoelectronic device project to the Qi family, significantly elevating Xining optoelectronics industry's standing. Even if Yunxi didn't have any projects to collaborate with their families in the future, this connection alone would bring immeasurable benefits to both sides. I'm glad you don't mind, Sister Siyuan. By the way, Sister Siyuan, does Qingyuan jewelry need diamonds? Xia Siyuan's eyes lit up at this question. Yes, we need them. We desperately need them. Yunxi, do you have the connections? She eagerly pressed on, her voice brimming with barely concealed excitement and anticipation. Yes, I have a diamond mine in South Africa. What? You have a diamond mine? Xia Siyuan and Qi Tai, standing beside her, exclaimed almost simultaneously, their eyes widening in astonishment, their faces filled with disbelief. Yunxi nodded calmly and said, Yes, we've been mining for several years, but we haven't sold much. Sister Siyuan, if you need some. Of course I need some. How could I not? This is fantastic news. Yunxi was interrupted by an excited Xia Siyuan before she could finish. Xia Siyuan excitedly grasped Yunxi's hand and continued, Yunxi, don't worry. Qingyuan jewelry will definitely not shortchange you on the price. Yunxi hadn't expected Xia Siyuan to be so excited. What she didn't know was that procuring diamonds for domestic jewelry companies wasn't easy. Domestic diamonds are almost entirely sourced from the international market. Due to global supply chain constraints and diamond market fluctuations, procuring diamonds has become extremely difficult for jewelry companies. Currently, domestic spot diamonds are extremely scarce, and imported diamonds are also difficult to source, making diamond procurement even more challenging. If Yunxi had access to diamonds, with a little maneuvering, she could solve Qingyuan jewelry's major headache. Okay, I'll give you the contact information for the person in charge in South Africa later. You can talk to him directly. Yunxi, thank you so much. You probably don't know, diamonds are really hard to buy these days. You've helped us a lot. Xia Siyuan's gratitude was overflowing, and Yunxi remained calm, smiling as she said, No need to be so polite. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Anyway, I'm going to sell these diamonds, so it doesn't matter who I sell them to. When she acquired the diamond mine, it was still in its undeveloped, pristine state, and Yunxi sent a manager to purchase various advanced equipment and then began mining. The initial yield wasn't very large, and Yunxi wasn't short of money, so she didn't sell them. Over time, through continuous exploration and improvement, not only has the diamond inventory accumulated to a considerable level, but the overall mining capacity has also significantly improved. Under these circumstances, selling a portion of the diamonds externally becomes a natural course of action. Upon hearing Yunxi's words, Xia Siyuan was even more moved. For someone like Yunxi, hoarding diamonds and then reselling them would definitely be beneficial. The fact that she's willing to collaborate with Qingyuan Jewelry now is, in a way, because of their past acquaintance. Yunxi, leave the diamond sales problem to me. If Qingyuan Jewelry can't handle it, I'll introduce you to other jewelers. I guarantee you won't have to worry about selling your diamonds. Xia Siyuan patted her chest confidently. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. And Yunxi nodded with a smile. After saying that, the two smiled at each other, their mutual understanding unspoken. In reality, Yunxi didn't intend to heavily promote her diamond business. Whether she sold a lot or a little, or even if she sold anything at all, wasn't particularly concerned. Therefore, finding a few reputable and reliable jewelers to establish long-term, stable partnerships was undoubtedly the wisest and most appropriate choice at the moment. Having just attended one wedding, Yunxi received another invitation, her high school classmate Jiang Cheng and Lin Yu's wedding. Yunxi, what's going on this year? It seems like a lot of people around her are getting married. Speaking of this couple, their relationship was already interesting back in high school. They both went to university in Haishur, and after a long-term romance that began in college, their eventual marriage was quite an achievement. Yunxi opened the beautifully crafted invitation and carefully checked the wedding date. She discovered it was set before the Lunar New Year, January 25th, the 26th day of the 12th lunar month. Looks like she'll have to come back again. If that's the case, she's considering spending the Lunar New Year in Yunzhou this year. However, she still needs to discuss this with Zhou Shiyan. Having finalized her future plans and finally having some free time, Yunxi submitted her application to retire from the team. The team was definitely reluctant to let her retire, but Yunxi was adamant, and the team did need to give new members more opportunities. Ultimately, Yang Kaiwang proposed a semi-retirement plan, taking a back seat. She will no longer participate in any type of competition, but Yunxi can return to the field if needed in the future. Yunxi thought about it and agreed. Based on her understanding of the current shooting team member's skill level and with the training methods she provided, Yunxi believed that the opportunity to return to the field would be limited. Despite the reluctance of the team and her shooting fans, Yunxi retired. To commemorate this, she specially recorded a farewell video and posted it on her social media platform. In addition, she participated in an interview, where, besides sharing her experiences and journey along the way, she also explained in detail the reasons for her retirement and her future life plans. Fans who followed Yunxi because of shooting expressed their regret, but most fans expressed their understanding. 9 rices missed. Why did she retire? Won't the shooting team lose several gold medals? Wanting the crown, one must bear the weight. Wasn't it supposed to be semi-retirement? Confused Cool Cherry. Not participating in international competitions is practically retirement, just retaining her status. One person, one city. It's a real pity. Her championship-winning ability is something not everyone possesses. Gentle Breeze #DrinkingDew. Not retiring would secure her gold medals more, but retiring would give newcomers more opportunities, which is contradictory. Slightly conflicted a rural person. The team probably doesn't want her to retire. Smirking Street Corner's blessing. Retirement or not won't affect Sister She's image in my heart. Smoking groundhog scream. Exactly, my Sister 11 will definitely continue to shine in other fields. Salted duck egg. Business, art, scientific research. She's a top performer in any of these fields. Oh, and martial arts too. I'm the most beautiful, unrelated to romance. There aren't many athletes who can achieve what she has. National beauty and heavenly fragrance. Fun fact, strictly speaking, being an athlete is just a side job for my Sister 11. Smug, a pot of tea. Ouch. Picking nose, don't disturb me lying down. I feel so useless again. Desperate pretense. Anyway, we can all contribute to the country, so don't worry too much about whether we retire or not. Yunxi. Putting aside everything else, Yunfeng Capital's charitable foundation helps countless people every year. The Promise of Doomsday and the Yunnan Research Institute, which has made China a world leader in many aspects. Angel's Wings. 1 nanometer lithography machines are out. What are we afraid of? Cleaver, let me run first. Exactly. Other people's lives are their own decisions. We just need to do our best. Overall, the majority of fans were positive and supportive, and any occasional negative voices were quickly suppressed before they could even make a ripple. And Yunxi had virtually no scandals to begin with. Faced with this situation, and Yunxi's social media PR department only needed to employ some subtle manipulation to easily control the direction of public opinion. Thus, and Yunxi smoothly stepped down from her position as a frontline member of the shooting team. After settling her retirement, the couple began planning to have a child. Both were in excellent health, and Yunxi had given Zhou Shiyan plenty of pills like the marrow cleansing pill and the nourishing essence pill over the years. Although these were taken secretly, diluted in water or soup, their effects on improving their health were undeniable. Her own health was even better. No matter how many tests were done, there was absolutely nothing wrong with her. However, having a child wasn't something that could be done on a whim. When it would happen depended on fate. Fortunately, both were still young and not in a hurry. So, Yunxi and Zhou Shiyan simply stopped using contraception and adopted a natural approach. They didn't take any other actions, nor did they inform their families. They continued with their daily lives as usual, without any disruption. Over the past few years, Yunxi had traveled extensively for competitions, and the industries and influence the system had rewarded her with had gradually expanded from isolated points to a network, even showing signs of forming a vast empire. Through contact with and deeper understanding of these industries and influences, Yunxi gradually unveiled the veil of the Zhang family, that is, the mysterious system, beginning to realize just how vast and astonishing its existence truly was. Even now that she's become the world's richest woman, wielding considerable influence both domestically and internationally, Yunxi still feels that what she currently possesses is only the tip of the iceberg. Hidden beneath the calm surface are countless unknown secrets waiting for her to uncover. On the last day of November, after Yunxi successfully completed her daily check-in as usual, she gently opened the system panel, ready to take a look. The personal information panel that appeared before her now was vastly different from when the system was first unlocked. The rich, beautiful, and powerful woman development system, host Yunxi, level 10, appearance 100, height 168 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, charm 100, talent 100, functions 1. Backpack 2. Check-in 3. Learning 10 times study room, rich and beautiful girl, training course 4. Team 5. Lottery, wealth 80, career 80, reputation 29,796, 421 nights 796, 421 skills, photographic memory, shooting, God level, languages, God level, driving, God level, martial arts, God level, hacking, God level. Click here to expand for details. Status, dynamic vision enhancement buff, permanent, reaction speed enhancement buff, permanent, concentration enhancement buff, permanent. Click here to expand for details. Industries, Yunfeng Group, 100%, Yunnan Research Institute, 100%, Yunxi Property, 100%, Jinxiu Hotel Group, 100%. Suaming Lake Yunshui Residence Villa. Click here to expand for details. Tasks, check-in task, completed today, 31 days of check-ins this month, learning task, non-career task. 1. Receive a reward for every 5 points of wealth gained. 2. Receive a reward for every 5 points of career gain. Yunxi spent a total of 8 years upgrading the system from level 0 when it was unlocked to level 10 now. The major system functions haven't changed much. In fact, the system's functional framework seems to have been fixed since level 5. Later upgrades only change the details within the major functions. For example, the Becoming a Rich, Beautiful, and Talented Woman training course has been updated. Another example is the increase in the types and quantities of redeemable goods in the shop. Besides these minor changes to the functions, several of Yunxi's personal stats have been pushed to 100. Appearance, temperament, charm, and talent all at 100 is the maximum value and will not change further. It's worth mentioning that since her talent reached 100, the system hasn't given her any more learning tasks. And Yunxi was quite puzzled. Did the system think her talent was sufficient and she didn't need to learn anymore? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, the system appeared to explain. Host, it's not that you don't need to learn, but rather that the system has determined that what you've learned is already sufficient for this world, so it will no longer force you to learn. If the host wants to learn more, the Becoming a Rich, Beautiful, and Talented Woman training course and the 10 times long study room will still remain open to you. I see. And Yunxi thought that was quite good. From now on, she could choose not to learn if she didn't want to, and she could choose to continue learning what interested her if she wanted to. The system has given her absolute freedom in her studies. This is entirely beneficial for her. In short, it's great. The study tasks are gone, and the career tasks have changed as well. They're no longer the individual tasks they used to be, but 2 tasks that increase wealth and career points. For every 5 points gained in either stat, a reward is given. This change seems pretty good too. This means that as long as Yunxi continues to develop and expand her business, accumulating wealth, she will continuously receive new rewards. Compared to the previous method, it seems to grant Yunxi a greater degree of freedom. In other words, there's no longer any guidance in any direction, and Yunxi is free to develop. Regarding her business, Yunxi actually leans more towards developing technology and improving people's livelihoods. Of course, the cultural and entertainment industry, because it also helps increase her reputation, should also be developed appropriately. The reason she focuses on technology and improving people's livelihoods is that now that Yunxi has wealth and fame, she hopes to do something for the country. China's century of humiliation in modern times has left this wounded nation far behind the world. Even with decades of hard work to catch up, many areas, especially technology, still lag behind and are subject to external control. If she didn't have the ability, it wouldn't matter. Now, she has the system as her backing, a steady stream of funds, and can exchange reputation points for technical data. This was something she absolutely had to do, and she had to treat it as a priority. In the public welfare sector, Yunxi mainly focused on the medical and charitable areas. This was why she had exchanged so much medical technology data from the system shop. She would dabble in other sectors if the opportunity arose, but wouldn't prioritize them. Currently, Yunxi's wealth and career scores had both surpassed the 80 mark. Moreover, she didn't know when it started, but the changes in these 2 scores had become almost synchronized. Yunxi initially thought this was already quite high, but she didn't expect that after surpassing 80 points, she would realize that wealth and career scores were different from the maximum of 100 points for attributes like appearance, temperament, and talent. These 2 scores would continue to rise after exceeding 100 points. Exceeding 100 points only meant that she was at the top of the wealth rankings in this world. But if she continued to grow, these scores would continue to rise. At this moment, Yunxi's expression was somewhat indescribable. Did this mean that even with her current status as the world's richest person, her wealth wasn't at the very top? This might be a fake world's richest person. Host, in this world, there are many long-established families whose hidden wealth and power are immeasurable. You still need to work harder. Yunxi. It's just about working harder. Working harder is fine. Anyway, with the system, she won't lack money. With money, things are easier. She can work hard without any worries. This is something many people desire their entire lives but can't obtain. With the system, she has everything. She's already very lucky. And Yunxi understands now. The system will never let her rest on her laurels. These changes to the system have given Yunxi new ideas about it. The wealth the system holds is roughly what each host has accumulated through hard work. The system rewards new hosts with these assets, encouraging them to expand and develop their businesses. This accumulation from one host to another amounts to an astronomical figure. Like the Zhang family before them, if the wealth had been passed down normally from generation to generation, the system's role wouldn't have been significant. However, once the Zhang family ran out of descendants to carry on the legacy, the system would take the accumulated wealth and search for a new host. And so on. If she died one day, the system's next host would be chosen from among her descendants. If her descendants also died out, the system would still take this wealth and search for someone else to inherit it all. In other words, the system has been accumulating wealth in this world since its inception. And perhaps not just in this world. It's possible the system has been to many different worlds. Otherwise, where would the more advanced scientific and technological data in those shopping malls, far exceeding the capabilities of this era, have come from? It's conceivable how vast the wealth and power it possesses. The system accumulates wealth through its hosts, but isn't Yunxi also using the system to achieve her own goals? A relationship of mutual help, interdependence, and mutual exploitation is, in some ways, more stable. As for whether she would have descendants to inherit everything, Yunxi wasn't particularly concerned. She could naturally have a child to inherit it all, but the next generation or the generation after that was beyond her control and not something she should worry about. She'd lived several lifetimes already. Why would she care about what happened after death? Therefore, based on her ideas, Yunxi formulated a future business development plan. First, she would integrate her resources and expand industries that could be developed overseas to a global scale. For example, the Jinxiu International Hotel, intelligent robots, Shengtian Entertainment's film business, medical and pharmaceutical products, and skincare products. Once these expanded into the global market, the profits they would bring her would be continuous. As for those high-tech projects in cooperation with the military and the nation, when they would expand beyond China, was not something she could decide. Please check description for next part. Thank you for watching Manhwa Recap.